Hey, how's it going, everyone? Just back in with another live stream. Um, no real topic planned. I just was listening to Russian vids roast our friend Dearth yesterday for a couple hours, and I was smiling the whole time. I found it hilarious. So, I just wanted to just give a couple seconds of my thoughts on that, more than just that the whole thing was funny. But, I'll drop the link in the chat if anybody wants to join. No pressure. No Bible stuff per se, that I have planned. Obviously, we can chat about anything, but um, yeah, I just find the infighting kind of funny and perfect. It's incredible when, we have people who are, in the quote unquote truth, flat earthers fighting. So it was like Russian vids calling out Dearth, which is long overdue. Because first of all, Dearth is a clown, first and foremost. We've all known that for a long time. I mean, this is a guy, for people who don't know. I mean, the guy's selling. The guy's selling an app, about the flat Earth, which is just like tremendous amount of irony. Selling something that has flat Earth related to it, or centered around flat Earth, which is an invitation to worship God. Which is what the flat Earth is, and many of the truths really that are coming out. And then he's trying to make money off it. He's pushing it, and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's just ridiculous. And like every single hangout the guy's on, that's all he says. He's like a robot, download the app, and like he just does not stop talking about this stupid app, which I'm not saying it's wrong to make an app, of course, and then potentially, sell it, if you incurred cost to make one. That's not wrong or anything, but really the fundamental thing that we know now, if anybody's consolidating all the information, is that the earth doesn't move. And so like that's the elephant in the room, when you tell people that, in your quote unquote real life, they don't argue, they don't want to talk about it. So you don't need an app, or anything like that, or stuff like that. So the whole premise is like stupid. So, and then he's like a non-Bible person, which I'm glad that Russian vids called out, and I think that that's good that, really, I think a lot of people, not just Russian vids, really all of us, we're kind of really having to decide, what team we're on. I'm speaking about myself as well. What team are we on, ultimately? And so, because of the times that we live in now, there's no like, middle of the road. We really have to be really, really about it, and then potentially have to demonstrate that with, not valuing our life. So, there's a lot on the line, and then it's not just a isolated thing; it's worldwide. So, credit to Russian vids. Maybe he's kind of doing that in his own mind. You know, um, I called it cutting the fat. I was in that chat, enjoying myself, and it was fun. It was funny, actually. I'm not gonna lie. That whole live stream was hilarious because now we're starting to see who are the real truthers. And then obviously, ultimately, if what I teach doesn't come true, I'm not in that category either. So no worries. But um, it's just amazing that we now get to see who are the real truthers, and what agendas do they have, if any. And credit to Russian vids, whether that beef is sincere or not. Obviously, I don't know the inner workings of that crew, but um, you can't be a flat earther and be a non-Bible person. You basically can't be at this point. So you just have to be you have to present a God, because that's stupid to be a flat earther and say you don't believe in at least a God, some kind of God. You have to present a God. And so that kind of thing. So that's the times that we live in, and it should have been obvious really for all of us from the beginning. But we were all still kind of just trying to understand what was going on really with that truth, because it's very, very potent, very, very powerful. And it's very, very obvious, that it's true. That's what's amazing about it. Unlike the other ones that are out there, like Mystery Babylon, it's not something that you can actually, I would say Mystery Babylon is one that you can actually have evidence, and documented, support and prove it. But there's still, I would say, an element of faith, because it has to receive the judgment that's prescribed for it to solidify it. And I would say the same with the mark of the beast. But with the shape of the earth, it's just obvious, like you can reason with yourself, really. You don't need a laser or GPS or anything. You just know that it is, based on the fact that we don't move. So it's very potent, and then we'll start to see whose team everybody really is on, and then RV, he'll lose some subs, some popularity, as he starts distancing himself from people like David Weiss, and then more and more, even people like Nathan Oakley and Arwen and all that. I saw Arwen was in the chat. So a lot of us have been doing this for a while. We don't care about these people. We know that they're just terrible actors. But it's cool. It's cool to see somebody like Russian Vids, who, as much as I'm on him for certain teachings, in particular hell, I have a feeling he knows America's Mystery Babylon, just because of the rainbows. Got to use coded language, but I'm pretty sure he knows about that. Even Call for an Uprising indirectly teaches that. But hell was the topic that kind of got me away from his live stream. But I was just bored, and then I listened in yesterday, and it's good. He can't stop at Dearth at this point. If he's going to call out Dearth, Jaron was in there crying. So, he's going to have to distance himself from Jaron, who's a complete moron. And then, there's no limit. At that point, you got to start calling out everybody. Oakley, the whole Oakley crew, Arwen's crew, Sergeant, everybody. So, if he keeps going down that road and people get on his nerves, he has actually a platform with many, many thousands of subs, Twitter and everything. He actually has some amount of influence, which is good. But he's going to start realizing that once he does that, he's going to lose that, pretty quickly. And so I'm pretty sure he's aware of that. And at this point, really anybody in the truth, if you're like stuck with like defending other people, then you're an idiot. Like, why would you do that in the times that we live in now? Because like none of these other people can help you. Like, they're just random YouTube personalities. So, and certainly not, if the Bible's true, they definitely can't help you. That's a fact. So that really doesn't make sense, to be that kind of a person, like defending people in the times that we live in now. And like a lot of these people are just like, they work for the government. So what's the point? You're defending the government indirectly or directly, which is stupid. So, shout out Russian Vids though for doing that. It was entertaining. Started calling out Karen B, Jaron, everybody. So again, I don't know if that was like staged or whatever, if it was actually like scripted kind of beef, which is possible. We've seen that. But, it was funny. The infighting in the truth community is absolutely entertaining for me to watch. So, and just on many levels, it's just, for me, when I see that, I just laugh. Because then even after that, I went on one of these quote unquote Hebrew Israelite, was watching one of their streams being replayed, and they're going back and forth. Like, they don't even know now. They don't even teach Mystery Babylon's America, teaching like a bunch of random stuff. Like, they don't, it's just in general, people don't know anything, and then, again, what I teach still has to be determined to be true, but I just find it comforting for me knowing that this earth, really, we don't have any idea what's going on. Like, all of us, like, it's absolutely ridiculous. The truthers are going back and forth. They were flat earthers, now they're ball earthers. They're flip flopping, and So some people teach Mystery Babylon's one thing, some people don't know, and some people used to teach it, and now they're gone back to something else. And then some people don't know what the mark of the beast is, even though it could not be more obvious what it is, and that kind of thing. And so this world is completely mental. Like, I don't know what else to say. Like, it's literally like an insane asylum that we live in. And last night's hangout was more and more evidence of that. But shout out Russian Vids. He probably doesn't listen to these kind of streams, but he knows a lot. So I would recommend him take some time personally on his own, and don't worry about YouTube now, because he's put so much content out. Don't worry about us anymore. And this is the same for all of us. Don't worry about us. Everybody's got to take care of themselves. Maybe don't even worry about your family, because we're not living in those times. Russian Vids, he's got to take care of himself. He's got to read the Bible and decide if he agrees with the beginning and the end. Not just a little flat earth verses here and there. And does he agree with the whole thing, the volume of the book? And we all have to agree, and or we all have to decide if we agree with the whole book. And there's a lot of bloodshed, really everywhere, but from the beginning to the end. So that's something that he needs to decide. And then if he's worried about, if he were to really teach that on his channel, that people would go away, which they would if he started teaching that, the actual message of the Bible, then he's just an actor. Because you cannot be ashamed of any part of the Bible if you expect to get anything from that God. You can't be like, oh no, Revelation, that's too much killing, I don't want to go into that. Or I don't want to teach this or teach anything that Christ said and all that, even if it sounds cryptic and difficult. But that's on him. And that's really all of us ultimately have to decide, if we haven't already, whether we believe in the whole thing, the volume of the book, the whole roll, so to speak. So hopefully he does, man, because honestly, I've learned a lot from Russian Vids. The flat earth and the numerology, I mean, that's a big chunk of it. With those two things, with my mind going and reading the Bible, it's opened it up huge. It's and then if you add reincarnation, which is needed, I had some sense that reincarnation existed even during my 501c3 Christian days, just because of John the Baptist being Elijah. So that wasn't as foreign for me. And then my family's Hindu, so not that they ever taught me that growing up, but I wasn't as I was never offended by that teaching. I didn't see that as anything, antichrist ever really. So, but those two things, those three things, I would say, are crucial for me to unlock the Bible, because it's been shown now that the numerology is very clear that the Bible is constructed perfectly. It's not random at all. And so no person sat down and came up with all that structure. That I see new examples of it every day. If I were to read the Bible over and over again, I would just come up with more and more examples of that. And so it would never stop, probably, in a lifetime. So that's amazing. And then you see that in real life, whenever we mirror these news videos, everybody's name has like MM or ML or LK or MK or something like that. So, it's cool, man. It's just, I like what's going on, because everybody's kind of having to pick their team, and then may the best man win, so to speak. May the best woman win. And, we'll see. And then I even said this prior to joining a live stream recently with 14.4 Radio, a group of the Hebrews. The truth is going to be decided in the sky. And so that's what is written in Revelation 1:7. So the tiebreaker is going to be in the sky, whether it happens or not, and then who is taken away, who is God's chosen. The Bible says the tested quality of God's elect is going to be made manifest. in second Ezra. So it's going to be visible. It's going to be evident who the true people of God are, and then who are the actors. And it's obvious to us who the actors are, but we don't know who they're acting on behalf of yet until God returns, Christ returns. So that's a wait and see. But it's very, very clear that a majority of this earth are acting, and they have a weird fixation with the Bible, an affiliation with the Bible, even if they're speaking out against it. So that's very odd, and so at this point, I would say it's virtually impossible from my vantage point for the Bible to not be the word of God. It's literally mathematically, for me, I'm a math person. It's mathematically impossible for the Bible to not be divine, to be constructed by an entity that is quote unquote out of this world and strategically put together, consolidated writings of God's people, the Israelites. I would say at this point, it's basically impossible for that to not be the case. And so, we live in amazing times. So the only question now is, when is the Bible going to come true? Not if it's going to come true. It's when. And that verse that I was loosely quoting, Revelation 1:7, is the most important, because that is going to ultimately make or break the Bible at this point, is Christ's second coming. And so we'll see. I'll also see what's going on in the chat. I didn't really have any Bible stuff, prepared or whatever. Just kind of, this and that. LOP's like the Son of Man is live right now. Samuel Owen, dude, I love that clip that you posted, man. That was funny from that movie. Was it the low impact balloon upload he just posted? I'm not sure if you're talking to me, LOP, about that low impact balloon, but Jack Burton, Richie has so much questionable past. How come Richie isn't getting exposed? Because he's very likable. I think that's why. Just like Russian Vids is very likable. It's almost hard and painful to do slander videos against people like Russian Vids and Richie from Boston, because they're likable people and they're good at communicating, and they don't come across like they're in it for the money, even if they are making money from the truth. And I would say, honestly, Russian Vids, I'm not saying, he should gouge people or whatever, but he deserves money, like if people are willing and able to support him financially, somebody like Russian Vids actually deserves it, because this content is incredible. It's absolutely excellent. And he is solo, at least from what we see. So that's probably certainly why I've been hesitant to say, oh, he's not a Bible person. Why isn't he talking more about the Bible and all that kind of stuff? That's what I could have said, really to everybody in the flat earth early on. Oh, Arwen, why aren't they into the Bible? Yada, yada, yada. I could have added Russian Vids to that list. But the problem is like a lot of us, it would be like biting the hand that fed us, a huge truth. Obviously, God is behind all of these people. The deceived and the deceiver are his. And so the non-deceived are also part of God, under control of God. But I think that's the issue, but what I like now is maybe, Russian Vids, we always just assume he kind of knew everything, because like he teaches us a lot, but he clearly doesn't, and then I think now he's seeing the Bible come true. He knew the physical shape was a flat stationary earth, which is great. And it looks like he's known that for many years, but now he's seeing that the narrative on the earth is playing out in the last book right before his very eyes. So now he has to cut the fat, so to speak. Trim the fat is what I said in the chat yesterday. So, hopefully he keeps doing that. But he's going to realize that if he does that, there's not going to be anybody left. There's going to be very, very few genuine Bible people left. And I would say the few that are out there in flat earth, they meet here. And I don't say that to be arrogant, but they're the few people that come by my channel. They don't have to agree with me, of course, but there's not many, so he's going to find that the people that will watch his streams, if he starts going deeper into the Bible, if he starts teaching what the mark of the beast actually is, not a microchip, then he's going to find out that he's going to have probably 50 people watch him, or 100 people at the most, not 1,000, not 1,300. He was up to like 1,400 yesterday. So, I'm not saying this as in a jealous way. I think it's great a lot of people go and watch Russian vids, and even people like Richie from Boston, because they're warning people. Okay, without a doubt, they seem genuine to me. They're not excessively money hungry people like Dearth. Okay, like Dearth just comes across like a straight flat Earth capitalist. Like, he doesn't even hide it. So, and it's not wrong to profit off of information, because that's what our whole education system does. So, no issues. The only problem is if you're profiting off of something like the flat Earth, that's God, literally right there at the door. So, you got to be very careful how much you charge. Like, where does the money go? Are you living lavishly off of that? What product are you actually giving people? Is it a good product? And ultimately, God has to get credit for it, which obviously Dearth is not going to do that, because Russian Vids was trying to find a clip of him saying he thought that even a retard could have made this Earth. And so, like, what kind of person talks like that? That's absolutely ridiculous. That's blaspheming the Creator. Just like the ball Earth is a form of blasphemy against the Creator, because it doesn't represent what he made. Obviously, again, God is behind it. We understand that here, because we're the flat Earth Navy SEALs, that come by this channel. But speaking from an earthly vantage point, saying a retard created this Earth is a form of blasphemy. No, a retard. Well, then he must have created Dearth, then, who's a retard. So in that case, it holds. So in that one instance, it's true that God did create the retard of Dearth. That's a fact. But no, this Earth was not created by somebody who's not intelligent. Are you kidding me? That's absolutely ridiculous. So that just shows what these people are all about. And I'm glad that Russian Vid cited that quote of Jaron speaking blasphemy against Christ. And I have that video on my channel, so I'm not making it up. It's not gossip. So, it's good. It's time that these people start paying for it. They made enough money off the truth, and we've heard them talk in circles for years now. Okay, the Earth doesn't move. Get over it. It's just what it is. You don't need a freaking laser test, or you just need 4 brain cells. Okay, you don't even need a brain. Okay, you just need to like stand anywhere on Earth and try and convince yourself that it's moving. Okay, good luck. That's absolutely ridiculous. So you don't even need an app. You don't need a laser test. You don't need a daily flat Earth debate or a stupid early bird show or whatever the hell these idiots are doing every day, talking about absolutely nothing over and over and over again, and then expecting people to pay them. Like, give me a break. So that's my issue. And so whatever, I don't care anymore at this point. Like, my issue with Russian Vids was his teaching on hell. And it actually didn't necessarily come from his mouth. It came from one of his mods. So that's when I sort of left, and then just happened to, resubscribe recently. And then I listened in last night, and it was worth it because it was funny and just kind of stupid, and I just like, anytime I get a chance to roast Dearth and Jaron, I'm going to do it without a doubt. Like, it would put a smile on my face. So, but Russian Vids, if he hears this, man, you got to take care of yourself now, man. That's what I would say to anybody in the quote unquote truth. You've brought out certain truths, you've added to it. But now it's time to take care of you. And this is a message for me as well. So, like, don't go and think that you have to go and save everybody. And like, no man is the savior. Only God can save. First of all, we don't even know where to go. Okay. Like, even if we did have a UFO or some vehicle that could go to outer space, like, where would we go? That's why the Bible says Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life. So he's the only one that knows the way to the Father, our Creator. So People need to get off that high horse that we've all been on throughout our life. I'm just saying we don't need to do that anymore. Um, that's get away from that. So I would highly recommend people like Russian Vids and stuff. He's paid his dues, man. He's done more than enough to help people. He can still do live streams and do whatever he wants to do, but at this point, he needs to get into some fasting and prayer and figure out what is the mark of the beast and what is mystery Babylon and that kind of thing. You know, because if you mess up on those, you're toast. God's not going to care how many freaking live streams that you did or how you've exposed the Freemasons or whatever. God's like, how the hell did you not know what the mark of the beast is? Couldn't be more obvious. And if you get that wrong, then you have to go through the plagues, according to Revelation 22. So, and that goes for End Times Teacher as well. So if he hears this, you dumbos need to get off YouTube if you don't know about something and figure out what it is. Okay. You better figure it out quick because God's not going to care. Same with me. If what I teach is wrong about the two witnesses or the mark of the beast and Mystery Babylon and all these topics, then there's judgment awaiting. But the nice thing about my position is that the stuff I teach is obvious. And it's like obvious to like atheists. Okay. It's like, you don't even have to be like that deep into the Bible to know that America's evil. Like you could have you could be in high school and know that at this point, and then have some understanding of like what's going on in the world. You don't have to be a scholar. So if America's evil, and it obviously is, we should be able to find references of that in the Bible. And we do, literally from beginning to end. So it's not that deep. And then we know that these buildings don't move. So that should also be in the Bible. And guess what it is? And everything. Okay. I mean, like all the stuff is completely obvious. So it's amazing. But Jack, that's the way that I would answer that, that's why I can't say I know, for sure. Obviously, I don't even know if I am on God's right-hand side with certainty because I can't declare that. Only God can. I don't even know if there is a right-hand side because that needs the Bible to be true. So obviously, I believe strongly that that is the case. But, what's going on with these people, I would always assume the worst. And I would say do that with me as well. Anybody you see on YouTube or TV, just assume the worst, and that happened to me with Ravi Zacharias, and again, I didn't give him money or I didn't, invest in his ministry or really at all. I didn't care. But, that time, when I was married to one of his employees, I had a deep respect, for him. And I'm sure she did too at that time. And like, I, not that again, I trusted him with theology or anything like that. But, we found out later, what's going on for real, with him. So I would just say, just assume that for everybody, assume the worst. So that's a good way to operate. So same with Russian Vid, same with Richie from Boston, same with me, same with everybody except God. That's amazing. Yeah, I agree. The timing is kind of strange, Jack, because and it didn't really seem, like it didn't seem like he kind of really went at him the way that he could have. The way he could have, with Dearth. So sorry if my screen's moving around. I'm just kind of, I got my laptop on my stomach, so I'm just kind of doing a relaxed hangout here. But I don't want to give people, a seizure with this thing moving around. Maybe I'll sit up straight. I got very, very bad posture, just in general. Very bad posture. But let's see what else is going on here in the chat. So yeah, the timing of it seems weird. Just like when Ranty flip-flop with the ball earth and flat earth, the ball earth and all that. It's like very strange. It just sounded very like scripted kind of thing. But whatever it is, um, anytime Weiss gets thrown under the bus, I'm happy about that. I don't trust Richie or Weiss, never did, but RV was promoting both of them for a long time. Yeah, they're all on a team, and I sort of know that we're not in that club, which is fine. Again, I have no issues with that. I don't want to be in any club, but yeah, we sort of knew from the beginning that people like me, even people like Pete Shea, people who just didn't have a filter, they blocked us immediately. And Pete Shea does not even come from the Bible angle. In fact, I think he sort of like dislikes the Bible actually. But us individuals who weren't part of the group, who didn't have like another team to be affiliated with, they didn't like us, and so it always did feel like they were in a club, without a doubt. And again, I don't care at this point at all, really. I never did, but definitely not now. But they're all just very friendly, and like Russian vids will never have a person, a actual Bible person on his channel, like a serious one. That's obvious. Sacramento, good to see you, man. What's your thoughts on RV and RFB attacking other people? I like it, man. We need to see more division, because any kingdom that's divided cannot stand. So if the truth community is divided, it's got to go down. And so the quote non-truth community has been divided forever because they're a bunch of monsters. So they're clearly going down. So I like it. That's why, people that come by my channel, whenever we see infighting, we laugh. It's perfect. So I'm happy about that. I'd like to see more of it. I'd actually like to see more exposed videos. People like Jaron, tell us more of the inner workings. People like Bob Nodell, all these other actors. The only actor I'm exposing is End Times Teacher, but he's kind of a small fish, in the pond kind of thing. But it's fun, funny nonetheless. But we'll see. What
Hello?
happens. LOP.
Hey, man. Is it
Yo,
okay that I joined?
yeah, dude. Yeah, it's wide open, man. Anybody that I know, Sacramento, you want to join anybody, man? It's just no topic, just random stuff. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right, man. I've been a bit sick, but I'm getting better now already.
Yeah,
With my cold, but yeah.
that lemon juice is helping.
Yeah. And I have
Yeah,
also strepsils, those kind of lozenges.
yeah.
Yeah, that helps too. So,
You're not enjoying being in hell, LOP. What's wrong with you, man? You should be happy. I'm just
yeah,
kidding.
man.
I'm just kidding.
No, I mean, like, when I made that video, like, I like walking in the forest, and that, like, I enjoy that. But like,
Yeah.
it's just getting every day is the same. You know what I mean? Like, it's you wake up, you do the same things pretty much every day. It's just it is hell. You know,
Yeah, agreed.
I don't know, like, uh, you know if if there was no suffering, and I've talked about this many times, even if there is a little bit of suffering and sickness, it's still, like, it's still hell.
Yeah.
Because I might be extreme in my position, because many people say, like, oh, it's no big deal, there's like a little bit of suffering, oh, no big
Hmm.
deal, you know what I mean? But yeah, it is a big deal.
Yeah, agreed.
I mean, like,
Agreed.
babies getting sick and vomiting, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I'm just talking about my daughter, she just had a pneumonia, so she was vomiting, and
Yeah.
I just can't stand it. I had a panic attack from that. uh,
Wow.
and, like, because I've never, like, I hate seeing other people suffer,
Hmm.
and then how can you say that it's not hell then, if
Yeah.
young children like this suffer?
Check this out, LOP. This is what I was just thinking right now. It's like we got our government trying to tell us how to handle our body, right? With our health. We should have control over our own body. Like if we're given, like if we buy some car or some device, right? We have a manual, okay? how to, deal with it, and manage it. Okay, we're here. We can't even control our own pains, and our own ups and downs. So, and that's not an issue with man. That's an issue with God, because we know that he created the body and soul. So that's our complaint. It's not with Biden or your government anymore. It's like, we want to be able to control our body. We want to be able to. Now we have the government trying to do it, which to me is it's just nonsense. Like, it's ridiculous. So, God's children are first and foremost, we're complaining about the fact that our own body is a judgment, and we don't
Yeah.
like it. Yeah. So that's what's going on.
No, I've seen the new video you posted, the Biden administration,
Right.
that announcing that like they had it from 1 million Americans to 60 million Americans
Yeah.
unvaxxed, right?
Yeah. They're forcing them through their jobs,
Wait, so
pretty much
does that mean
everybody.
that like America has like what, 340 million people or
Yeah,
something like
that
that?
sounds right. Yeah.
So wow, so it's already like 80% or 70 of them
I
have
think they're
taken
talking
the
about 12
thing.
and over, but yeah, it's of that population. Again, I
Wow.
don't think those numbers are right.
That
Obviously, you and I know that. Like, I don't think.
right, but like
Yeah.
it's definite. I would say it's definitely more than 50% though,
Yeah, it
right?
is. It is for sure.
Yeah,
Yes, because it's 60 million left, according to him. Of the adult population, or over 12.
which means
So
that's how many percent? Uh,
let me actually find out.
yeah, you can look that up. I think I've seen that like there's also a difference, the fully
Yeah.
and the partly. So there is like, I think partly, that's definitely like partly uh job is like 70 or 80%, but like
I'll
fully,
tell you. I'll tell you,
that
LoP.
number is smaller.
I'll tell
Yeah.
you, dude. As of yesterday, okay, at least one dose. You were right. 68 and fully 60%. So 220 million, dude. 220 million people, man. Holy crap, dude. So I mean, that's a
How
lot.
many percent though?
68%.
60, 69. I'm just
Yeah,
kidding.
at least 1%. Or sorry, at least one dose. Sorry, at least one dose.
Oh,
So
so one dose is 68,
yeah,
and the two doses, how many?
58%.
58. Okay, so it's more than a half. Wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
So, and then now with this kids one, they'll be able to get them, within like a month or two. So, yeah, I mean, it's to me, like, if this whole narrative goes through without any intervention, I'd be inclined to say the Bible's not looking too good. So that's my position.
Wait, if what? What did you
Like,
say?
if, let's just say, if all of this, I call it Corolla, like, what's going on right now. I use the code
We
word
can call
Corolla.
it a pandemic also. That's not
No, don't say that. Don't say that.
what?
Yeah.
No, I didn't say pan. I said
No, I
plan.
know, but just who knows how clever they are? Because even you were telling me, right? They don't even allow Bible verses. Even on my own
Oh,
channel, they'll delete
I was
Bible
gonna
verses.
say, yeah, I actually posted a comment and on your video, and I said the word crisis actor, and they
Yeah,
removed it.
100%.
You didn't see it, right? That
Yeah,
comment.
they
They
will not.
removed it.
They won't even let me do that on my own
Because
channel.
you remember you uploaded the video of a woman getting divorced over
Yeah,
her husband
yeah.
not getting the
And you're
thing.
right. That is not a real person. You're absolutely correct. Yes, for
Yeah,
sure.
but
That was
YouTube
fake.
automatically removed many of my comments on
Yeah,
many
agreed.
videos, like so many I cannot even count.
Yeah, yeah,
And yeah,
agreed.
Bible verses too. They remove Bible verses and anything that
Yeah,
has to do with the topic of hell
100%.
so it's really like they are really upping the deleting stuff.
Yeah, they're tightening up, man. So, but yeah, this Corolla, if it passes over, and it's just another thing, then yeah, I'd be inclined to say that the Bible is not looking too good. But
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
but that's up for everybody to decide on their own what they're comfortable with. But
I mean,
there,
time will tell, right?
yeah, exactly, yeah,
So.
exactly. But yeah, man, how's everything else? Like, what else is new? Everything's good.
Oh, hold on. My dad just came here. I give me like 1 minute. I
Yeah,
just.
no worries. I'll just check what's going on here in the chat. Shout out Mies Kang, man. Yeah, dude, if you get your mic stuff figured out, man, you're welcome anytime. You don't even have to ask. Beast, I see you in the back, but it says device is not connected, just so you know. You can't do it through your phone anymore. I've tried with StreamYard. You have to do it through your laptop. It's the same with me. That's why I have to sit here with my laptop. So just know that. I don't know why it's, or unless it might only be for iPhone, but I can't connect to a stream on my phone anymore. I have to use my laptop, which is kind of annoying.
Oh, hey, I wanted to ask you one thing because you remember in all your videos, they have some kind of a blue light, and sometimes it goes out and then it turns blue again. What is that blue light? Is it from your laptop?
Yeah, it's like if my TV turns off, if it's like when it
Are you,
goes when my TV, what's that called, where it's like
you
a
have a
screensaver.
so,
Yeah.
okay? So you have a laptop connected to your TV.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah, I have two laptops connected
that's
to my
interesting.
TV through a switch. So that's why, dude, I literally don't move, man. Like I'm one of the laziest people on planet Earth,
But you
LOP.
do you play golf, man. So that's
Yeah, if I'm not golfing, I'm sitting here and my laptops are connected to my
dude,
TV.
I'm
But
lazier than you probably. I always sit at home and I
ah,
just go for a walk and but like I used to go in winter I go even like 4 5 hours, even 6 hour trips. But
yeah,
like
that's crazy.
now and then like during summer I would go for a walk maybe like 40 minutes and that's it, and the rest of the day I'm just either like sitting in front of the
Hmm.
screen or sometimes reading, but not even that much. So
Yeah.
I am pretty lazy.
But that's what happens though when my TV goes asleep. If I'm not, touching it, or if something happens, it was kind of tweaking earlier, but
So
then the
the
light goes
blue
away.
light is the TV. The blue
Yeah,
light.
it's providing
Yeah.
that different light. And if it ever goes dark, it's because my TV turns off. So yeah.
That's interesting. I was always wondering what is that blue light. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I have actually laptop connected to like a bigger monitor because my laptop isn't the screen is not that big. So
mhm,
but it's not like a TV. It's smaller,
yeah.
but it's still bigger than the laptop screen.
Mhm.
Yeah.
When you post those videos when you're walking, you're just recording that on your phone?
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna say. It's the same thing. It's terrible, right? It's shaky. I don't have any GoPro or you know what
No, it's
it
fine.
was
It's fine.
like. No, it's actually not that great. It's pretty
Mhm.
bad. I need to, and I have another phone, but that phone is like broken. The battery goes dead in like 1 hour. So
Mhm.
and this phone is Samsung. It's one of the cheapest Samsung phones, and
Yeah.
the video is shaky at all time. Even if I hold it steady, it still is shaky. So I don't know,
Okay.
like the video is not that great. I
No,
I,
that's cool.
I
Yeah,
don't
I was
want to like
gonna ask.
buy GoPro and stuff, because I
Yeah.
don't know. I was considering, but
I
not
would say the
anymore.
less theater with a video, I actually take it more seriously. So everyday average people who just like film themselves walking and stuff, like I like
Well,
that.
I film, yeah. I mean, I film the scenery and like not some people do it like they film their face and stuff. I don't really
Yeah.
do that,
Right,
like
right.
unless like when I'm playing guitar, so I film myself. Yeah, but like when I'm walking, not it's just the scenery and I talk stuff. So
Yeah.
yeah.
I gotta watch the whole video, but it is funny that you said that about Shalom because it's
No, no,
like,
no. At the did you watch the ending?
yeah, but I gotta watch the whole thing. But it's funny now, dude. I can't stop myself from
I yeah
imitating him because the people that I talk to are
yeah.
basically you and him, and
No, no,
that's
but
basically it. So
but dude, I also imitated in this video the other guy. What was his name? Mike. That was on the
yeah, that guy was
Discord.
funny. Yeah, that guy was
because
funny.
because he was always saying like, you know what I'm saying. So
Yeah,
I said it in that video like
yeah,
20 times. Do you know what I'm saying? And I didn't even notice it because I pick up from other people what they're saying and I use
yeah,
it in my own speech.
yeah.
It's kind of fun to do. But yeah, at the end
Shalom.
I said, yeah, so I'm gonna
I
say
could do a
shalom
full video.
for like
I
18.
could do a full video just saying stuff N times teacher says, like just
Yeah, he's
making
so
fun of him.
like
I could do a
funny, man.
full lesson, like just kind of copying the way he talks. Yeah, shout out Creation Bear in the chat, man. I don't think
But
and shout out Servant of Jesus and
but yeah.
LOP's here, and then Mies Kang, man, shout out if he's trying to get on. And trusting only in the Most High. Um, Chrissy, good to see you. So got the usual faces, around. Good to see everybody. Nothing really of a specific topic. We got LOP here.
So what is the shawalam or shalom? What he's saying shalom, not shawalam.
No, he's saying shalom.
I thought it's shalom. It
No,
sounds like shalom when he
it's
says it, though.
it's
Sometimes.
related to that. I think it means
Ah,
something like that, but
because
it's
shalom
not
means
shalom.
peace in right peace.
Yeah, this is in their own language, dude. They have their own language, they have their own God, they have their own everything, man. So
Right.
it's, you know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yeah.
I call it shawarma as a joke. Me and this guy Manny. Whenever I see him, I'm like, hey, shawarma, shawarma.
But to me, when I listen to some of End Times Teacher's video, and at the end he says, like, with them being said, I'm gonna say shalom. So that's what I said, and then I said, I'm just kidding. But I said, I always end my videos with that high note, so that's what I do. Yeah,
Ah, I gotta watch that whole thing, man. It's
yeah.
it's
I always
crazy, dude.
do
Like
like at the
I just
end
I just had a
of
bunch
my.
of videos to get out today, but and today is very, very cold here in Houston, so I didn't get to play golf. So I tried to get all those videos
How
out.
many degrees, man?
Let me tell you, you're in Celsius, right? Where
Yes.
you're at?
Yeah. Can you tell me in Celsius? Because I'm not
Yeah. I mean, I
well
grew up in
versed
Canada, so
in
I actually
Fahrenheit.
I actually prefer Celsius too, man. Honestly, 13.
Oh wow, that is pretty cold for Texas.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
So I
So
I didn't want to play.
we have today was very cold. It was 4 degrees here, but I mean I'm up north. Pretty.
Yeah.
Uh
Yeah, man, it's crazy times, LOP, that we live in, dude. I don't know, like, what's the status of that narrative around you? Do people even talk about it, or is it just like no one even cares?
well, I mean, like, I talked about uh well, not really. Like with my wife, I talk about it, but she's like, I don't even know. She's like always watching her Filipino news and stuff, so she's still buying into this. But
Yeah,
sometimes she's like, okay, maybe, but she doesn't believe that it is what what we believe. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So
yeah. Right. Yeah, I've heard it's pretty bad over there. It's like certain parts of the world. It's like initially when I think there's certain parts of the world that were not, it wasn't that big of a deal, like Russia. I think they're starting to like push it more and
oh,
more.
in Russia, really?
Initially, because I had a friend from
Oh,
Russia, and he told me a little bit of like what's going on, and he's like, yeah, kind of. A lot of Russians are like pretty
okay.
stubborn. Like
I
they're not.
don't actually know anyone from Russia online.
Yeah,
I know
but just
people from almost all countries, but not from Russia,
but just
actually.
so you know,
So,
the typical Russian is actually people that I have had some faith in. I was like, because they're very stubborn. They're very like anti-government because they know their government's corrupt. A lot of Americans don't have a clue how corrupt the government is, but in Russia, they
oh,
all they all know that the government's corrupt. But so I thought they wouldn't go along with it. But now the little bit that I've heard is like it's starting to
hmm,
pick up. They're gonna have to. You're gonna have to do it. So even the Russians are bending over, which is kind of horrifying. So
yeah, that is.
yeah. So
But I
yeah,
mean, they have Vladimir, so I mean,
yeah,
that guy is badass. So,
yeah.
hey, Creation Bear, what's up?
CB. We got Mies Kang trying to join, man. I haven't talked to Mies Kang in it feels like
He's muted, I
decades.
think. Are you there, CB?
Yeah, if he gets
CBD. That's you know what CBD?
yeah, I do know what that is. Yep.
Good stuff. I mean, I hate it, but some people like it.
If it helps you heal faster, I would use it. I don't care.
I never use, dude. I use it for my vape, and
Yeah.
the flavor is horrible. I hate it. I
I
don't
don't
know.
I let's just say somebody asked me what my position on weed was. I think it was Sacramento. I'm like, anything of the earth. I mean, I'll take that over this nonsense that they're jamming into people's body. Again, I
But
don't do
have
that
you ever
stuff.
tried it?
I've done
The
it like a handful of times. Like I don't react well to it because I'm a very like anxious person. So it doesn't do anything for me positive.
right.
So yeah.
No, I mean,
Hello,
for me,
P. TMoG.
Yo,
oh, hey man, what's
There
up?
we go. I just had to switch mics real quick. How you guys doing?
yeah, good man. Just chilling. Just kind of the usual, just passing
Yeah,
time. But how are things on your end?
good man. I was in the RV stream last night as well. I wasn't chatting, but I saw
Yeah.
you guys. Did you notice what I saw? Jiren popped in. He said something about the Bible, but the message got deleted. Did you see that? What was he
Yeah,
saying?
I
What
think
did?
somebody deleted that. I didn't delete it, but it was kind of an interesting statement actually. He's like the whole world's a stage, right? Because he quotes Russian vids on that. But he's like, but not white Jesus. So
Oh my god.
he's kind of, it's like these people, they don't stop, man. It's like he asked God to give him a, a quote unquote sexual favor. That's not enough for him. And I'm not making that up. That's a video on my
Wait,
channel.
who did that?
Yeah, I
Who
remember
asked that?
that.
Yeah, this guy Jaron. Okay, he's a flat earther. He's
Okay.
one of the bigger LOP. You maybe don't know the flat earth.
Wait,
people.
Jeranism? Jeranism?
Yeah, he's one of the bigger ones.
No, I heard about him. I just never really watched him.
Yeah, and you didn't miss much. Don't worry, you didn't miss anything. But so the guy comes into the chat yesterday, guns a blazing. It's one thing, like, okay, if you have an issue with Russian vids, make fun of Russian vids. Don't bring like God into this, dude. Like, and even if Christ doesn't exist, like, why would you even take the risk? Like, unless you're sure, of what you're saying. But like, he basically called Christ an actor, which
Oh,
you can say
excuse
that
me.
if you understand what you're talking about, but that's the main actor. Okay, that's the most important quote unquote character. So Jaron's finished, man. It's just very clear that these people hate the Bible. And Russian vids clearly prick the bear, so to speak. Not creation bear, but maybe that was the wrong word to use, but he poked the Jaron. He poked the Jaron, I guess, or something.
Oh, I actually, Creation Bear recommended me some channel called Flat Earth Early Bird. What and this guy is a bit. I mean, this guy is pretty interesting, but kind of
Arwen,
kind of out there. Like his vocabulary and like his scientific knowledge is pretty like massive, right?
Yeah, he's wild, dude.
He's wild.
He's out of control, dude. He's like,
and he's like out of control, dude. I watched one live stream and he's like screaming like more than Sam Owen. You know what I'm saying?
He has like a mini cult following. I find Arwen kind of funny, but he does say some things once in a while that you can tell that he's very spiritual, because people in the flat earth are spiritual. You're spiritual. Everybody that comes by my channel, Creation Bear, like I even learned a few things once in a while from somebody that I don't like. Shout out Good Servant. Okay, Good Serpent. But
from him, really?
Once in a while, because everybody, if you're talking about spiritual things, you're eventually going to say something that's true, fundamentally, or like, interesting or unique. I would say another person that's interesting.
I never watched like full stream of the Good Serpent.
No, you can't. No one can. No,
that's hard to do.
So I never really heard anything that would like inspire me or so.
Yeah, don't worry. But somebody I would say that I find smart is Right the Hand as well. Like certain people on the flat earth, I would say Mark Sargent as well. Definitely Mies Kang, people like that. Like, you can learn a lot, even if you don't agree with like everything that they teach. I would say End Times Teacher as well. Like I would say he's more funny at this point, but Jaron, you're not missing anything. First of all, the guy's annoying as hell, and he's a blasphemer is what he is. So.
But you know what? You remember that guy Mike? He was on that podcast with ETT.
Yeah.
You remember?
When I closed my
Sicilian. He's
eyes,
a Sicilian, and
I swore that was Eminem first. Like, did that not sound like Eminem for a minute?
That's why we got to see video, man. These could actually be celebrities coming to troll us. You never know.
Well, he is a rapper, so that much is true.
Literally.
I talked to him for a long time, for many days on Discord, and I learned a lot from this guy. That Mike guy, he's very very like spiritual and a smart guy. So I'm just saying, he doesn't even have a YouTube channel. I think like big. He doesn't do anything, but like he's very smart.
The only thing with those people,
I learned a lot from him, and he kind of understands me, even my blaspheming and stuff. I mean, my anger towards God, so to speak.
Yeah. I just don't like those people because they just right away they come across very anti-Bible. They're like, "Oh, you made up." Like him and I. ET and I made up what we were teaching. Like, no, we didn't make this up, man. Like, what are you talking about? Like, we looked into it. So I think if he came a little, he thought we were coming in hot, but he kind of did too. He's like, oh, you guys just are you're lost, and
no, but I talked to him for many hours, and I know him more because of that, because I literally talked to him for hours. So I know him more than, because you guys only talked to him for like 1 hour. I talked to him much more. So I know him now more, but like, yeah, I still disagree with him on some points, but like, but he also inspired me in some ways. So that's,
I would say like, 5 or 10 years ago, not to cut you off, but like, to have a conversation about somebody, about the Bible and how it maybe isn't true and it could be symbolic. And I was open to that, because that's really the mindset that I was for many, many years when I was not into the flat Earth, I was like, yeah, whatever. If I read it, it's okay. But this is what I liked about Russian Vids' live stream. Like, it's late in the game. Like, he's like, no, we're not putting up with this. So I'm not saying like you can't learn anything from Mike. Maybe he'll come around, but people who are that against the Bible this late in the game, it's difficult for me. So
Wait, Mike isn't against the Bible.
Well, I would say the things that we're teaching him, if you're against the obvious ones, you are. That's what I would say in the times that we live in now. So if we
I
tell him-
actually he actually is making some kind of animated video or movie,
Yeah.
and he asked me to provide some music, so I might
Nice.
we might
That's
do something.
cool.
So
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, just if you chip away at it, but I would say the things that ETT and I were starting with are not controversial, and that's what's kind of scary about the Hebrew movement as well. It's like a lot of them are going back what the Bible says to their own vomit kind of thing. Like they're just going back to like terrible teaching. But Mies, mic check, man. We got endless Mies.
What's up, buddy? Can you hear me?
Yeah, dude. What's up, man?
I thought it's a woman.
No, dude. This is Mies. This is Mies Kang. What's up?
No, my photo's Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah.
What's funny, man? Mies, LoP, man. He's obviously his own person, but he's a music guy like you. But man, welcome, Mies. Good to hear.
And you are a music guy too, huh? What do you listen to? Rap? If you say rap, you're not good, man.
No, Mies is not a rap guy.
I would do all of it. I mean, some rap, but mostly metal. I prefer classical. I like the orchestral stuff. You know what I'm saying?
You like Beethoven?
Man, I get down with it.
Yeah, Moonlight Sonata, dude. That's the best shit. But yeah, heavy metal is the best. Let's agree on that, everybody. All right.
I was defending LoP last time because I don't interact with many real people. Mies would definitely be one. Ali B would be one. I would say Chris Berry, even though I don't talk to him much. So when Flat Earth Boxer started getting on LoP, I was defensive because like LoP is a real person. He'll give you the 100%. You know what I mean? But Mies, what's up?
Yeah, the Flat Earth Boxer was really belligerent to me. Yeah. Wasn't he? Yeah, he was.
He's defensive around me because I give him a hard time. But
I think this is the first time Mies was on this podcast.
But dude, me and Mies back in the day, man, it was basically just him and I.
I mean, yeah, because I'm actually like joining these podcasts only since September,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
that's why. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. But back in
I
the
think
day,
we dropped off in like June or July after going every weekend for almost a year straight.
But it's good to me.
LoP, you didn't know I retired, dude. I was like basically burnt out. I didn't really know what I was doing. I was lost, but so I kind of went away and then came back when this narrative,
Oh, you mean like before 2020?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, kind of around.
Right.
So, but yeah, Mies, what's up, man? How's everything, dude? It was good to see you in the chat. That was fun.
Dude, that was crazy. Like I said, nothing warms my heart more than watching other truthers eat each other.
No, it's amazing. Yeah.
Didn't see Russian. Yo, before anything else, did you know Rob Skiba died?
Yeah, actually, Creation Bear told us that.
Dude, I just found out. I'm stunned. I can't even believe it. I would not be here were it not for that dude. The first video I watched about any of that stuff was his. It was titled "The Bible Absolutely Proves." Man, if I didn't watch that, none of the rest of it would ever happen. So
wow.
Pouring one out for Rob Skiba.
I would say Skiba is one of the smartest flat earthers. I would say that. Just in general with the optics and he had an opinion on the Bible. Obviously, I don't agree with it, but he had an opinion.
Right.
So
he's a scholar.
Yeah,
and a preacher.
He did. He predicted this narrative. That's not everybody.
When I first heard about him, so that Lord Stephen Christ, the concave Earth. So back in like 2015, or maybe it was 2016, but Lord Stephen Christ showed a video of Rob Skiba speaking at some conference. I think it was Flat Earth conference, right?
Yeah.
And Rob Skiba said, so like first and foremost, I believe in Yeshua, also known as Lord Jesus Christ. And then Lord Stephen Christ paused the video and says, also known as Lord Stephen Christ, you mean? It was pretty. I was laughing because that was funny. Like Yeshua, also known as Lord Stephen Christ.
By the way, I do believe Samuel Owen is funny, man, because he's hiding a sense of humor, man, because he comes on there and yells at us for not worshiping him, but I have a feeling he's actually funny.
No, yeah, I talk to him daily on. I mean, not daily, but on Facebook. Like, he unblocked me, so now we talk about random
Yeah.
stuff, and he can be funny, dude. You know,
Yeah.
he's like
That-
just, but like on his podcast, he's always only,
He's
it's
angry,
kind of
man.
angry at everything and everyone.
Yeah.
So it's like
But
those
that's why
trolls and blah blah blah. You know.
that's why Meese and I got along, because we were both kind of going through the flat Earth pains. We're like, oh
Yeah.
man, we're surrounded by a bunch of weirdos. So like, we try to make it funny, and like fun, because it's like it actually can make you really like mentally, off, I would say. But yeah,
So
it's
I kind
crazy,
of
man.
try to help Sam,
You
because
should, man. Help
he
him.
was,
Yes.
yeah, he was asking for recommendations. So I said, watch some, 24. That's a great TV show.
Yeah.
So I mean, maybe it can help him
Wink,
to
wink.
calm down. He's always pissed off about everything. So
Yeah, I actually don't really want to do too many more Bible things. I kind of got a lot out today, but again, we can talk about the Bible whenever people want, but I'm kind of like in that burnt out mode too. I don't really want to do that unless somebody really wants me to go into something or give my opinion. I think and this is what I liked about Russian vids, man. That guy's got to be running hot too, man. Like how much whatever he thinks, he's been thinking about this his whole life, because he said he learned about the flat Earth as a kid. Dude, if I knew flat Earth as a kid, I would be mental, dude. I would literally be living with like orangutans in the wilderness. Like I would be lost, dude. Totally.
and how old is he? Like
I
Russian
bet
with
you he's my age. I'm about 40. I wouldn't be surprised.
no,
to be
I
honest.
think I believe he's like might be almost 50.
Yeah, actually, sorry, he said that. Actually, I take that back.
Yeah, I think
you're right.
he's like born in the 70s, so he
Right.
definitely like almost 50.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So he's been through it, man.
Oh, and
imagine knowing what he knows as a kid. Like, oh my god, dude, I would be mental. Like,
You can't
oh
go
my
to
God.
public school. You cannot go to public
Yeah,
school.
exactly.
yeah, but like the thing that you said that all the world's a stage or something, that's not his quote. That's from the band Rush.
No, you're right, and dude, that's why you probably like his channel, because that's why I love his channel too.
Yeah, he does
always
like
brings
good
out-
music. I will give him that.
No, but I'm saying he brings out stuff that's entertaining, because it's music and movies. And
Exactly. That's why I loved his channel at the first place. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And he shared all these movies like the Back to the Future, and then in various movies he showed many like for the 9/11, of course, and
Yeah, agreed.
other
No, his channel's
and
gold.
the flat
His
Earth.
channel's gold, man. I'll never take away from people's hard work. I mean, even if all of his stuff is wrong, he takes a lot of time to prepare it. So you got to give him credit. And of all the people that deserve a little bit, maybe more than a little bit of money, it's Russian vids. I mean, Dirth freaking his background, you could tell that he's living luxurious, man, in Connecticut or wherever the hell he is. So he's just a clown, dude.
Invading
And,
American homes.
And how many channels did he have deleted?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
100
Exactly.
channels, I think. Russian with.
Apparently, he had a half
It's
a million
crazy.
subs at one point. That's what he said. So
That's possible. I remember. Well, I don't know what. At one point when I was subscribed, he had like 200,000. So that's a lot.
yeah,
But then the new channels only got like 40,000.
yeah. But Mies, what are you cooking up these days, man? Everything's good. Your ankle and everything.
I mean, I will only say so much on the live stream, but my life has changed drastically. So
Oh shit.
I just do the music. I quit like 10 years ago when I met my wife and got married and all that.
Yeah.
And so recently started back up. I've invested quite a bit of money in software and hardware, and have
That's
just
cool.
been learning my way around it. I started again in February. Like my guitars and all that got packed up, and with a bunch of kids running around the house,
Yeah.
there was never time for that. So for fun, for like my daughter's birthday, I wanted to record something like with me and her.
Mhm.
So even though it's cheesy, she'd have it for the rest of her life.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that got me hooked. And so I've been all day, every day going hard.
That's dope. That's
Yeah,
cool.
that's all. I mean, I can't say I'm doing anything, like praiseworthy or like anything that the Most High might be proud of with it right now. But
Well, I think I disagree. I think every like form of music is good for the most.
Yeah, dude.
High.
LoP emails me every day with some music related thing, man. So he's
Yeah. Music for me is the best thing that God has created. 100%. Like there's no better thing than music for me in this life.
There's a lot of spirituality and a lot of intelligence.
So-
I remember I did an interview once with Texas Instruments coming out of grad school, and the guy actually said, because he was a music fanatic, you could tell, because that's all he talked about. Like I talk about golf. He's like, I actually like to hire DSP, signal processing engineers, who have a music background because they understand the time frequency stuff really well. And I thought that was interesting. So, there's definitely some correlation. Misa's a genius just because Misa and I hang out. So, that he's brilliant. You know what I mean? So
all day.
Just that alone.
That's cool that you did, song with your daughter. I have also made song with my daughter on like, it was like a year ago, but it was funny because she liked Nicki Minaj and we did like Starships and she was also kind of singing. It was fun. And yeah.
I call her Happy, so I just had her saying, "My name's Happy. It's my birthday. Yes, I'm a big girl now." Just
So
real
how
simple
old?
like
How
that.
old is she, bro?
How old is my daughter?
Yeah.
Oh, she turned 7 in February.
Oh, nice. My daughter is only 5, but
There you
yeah,
go.
it's cool. Yeah.
So that was, and I had
Yeah,
to-
we always do, this game with my daughter when she can do the high notes, and obviously she can do higher notes than me, but like I can do sometimes as high as her. So I would want her to never forget the high notes, because that's I believe the high notes are angelic. So that's, I want her to keep that ability, because you lose this ability to do high notes when you get older.
Yeah.
But I want to, that's why
funny.
every time I talk to her, at least every day, then I want her to practice the high notes so that she will never forget it. Yeah.
Mine was terrified. She didn't want nothing to do with it. She just stood at the microphone forever. I was like, "You don't even have to sing." I was like, "Just say it." Like,
Yeah.
it ain't gotta be good. Just say the words. It took forever.
Yeah.
She was scared shitless.
Dude,
No,
music is
I
powerful,
don't.
man.
Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, my daughter loves music. Yeah.
Actually, that's something I had in mind.
You don't like
the
singing in front
music
of people.
thing.
She used to like. I used to play her some Pantera music, and she called it like Pantilla.
What's up,
She couldn't even pronounce it. You know.
One second, dude. Creation Bear was trying to say something. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just wondering if you guys are hearing the sequence in more songs, like, because I'm hearing it in so many songs now. I wrote down I've got a list of a few things.
Oh, dude,
Go
you
ahead,
should
buddy.
send me that.
I definitely want to share a few songs with you. I'll just send it in the private chat here or whatever.
Yeah, that's
but
cool.
Yeah,
man, I'm
share that,
wondering
bro.
if you
Share
guys
that.
hear the same thing, because it's like everywhere, man. The sequence is it's like
That's
DNA. You
amazing.
said.
What do you mean by the sequence?
What
Well,
sequence?
he's talking about
You mean-
basically the thing on my backup channel where I go through the order.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that I called it like the DNA sequence, but I found it in music, and like if I were to go probably into like I would say certain music is more spiritual. I would say even like heavy metal. Like if I were to go into that, even Manson, like if I were to go to like Marilyn Manson's lyrics, I guarantee you I would find gems, like in that. So yeah.
Even if they're gems advocating the other side, the fact that this man is advocating the other side is proof that there's something. You know what I mean?
Agreed, big time. Yeah. It's just I find all of it just multiplied by -1. Like they're using all the same principles to invoke spirituality, spiritual power. I'm not recommending people do that, but honestly that fascinates me too, because really any spiritual experience, it's still spiritual. So something's going on out there. So again, don't use that as an excuse, okay, for anybody out there. But yeah, that's amazing. But yeah, Creation Bear, it's hard for me to not see that. Obviously, going through the Bible, for sure. It's I think all the correlations that are happening with the Bible and real life at this point are literally impossible to ignore. I think the people on this panel are very aware of it, but for people out there, whether you've never read anything in the Bible or you've read it, just from a purely statistical perspective, there's something to think about. There's a lot of similarities, so to speak. So
yeah, and something I would add there too is like, if you're familiar with rap music, especially, there's a lot of double entendres.
Yeah,
and
yeah, it's all the time.
It could be 3, 4 as well. There's lots of layers. So, and then you say, TMoG, that like the Bible is meant to confuse a lot of people, and there's probably a lot of similar like entendres there as well.
Yeah. That's why I don't buy the whole race thing. You know, people are saying, "Oh, God's black and God's white or God's Chinese." It's like if that were the case, then we would go to one particular genre of music, and then there would be only spirituality there. And that's why I think this what God is doing worldwide is making it clear where His truth is, and it's worldwide. Like, look at the flat Earth community. You know, like they're one particular group, and then if you look at heavy metal, it may appear a certain way, but their lyrics have just as much spiritual encoding as maybe rap music, you know. So it's just it's really God to me.
More, I
To
would say
all,
more than rap music.
but yeah, here's the angle. It's almost like hard to find what is more. I sort of see what you're saying, but like we'd have to literally go through the volume. There's probably more songs, but I guess my point was more everybody out there, whatever you're interested in, there will be some way that God could potentially be knocking at your door, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So
yeah. You know what? One guy told me, it was a long time ago, like 11 years ago, that you can find answers to all things in music lyrics, you know.
Yeah.
And I thought it's a profound saying what he said. Like there's so many like truth in lyrics,
and it's like in plain
it's
sight.
amazing.
And it's like stuff we listen to maybe every day. I listen to my same YouTube playlist like every day, and it's like I probably don't actually stop and think about what they're saying. You know,
You're listening to music from YouTube only?
Yeah, like on my phone in my car. So that's
you have the subscription. What is it called? YouTube.
Yeah, I pay for YouTube. Yeah,
yeah,
I'm on
same
YouTube
here.
a lot.
I have some. I have everything like on iTunes, you know, from torrents and
yeah.
Because
Well, yeah,
I don't like. I
think
don't
that's
have
the amazing thing about it, man. LOP. It's like really what we know
iPhone.
now. What we know now, we have these eyes to see that really everything is spiritual. That's what I realize. You know, with really, you know, him and I will talk about Nicki Minaj, talking about different songs. But now when I see anything, it is hard. Maybe it's not the sequence, but it's definitely God's fingerprint kind of thing in everything. Even that came out last night. Even honestly with Russian Vids, like Russian Vids is not the savior. He's still going on a spiritual journey. He's still trying to figure out certain things. He doesn't know everything. So he's finding out that what we probably, maybe Mies and I'm certain Mies knew before I did, but you know, the flat Earth community, you know, they're not really about the Bible. You know, like it's very rare actually to find somebody in the flat Earth.
Well, Rob Skiba was.
Yeah, I would give Rob Skiba credit. I would even give Mark Sargent a little bit of credit because he sort of read it. But Rob Skiba definitely was. Nathan Roberts was. There were a few, but generally speaking, that whole Jaren crew is not, like, without a doubt. So
or Eric, what is his name? Eric.
Yeah, definitely not Eric Dubé. Hell no.
Yeah.
Hell no.
They called him Eric Dupé.
Right, exactly. He makes fun of him all the time.
Yeah.
So, but
it took the you know explosion of the Mandoozle effect for me to see that you know there's no coming back for some of these crew over here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I wanted to say back in when
agreed.
the Flat Earth video started, like 2014, was it? That I found some smaller YouTube channel, and that guy was awesome. I still have him on Facebook, and he's like, he put like
Vegan Warrior,
like Slayer. You know the Slayer song "South of Heaven."
No,
that's one of their most famous tracks. But anyway, it's a brutal song, like thrash metal, right? And he put it, and you know, and the Pope was walking there, and he's just cool, man. He did really cool videos, this guy. Dude, and he liked heavy metal. So
the Flat Earth community is filled with characters, man. I would say that the coolest people, I would genuinely say, are freaking Fokker's cool because he's like funny and entertaining. But you know, we're starting to see that a lot of them are just really weird, you know. And I think Mies, you said this in the chat. People like even Alex Stein, who are all like polished, like they're creepy as hell. So, you know,
I really prefer like smaller channels. You know what I mean? Like the bigger channels, I don't really
agreed
vibe with them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, agreed. It's theater.
Like do you know like the Vsauce guy?
Yeah,
that's like I used to like him, but now he's really like he's losing his mind. It seems like since he did that experiment. You know what he did, right? He went into like a sleep deprivation, like isolated kind of cabin, and he went there for 4 days or something without seeing the light. And it was just crazy what he did, and that messed him up. And he did that
like a sensory deprivation.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, not sleep. Yeah, that's right, sensory deprivation, and that really messed him up. And also, he went to South America and he did, DMT. So yeah, he did like in some ritual, and now he's like talking
DMT?
Absolute nonsense. Like
What's
he's talking
DMT?
about
Is that the God drug or whatever, or which one?
Yeah. DMT is the strongest psychedelic drug on Earth.
Jeez.
It's stronger than LSD or anything you can have.
Right.
And it's from ayahuasca is called, I think, the plant.
Ayahuasca.
Ayahuasca. And so this stuff is really strong. I know many people who have tried it.
I'm not gonna lie, that stuff intrigues TMoG. I don't think I could ever handle it, but like one person described that experience they had, and like he went from an atheist to a theist overnight. So I'm like, there's obviously something in that. Clearly,
that Joe Rogan is always talking about DMT like on every podcast.
Yeah.
Like, have you ever tried DMT? Have you ever tried DMT?
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Rogan would for sure. But this was actually the guy who's the comedy writer for Dave Chappelle, and I watched a full podcast of him. And like, obviously, he's a government shill. He's pushing the juice, for that. But then he also went into his experience on that ayahuasca, and the guy literally was like, he became a theist like after sipping tea, because I guess that's the
I can see it. I can definitely see how that would happen for sure.
That's amazing, dude.
I mean, it definitely helped me on my path. It kind of steered me in this direction.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean,
I think Right the Hands talked about that. Again, I'm not recommending this for people, or anything. I'm just speaking openly. But
it's fake heaven. All these drugs.
All it proves is that within our own body itself, there are things that even chemicals can invoke, which is amazing, and that's not even God doing it necessarily. So that's amazing.
If I just talked to Mike about this, and he was telling me, I had the same experience as you, like I did in New Zealand, and he's saying like, but I did MDMA, acid, and mushrooms, and Adderall, and every kind of drug. He said he did all drugs and every day, and he said that like I had the same thing as you, and I said, yeah, but like you were cheating. I did it without drugs. So I mean, like, that's cheating. If you do it through drugs, that's cheating to get the fake heaven. So I told him
what initiated that LoP? It just happened at night. Like what started that experience? The first moment.
What do you mean?
When you had your experience, like what was the catalyst for that?
Well, it's really a long story, man, to say just in like few minutes. So.
That's fine. Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, I can talk about it if you want, but I don't know if people are interested.
I thought it literally just happened spontaneously, or was it like something?
No. It was a really. It kind of, I would have to start a year before it happened, because that's where I believe it started, like leading up to it. So the main thing was falling in love for the first time. Right, that was the main thing, and then I also started reading the Bible in that year. So, and it's just many things, right?
That's cool.
And then obviously being in love, that's a powerful thing, and it's my first love. So, and then I traveled a long distance. That's the longest distance you can travel between two places on Earth, actually, from Central Europe to New Zealand, and that's a South Island, the southern tip of the South Island of New Zealand. So it was 3 days journey. I did, as I said, I didn't eat the whole journey. I didn't sleep for the whole 3 days, because there was a layover in London, and then it was postponed for the next day, right? And then we had to also, it was always postponed and stuff like that. So it literally took more than 3 days.
Right.
I didn't sleep or eat the whole day. I mean, the whole flight journey.
You weren't planning on it, but you did not eat for 3 days. So you basically fasted for 3 days, right?
Yeah. I mean, no, I kind of planned it actually, because, so I forgot to say this, because my grandfather was dying at the time too. So like, I kind of wanted to fast, because I also read in the Bible, right, about the fasting
It's
stuff.
powerful, man. Yeah,
I
for
wanted
sure.
to do 40 days, but then one of the reasons I believe that it ended the heaven is that because I didn't. But I was saying like I'm gonna go to New Zealand, and I was determined actually. I won't don't go to New Zealand, stay there and fast the whole 3 weeks because I
Mhm.
was supposed to go there for 3 weeks, but because of my accident, it extended my period because there were pending
Ooh.
charges, right? Because of that thing,
Right.
and so basically, yeah, but
But
I
dude,
had
that's a
to
good
eat
point. But
because
dude,
I had the car crash and they put me into a hospital and then the mental hospital. So I had to, they like I couldn't just refuse to eat.
right. Yeah, agreed.
Plus,
But but
it's
dude,
crazy to do 40
spiritually
days.
that makes sense. Like when Christ fasted, it's like the fasting had to be proportional to the amount of power, but then the time that it lasted. So I'm not trying to say that that happened with you, but that's kind of interesting. That might be proportional.
Wait, proportional to? I didn't really
Like
get
like
your.
you said you fasted for 3 days. You said you did it voluntarily, and then you said you had an experience for a fixed amount of time, right? That you obviously wish lasted longer, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Again, I'm not trying to say that, that that's the way it is, but it is interesting from the Bible's angle that,
And it
Christ
lasted
fasted.
actually almost exactly 40 days. So
Yeah,
that's
I
also
wouldn't be
interesting,
surprised.
isn't
Yeah,
it?
that's amazing. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
amazing.
But
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
boggles my mind. I don't know why it stopped exactly after I left New Zealand. So I
Mm,
kept thinking for many, many years after 2008 that it's something to do with that place because I never felt it in any other place. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
I was like trying to get it back. I tried everything that I did prior to what made it happen. I stopped also before I went there. I stopped everything. Like I stopped drinking alcohol. I stopped smoking. Everything.
Mm,
I stopped. Watching porn and stuff like that. So I don't know. But I tried everything. I kept it even going after
yeah.
2 years. I didn't do it. 2 years. I didn't even. Uh, you know, I didn't even jerk off. 32 years and nothing. And I was fasting 3 days or 2 days every week for almost 2 years, and it still didn't bring the heaven back. And that's now you're wondering why I'm mad at God because He didn't give me the heaven back. You know what I mean? And
The one
that's
thing,
my main issue.
LLP, the one thing that I do like about, the way that we interact is like, this is what I would recommend for other people. Don't do it in the way that we do it, but we get angry at God when things happen that we don't like. And that's what I don't like when I see out in the world people getting mad at other people and this. And I've done that. I've definitely, like I said, after my flat earth, I started emailing all my high school teachers. That was pointless. I know that now. But again, I'm not saying go and be mad to God in a disrespectful way, because that's a very, very fine line. But the Bible makes a claim that our Father is actually in heaven and we can't physically see him right now. So that's what you're supposed to do. And then people that don't do that with what we know now, it's strange, and then to me, that's why I call those people actors, because they're not part of the family. Because if anybody genuinely believes that there is a spirit out there that's their actual creator, then they would, you know, they would interact with that entity in some way. And so be careful how you do that. But yeah, that's cool. Anyway,
Yeah,
yeah.
but like I was praying and all that stuff, fasting, and God still didn't bring me back, and He kept on worsening. I mean,
Yeah, dude, and now you're stuck with me and ETT on Hangouts every day. So that's hell, man. So yeah, I mean
no, this is actually
Ah,
good, man.
shit.
This helped me from my because like back in winter, I was really talking to many people on Facebook, and but now that guy and other people don't talk to me that much. So this is actually very helpful
hmm
because I mostly just don't talk to anyone.
Yeah,
So
no, I don't really either, and I don't think I'm not mad about that. The reality is the things that we believe, even one of them is enough to make somebody unstable, and but that's the way that it's designed. That's what we know now, that it's supposed to make us that way, and then it's supposed to isolate us. And so but that's what my channel is for. That's really what it's been. This has ultimately been a bit of a flat earth therapy group. I would say literally from the beginning, because we're like, what the hell happened here? Like, how the hell did we get duped by this? And then that, is a very big one. But, basically Mies and I, if you listen to our past streams, like that's basically us just like kind of like laughing, I guess, at other people, but like trying to figure out what this
So
is.
it was mostly about the flat Earth.
Yeah, because
Or-
it wasn't
or-
prophecy, because not as much was happening as it is right now. Like, we still talked a little bit, I think, about the Mars
Other
and
stuff.
but it
Yeah.
wasn't as hot as it is right now, I would say. So yeah, had a
Yeah,
different
because
feel.
now it's all
Yeah,
coming out,
yeah.
so to speak.
I
But
guess,
I
CB,
don't
what do you
think that
think, man?
the
Is this
flat
it, or like, what is your position, Creation Bear? Do you have any thoughts on this, or are you pretty convinced, or you?
Oh,
think it might be-
definitely. Yeah, you've been hovering over the target for quite a while, and no, it's like the flat Earth thing. That was the tipping point. You make a good point how it was flat Earth, then Bible. At least that's how it was for me. It
Yeah.
made
That
the-
wasn't for
that
me.
was the
Like,
obvious next step.
Wait, just let him finish. Just let him finish.
No, but it was like that was the obvious next step, because I found flat Earth, and then we were still, being in this quote unquote truth community. You still get into like, oh, look what the music industry's doing. Look how satanic they are. So I started going down that path, and then I had to stop and be like, this isn't helpful. So that's when I turned towards the Bible, and I think I found your channel. I was going on with Good Servant. I had like 2 or 3 shows with him. I don't know if you saw those, TMoG.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, for sure.
I would bring up points from you and write the hand that I thought were really smart. But then that was when your hell teaching came out, and I found that, and I kind of started going in that direction. And then he started beefing with you and all that. So
yeah,
that's when I
listened
kind
to
of
him and Tom.
that's how long I've been on board.
I listened to him and Tom last night, and like, I got nothing. It's nothing personal. The thing that's tough is that even with that guy Mike, it's like the things that I'm teaching. If the Bible is true, again, I don't. People come and get mad at me. It's like I didn't write the whole thing, or like maybe any of it. I don't know, but like, don't get mad at me. But that's what it says, and if you don't teach what it says, then you could be leading people astray. So that's the deal, with Good Servant and Tom. But Tom, I think he knows pretty much that this is it. So, I think that crew knows.
so it's almost always these 2 guys, Good Servant.
It used to be. It used to be. Then Tom went away, probably because I started making. Dude, I used to make like hit pieces on them like regularly. Dude, like I was bored. Dude. Yeah,
he blocked you, didn't he?
Yeah, like so, dude. Just so people understand, if you come against TMoG, you're coming against somebody who's very bored. So just be aware of that, But I guess now I pretty much don't really do that unless it's End Times Teacher. But End Times Teacher's hiding for the last debate, and I take that as a compliment. So if you're hearing this, ETT, like you got to let TMoG go out with a bang, like we got to do that. But for the most part, I don't know. Like unless I'm really bored, there's not much to say. But dude, we were going back and forth with them because of the hell thing predominantly, I would say. But yeah.
That was
But
a
he has
big
one.
wake-up call for me.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
No,
He
the
has
hell thing,
one-
that was like a. Oh, go ahead, LoP.
Yeah, sorry. He ETT has one podcast scheduled for 7th of November or 6th, I think. So tomorrow, either or the next day, and I'm not sure if that's the round 3.
No, it's not.
But,
No, it's not. No, he's avoiding it. Like
he's
smart,
avoiding
though,
it. Yeah.
He's smart though. He's actually slick because he knows that I'm not going to teach after this year, so he's trying to do it as close as possible. So he's like, "Oh, well, you only have like a few weeks left." You know what I mean? So ETT comes across like all he does is he eats moon pies all day, but he's fairly smart. So he knows what he's doing. But
so you think he's gonna do it like December 20?
No, he'll do it in November, but he's just waiting, that kind of thing. But he's got his homework to do, man. Like if he is the 2 witnesses in the book of Revelation, I'm deleting my channel right now. Like I'm literally deleting my channel, and I'm gonna go have an ayahuasca experience tomorrow. That's what I was
I
not
don't
even
think I've
kidding.
ever heard him explain him being the 2 witnesses.
Yeah, dude, we're gonna put him on the hot seat, CB. We're gonna literally get him to read it and explain it to us. Because if that's the case, then I've wasted my whole life. I will say literally from 17, 18 years onwards. Again, it hasn't been evil. I haven't done anything or because of the Bible, but I would have obviously been believing in something that's completely ridiculous. But yeah, the Bible is utter nonsense if the fulfillment of Revelation 11 is embodied in End Times Teachers channel. Like that's absolutely
is ETT still obsessed with?
Yes, I already know what you're gonna say. Yes.
Okay. That's fucked up.
Yeah, it is. It's dude.
Man.
Because he was doing that. He was doing that back when we were chatting. He was pushing all that.
Non-stop, dude.
Yeah, I know.
You mean with the age of consent
Yeah,
stuff?
exactly.
Yeah, it's why is he so obsessed with that shit?
You got me.
He wrote a book about it, and he would come
Yeah.
on my channel and try and sell it. He was
He's
trying to sell it
crazy.
or something. I was like, dude, what the hell, man?
But he's like he's been around since like how many years has he been on YouTube?
Probably a little bit before me, actually. Probably 2015,
Which is what?
2016. I came on 2017.
Wait,
Yeah.
so 2016 he would have been only 15 years
Yeah,
old.
I know, dude. He's like a
Wow.
little kid who like got an email
Yeah.
and he's like, oh, cool, YouTube.
No,
you
but
know?
it's
Like,
interesting because other guys at his age would start a freaking Minecraft
yeah,
channel.
exactly.
Or some
No,
shit.
he's spiritual, man. I
Yeah.
don't. Obviously, what we're going back and forth. I wouldn't go back and forth with somebody who didn't know anything. Of course, he's spiritual without a doubt, and he comes from a spiritual family, so everybody's spiritual on the flat Earth. You can't not be. Why would you come to the flat Earth unless you're spiritual? What's the point? It's not going to get you money. It's not going to get you women. It's not going to get you anything. It's going to get you laughed at. So, there's got to be a reason for it.
Yeah, but I just want to say like that you guys seem to be like a Creation Bear or maybe and you too as well. You guys seem to be like the flat Earth is like like the first proof of God. Like I don't get it. Why?
Yeah.
But why?
Maybe not for other people, but for me it was because I grew up with a very much. I'm not sure how familiar you are with 501c3 Christianity, but me and at least ETT, we were in that, deep.
What is that exactly?
I just call it, basically think of it as American Christianity, like whatever you see on TV.
Oh, you mean the mega churches like in Joel
not
Osteen?
Not quite, but something like that, where you're not allowed to, you don't go into prophecy, you don't go into like how to live, you just say, yeah, Jesus saved me. And
well, we have that in my country too.
Exactly. It's everywhere, without a doubt. But I'm just saying, just so you know, that's where my mind was, almost 100%. So I never had, those experiences that maybe you guys had, which I think are.
So I was never like, so I was since the beginning. So let's say like 2007 when I first read the Bible. I never wanted to go to churches actually. So I was and like I thought that my experience in New Zealand that proved to me that God is real and the Bible too, because I was pretty much like imitating what Jesus would have done and stuff like that. So or what his like teaching was, I was trying to apply to my own life. And then I saw the results, and then that was the proof to me. I didn't like care about what the earth was like, you know what I mean, like what.
I think the thing
don't care if the earth is flat or whatever.
I think spiritual people, it's not as big of a hit to them when they come across the flat Earth, because a creator to them is already obvious. But for us, what we realize actually is that questioning our groups, let's say in Bible studies or our churches or even in our families, questioning things was not allowed. So that was literally a switch where we basically had to question everything. So it kind of like it was crazy, like we needed an answer to that, and we were never getting that in the church. So that's why flat Earth became a situation where it was completely different than what we experienced.
And I think it's also because of different culture, because I am from the most atheist country in the world, and there are no you know what I mean, they don't push any religion on me since childhood, like on Americans, or some Americans at least, most. Right? Most Americans grew up as Christians or Catholic or Protestant or Roman Catholic, whatever, but here we all grow up as atheists. So
and I would say this, what you're getting at is actually a powerful point, because the 501c3 church is actually more atheist than what you're describing. So your point is correct, because you can still learn if you're around a bunch of people who don't really care. They're like, whatever, that's a religious person. But the 501c3 church is actually more atheist. That's what we know now, because you're not allowed to question anything. So
I agree. Actually,
so we actually had to come to your place, of like neutrality. And then we were kind of forced to question everything. So, Yeah, dude. When I first saw, like Mies was saying
Yeah,
that he
man.
saw Rob Skiba first, I saw Russian vids first, and I remember literally sitting in my apartment in New York, and I was like, "What the hell is this?" Because he was pulling out Bible verses too, and I was like, "Oh shit!" Like, there's something here, man. You know, it didn't feel right.
Yeah,
You know,
so
out
for
there.
me, it actually might have started already when I was like in 2005 when I had this math teacher or not teacher. What do you call it when he teaches from home? Tutor, right? Tutor.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah. So and he was like a 7 day but Baptist or whatever,
Mhm.
Adventist, and he actually talked to me about the mark of the beast and he said like the barcode, it has 666 on it,
Yeah.
and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, that's interesting, and then he was talking about like the evolution and the creation in the Bible, and he said I should read the Bible. So I did, so
In 2005.
uh yeah,
Nice.
2005. But well,
That's
actually
good.
in 2005 he first told me about it, and he said I should first read New Testament. So back then I first read New Testament
Yeah.
only. And then like but then in like maybe it was 2006 or 7, we had like a literature class in high school, and my teacher was talking about the Bible, and everybody was fucking bored at the class, but I was the only one talking to the teacher. It was like the class didn't even exist there. Oh, it was only a conversation between me and the teacher, because I
Yeah.
kept asking her questions about the Bible, you know what I mean? And then
Yeah.
like all the people are like bored, like sleeping or whatever.
Yeah.
And I,
Yeah.
I was talking to teacher about, and because I was at that time I was already reading the King James Bible, and I was like, oh, is this in Joshua? And she was like, oh no, it's another part. It was fun, and then
Yeah. I
some
think. I
other
think.
guy
I
from
think
my class.
we've all been drawn to it. I think it's certain people can handle spiritual experiences better than others. I would say I don't think I'm a good candidate for that, but I think that's cool, man. You know, I think that's the neat thing about, even when Mies and I were comparing notes years ago, it's like, we had different amounts of quote unquote spirituality prior, but I think ultimately we've all been drawn to the Bible for better or for worse, even if it hasn't been quote unquote good to us. Like, I'm not saying again I was like abused or anything in the 501c church, but I was like bored basically. I was forced to say the same thing over and over and over again. I remember if I had all the notes from my Bible studies, like it was boring, man. Like we're
But
just
you were not forced to go in there,
no, agreed. I wasn't. You're right. Yes, true.
so
It
it
was
was
not
voluntary. Why
true.
so
But here's I think this is part of the journey, right? Like I was asking questions, and then the Bible was presenting itself as being a potential answer for it. But a lot of people in my Bible studies in grad school and in general, they were somewhat forced because they grew up in Christian families. So that's basically forced upon them.
yeah,
So
I agree that you said your parents are Hindu, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. So
So
Uh, wait, so did you explore the Hinduism religion?
not really. It was kind of like the same thing you were talking about with atheism. Like they never really forced religion on me ever. And I think of anything, my dad sort of leaned towards Christianity because he watched the Billy Graham sermons. So he never really saw anything, I don't think, in Hinduism that to push. You know what I mean? Like there wasn't a product like there
What is
was.
their sacred book? I forgot.
I think
Baga
they might have
Baha.
more than one, but it's good. Yeah, the Gita. Yeah.
The Gita. I've read it actually, and I mean it's interesting stuff,
Yeah.
But
BG is 66 for those numerology people. But I can't stop calculating that. But yeah.
how is it B? How is it
So the B
66?
is 2 and the G is 33. So 2 times 33 is 66.
Well, G is how is G
33.
33 though?
If you wrap the alphabet, it'll go to 33. So
And the
Oh,
B
okay.
and the G both look like sixes. So
yeah,
there's that
exactly.
too.
Exactly. Dude, that's dope too.
B.
Man, shout out T
Yeah,
Larson if
I'm
he's
not
listening,
really
man.
into.
But LOP, T Larson, man, because like there's some people, man, they're pros, dude. Like, because we've learned from Russian vids, man, they'll spot things. Like one time he spotted in like the headlights, and like we see it, man. We can't unsee it. And it's cool when I talk to Flat Earth Boxer because like he's obviously he's mean sometimes, but like when he talks about the firmament, that's what he looks for his proof. And I see it in the numerology, but I just think it's interesting. Everybody has their ways that they're like, yeah, the Bible doesn't look like it's randomly constructed. However you figure that out. So for me, it's in the numbers because, if we all see the numbers in the news and everything, then where is that except for the Bible? So that's, if I were to actually think about my strongest argument besides the flat earth, it's the structure of the Bible. It's amazing. So
Yeah, well, Russian Vits always keeps finding all in the news stories and
yeah, exactly.
the numbers, right? The 911 and
Yeah.
33 and 666 other ones. But but the Zachary Hubbard guy, that guy takes it too far. Like that's guy's the next level in
Yeah, he's not a Bible guy. He's not a Bible
yeah,
guy.
no, but like like he's more obsessed with the numbers than Russian Vits.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
agreed.
And
Agreed.
yeah, it's
But yeah, man, it's crazy. You know, the times that we live in, dude. I don't know. Yeah, T Larson's in the chat. I had a feeling they were listening. So like it's amazing because like I literally post videos sometimes, obviously a lot of because I'm bored, but like sometimes I strictly post it because you see certain numbers and symbolism and stuff. And like it's amazing, dude. Like one video, the woman, you can see her back and it said mask on, but the hair covers the K and it looks like Mason. And so, you know, it's like, I don't know, like you can
what
believe
song
it.
was that? The mask.
No, it was
on?
a video. It was a video like of related to something. And like the woman, you could see her
Oh,
back.
speaking of the mask, do you remember
Yeah.
Pound the Alarm from Nicki Minaj?
No, I didn't even know. I never heard that song.
That's one of her most famous. It was filmed in her hometown, Port of Spain, Trinidad, right?
Okay.
And then at the end of the song or the video clip, she puts on like a mask, like a face mask, and that was from 2012, I believe.
Really?
Yeah.
Similar
So
to
it's
the
pretty.
one that people are wearing now, like looking.
Well,
Like the mask
I mean,
looks.
it's black looking, but it covers the face and nose. I mean the mouth and nose. So it's kind of like what people wear now. It's not the surgical mask, but like it's still kind of like a. Anyway, it's probably nothing.
Me and Creation Bear were trying to get it through ETT's thick skull that it's not the mask. Okay, if a person out there wants to wear a mask because they don't want to get a cold, that's not evil. Go ahead. If you really, really think that it's good for you, that's not a sin. But if people don't acknowledge that it's part of a narrative right now, I mean, I don't know what to say, man. Like, I literally don't know what to say. So that's crazy. You know?
Yeah, I mean, if it's because there is a smoke or it's something toxic, then
yeah, that's fine. Yeah, and honestly, even if a person themselves genuinely wants to do it, that's different. Okay, whatever. If you want to be super paranoid about that, and you decide, that's totally different. But to not acknowledge that that's
I love that song. T. Larson mentioned Billy Idol, "Eyes Without a Face." That's a great song, but I don't know. I don't know the lyrics. Wait.
No, but he's saying that's encoding the mask narrative, and I agree. I mean, it's
eyes without a. Because eyes without a.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, dude, man, that's amazing, and that came out in '80s, dude. Right?
That's what I'm saying. Like even some flat earthers who are not really into the Bible at the beginning, they were like, "Oh, this is a ritual." Like even people like Ranty were saying that.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. It feels like a ritual.
Yeah, so it's like, man, ETT, dude. This, not to keep putting you on the spot, but man, dude, you gotta get out of that stuff, man. Like this stuff's being handed to us on a platter, kind of thing.
Then he had that stream where he was wearing it the whole
time.
No.
Yeah, I remember that.
Sip on some Monster energy drink and then.
It's crazy, man. Either the Bible's not
right?
true. If the Bible's not true at this point, man, I go down as the world's dumbest person. Like I've been duped to the power of dupe, man. I don't know. And I would say that like openly because like I don't even know what to say, dude. Because like this thing is like showing itself to be obvious. But again, here's the thing: like there's a lot still in the Bible that's huge. Okay, the flat Earth, that's a big deception, no doubt. Like the ball Earth being undone. But the stuff that's talking about in the Bible, to me, it's straight from like a sci-fi movie. So I'm not saying this to be rude to the Bible at all, the God of it, but there's a lot, and so it still requires a tremendous amount of faith. I would say the thing that I realize and I sort of don't like about this situation, a lot of us don't have a choice because like the alternative is so dumb, but that's the situation we're in.
But you have so many sci-fi movies that are like amazing, so it's not a stretch to think about it.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
agreed.
The technology that
Yeah, agreed.
humans have,
Yeah,
right?
good point, LOP. And on
Yeah.
top of that, the UFO ads are just popping up at a more frequent rate for me as well. I'm seeing ads like
Yeah,
constantly,
so
UFOs and stuff like that. So they're getting it out there as well. Just
LOP
true.
found that on the side of a church, man. You know, that's a good video to go check out, man. Why the hell would they put a UFO tattoo on the side of a church? The
It
basilica.
was supposed to be a wide-brimmed head with tassels, but that's what they tell you. But obviously, it looks like a UFO. Everybody can see that. So it's like they intentionally tell you the wrong thing
Yeah.
when they actually mean something different. And there were many things that on the church. There was like infinity symbol, and so this has nothing to do with some priest with a freaking hat. You know what I mean?
Right. No, agreed.
It
Definitely.
has to do with
Definitely.
the angels and God.
Yeah,
And
definitely not. For sure. Yeah. It's crazy, man. What a life, man. Even sometimes when Mies and I would chat, we'd be like, are we really debating this? Like I had many of those moments. I'm like, are we really debating the shape of this earth? Like I had many moments, man. I was like, what the hell am I doing, kind of thing. Like, and it's not wrong, because that's a very like sinister but sort of clever deception that, it's crazy, man. Like it's literally can make you potentially crazy. But that's another thing too, is like, if that is not a sort of I don't know, a conduit to some comforting truth, then it's better that we didn't even know that the earth was flat, because it doesn't help us, at all. So if it wasn't a preparation for the next thing, and I would say pretty much contiguous, like immediately, then it would have been better if we didn't know it, kind of thing. So that's one of the reasons too why the timing of this whole thing is just kind of too coincidental,
yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah. But you're in the US, right, CB?
Yep, Midwest. I'm in Ohio. So
Okay. Yeah, that's cool.
our state's just like Texas, so they, no mandates or anything like that. So we've been pretty fortunate.
No mandates, so that means that you don't have to wear a mask at.
Yeah, we don't either.
Yeah, we took it to Supreme Court, and we were like,
wow,
nope.
It's
So
I don't even know how it is in my country, because I don't wear it, but like most people do. So I'm like, I don't wear it, but nobody tells me like, put it on, boy. You know what I'm saying? You're like, no, but they used to, though, but now they're kind of like whatever. But also, I live in a small town, so I don't know how it is.
But dude, that's a good point, man. The people that are implementing this, they got to be tired of this too, because like some of them are not human, but some of them are. So it's like the clock's kind of ticking on this too, because the people enforcing this got to realize that this is getting ridiculous.
I feel like most of the people that even I talk online that are pushing this, they are not even human. Why would it's so like retarded?
Dude, the white-tailed deer video you uploaded yesterday, I about
funny.
slapped my head and left an imprint.
That's insane, dude. And it's funny because I posted another one in the past where I think they were looking at other animals too. So it's like this is getting wild, dude. Like this is, even if this was not a narrative, you wouldn't want to be here if something could pass to like dogs and deers and stuff. It's like that's not fun. So it's kind of bad.
The lies are insane.
Yeah. But
I was just walking home. It was already dark, and it was like deer was sprinting down the hill in front of me. It was pretty scary.
Yeah.
Wait, what did you say? What was your point about the deer and the dog?
Well, it's just let's say this thing was just at face value what it is. It's like, then it's kind of scary that you could have something that could hop species, and like, just, I don't know, like, I guess the air is kind of like contaminated or can be contaminated. And like, that would be a kind of crazy way to live. Then you would sort of have to live with a mask or something, or full PPE or something like that.
But it isn't though. It isn't though.
No, I'm just saying. I'm playing the non-Bible advocate, I guess, the earthly narrative, playing along with that it's not a spiritual thing. But I'm just saying it would be like, I'm talking about the people who don't factor the Bible into this. Then they're believing this. That's trying to think like them. It's hard for me to, but It'd be like, that's no way to live, because they're literally telling us that it's never going to end. They literally call it an endemic. So that means
Endemic?
that it's forever.
Endemic means like never ending.
Yeah. It's like the flu.
Wow.
Yeah, it's literally like the flu.
Wow.
Like, and this thing apparently mutates. I don't think the flu like mutates, I guess. So it's like a worse kind of a flu happening all the time. So
I mean, I have to say I've been sick a lot, but like it's never a flu, because flu, you have fever, right? I never have fever though. I just have like a cold, a common cold. What is the definition of common cold? It's the CV in the I mean, like in all dictionaries, if you look up the C virus, the definition is
agreed.
A common cold. I've heard it already from like back early 2020. So
yeah, I think this
I don't know.
Like it's kind of, this kind of sounded sort of blasphemous, but like if we did want to implement the mark of the beast, let's say we were in charge of doing that, you'd basically have to do it like this. You know, like you kind of, you know, like it can't be completely ridiculous and evil, but you know, it also, I don't know, like this is the right amount of everything, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. But like
this is already completely ridiculous for those that are smart. But those
for you and me and people here, yes, but it still has to be, you know, there has to be really people sick. There has to be something going on. The doctors are not all going to be able to lie unless some people are actually coming down with something, you know, even if it's benign. So yeah, it's almost like it. And I firmly believe, based on this reaction, somebody was asking last week, how do we know that the microchip is not it? I would just say the proof is what's going on now. Like if people were absorbing this, except for us truthers, us quote weirdos, then I'll be like, yeah, there's room, you know, for the next thing to happen. But there's way too many people who are like normies who don't want this, you know, celebrities, athletes, everything. So,
but you know what's the weirdest thing about this? That they would push for the thing for some disease or virus that has 99.9% like recovery rate. Like what in the hell? Why would you need for that I don't know if I can say it.
Here's the deal. If it was something that like was not like it's RNA or something, let's just say it was a normal vaccine, then it would be, again, harder to believe that it's the mark, because we've taken it already and it's kind of benign and it maybe actually does work. I wouldn't be surprised if just in general our body works with a little bit of resistance, then it gets stronger, just like our muscles. You know, you use resistance in the weight room and then it gets stronger. I don't believe that concept is not right, you know, in general with other vaccines, but you know, this thing is so like, it's like so freaking literally BioNTech. It just sounds so freaking out there that it's like nothing familiar to us kind of thing. So it's like, it doesn't make sense and also the recovery rates that you just talked about. So it really doesn't make sense. But I don't know if it was some normal, like a normal vaccine, whatever that means. I don't know. Then it would be harder to discern whether it's the same thing that we took as a kid but now it's like, it sounds so futuristic, so sci-fi, so Bill Gates-y.
Yeah, and even the fact that you have to take like 3 of them, like what?
Yeah, exactly.
Like
exactly.
That's weird,
and,
man.
And LoP 3 and counting. It's like
right.
Even that.
Really?
Holy shit! Let's just say it was 3. Let's just say it was 2. Then they said no. You know, no way we're gonna make you do more. That's a different proposition. Like, this is where I believe the creator literally is making this like they don't need it. We don't need
absurd.
it.
Yeah, absurd.
Yeah,
because
we don't
like
need it
when we were kids, we were probably all of us, you know, vaccinated for something.
Yeah, I have.
And that's one time thing. You don't have to do it twice.
Yeah.
And it lasts. I mean, it gives you immunity for that particular disease, right?
And the important thing about that, I want people
this does not.
The difference between then and now is that it sounds sort of like counter spiritual, but then we didn't have a choice. We literally did not, because everybody was getting it. And then people will be like, well, that doesn't make sense. But I'm like, the big part of this prophecy is you have to have a choice. And I know that young kids are getting it, but like ultimately they have a say, you know, like they can just, you know, no, I don't, you know, and just throw a tantrum. But that's the difference, is that whether you even just look at the adult population versus kids, like if everybody's getting it and there's no choice, that can't be the mark of the beast, because then everybody did it. So that's the difference.
Yeah, I mean, I think last vaccine I had when I was like 10 years old, and I
Yeah.
also didn't have a choice.
Exactly.
I think
I didn't
so.
either.
Yeah, yeah.
I
And
do
it
remember
caused a big
screaming out of
scar
the-
on my shoulder, and I have negative reaction for that. I think I
Yeah.
told you about it. So
Yeah, agreed.
I hate, like, from that time, I never wanted to take any
Yeah.
kind of shot.
And that's the thing, is like the deception has to be proportional to the truth. So if the flat earth wasn't there, I don't know, I think a lot of us would be more susceptible. It doesn't necessarily mean we'd go along with it, but you know, I don't know, like there wouldn't be a big resistance as much, you know, with the science, because now I'm like, I listen to scientists like they're like comedians at this point. You know, it's like they're literally talking complete nonsense.
Like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah,
He's
like
a
we
comedian.
literally
Like,
view
he's
him as
funny,
a
dude.
comedian.
Like, did you see his podcast with Joe Rogan? He's so
Yeah.
funny. He's like, he
Yeah.
keeps interrupting.
Yeah, exactly, dude. They're all just terrible comedians, you know, at this point. And so like really that's the fun thing about being a flat earther, is like it's also kind of like it'll make you a head case, but like you basically view everyone as just like laughable. Like they literally believe they're on a ball that's spinning and flying, you know, through space.
The funniest thing when Neil deGrasse Tyson talked about the Earth, like it's oblate spheroid, but
Yeah.
you know, at the poles it's slightly wider than at the, and he was like, so it's like slightly pear-shaped.
I saw your comment under BMLSB 69's video, by the way, which was mad funny.
Wait, what comment?
Yeah, chubby's a good word. It's like pear-shaped.
No, LOP, you put a comment under BMLSB 69's video, the flat one. I just thought that was funny.
Wait, I forgot what I commented there.
No, you just wrote something about how this video proves that it's pear-shaped or something.
No,
like
yeah,
that.
I know, I remember. Yeah, I wrote that this video proves that the Earth is an oblate, pear-shaped spheroid.
I'm surprised you kept that, because sometimes they'll get, you know, they'll wonder what side you're on. But I thought that was funny. But
no, I just said it as a joke. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. Like at this point, a lot of us know that it's flat and stationary, which makes it awkward because a lot of us don't really actually believe in God anymore. We know a God exists. So now it's like, which one? That's what we want.
And also, like, how does his, like, Neil deGrasse Tyson statement that it's pear-shaped, it doesn't even make sense because of the images of the Earth, right? From they are not even remotely, it's perfect sphere. So how does he say that it's pear-shaped if it's not?
Yeah, they're
from the so-called,
they're mocking them, or
images,
us, I guess.
Yeah,
it's like intentional confusion.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Wear one mask, no wear two. No, wear three. Don't wear a gator.
Yeah.
Wear a medical mask only. It's like
But CV Creation Bear, now we're like experts in like human psychology, because like we can, like, we've studied liars like on all these debates. So like we know what they do. They add unnecessary details. Okay, that pear thing, that's an unnecessary detail because no one can verify it. No one cares that it has a little bit of bulge or whatever. So that's what it is. And the funny thing about that biblically, LOP, is that the Bible says in Isaiah 40:22, the circle of the earth. So it actually disqualifies the sphere as well. And so like it's like people
circle of the yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? Like it disqualifies even the sphere model, or the pear model, like you said. That can't even fulfill the Bible. So that you're basically forced to be a flat earther.
The word pear isn't even in the Bible, I think.
Yeah, that too. But that bulge, that ellipse, that it makes, that whatever they call it, the ellipsoid. That's
you mean when it's slightly wider above the equator or something?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That doesn't fulfill Isaiah 40:22. So no aspect of the current model that NASA pushes is consistent with the Bible, whether it's a ball or whether it's a sphere or a flat,
But does it say in the Bible, like it says a circle it doesn't say a perfect circle. So
no, a circle is a circle though. That's like a geometric shape.
And that was, by the way, that was a music reference for anyone who knows. A perfect circle is a band.
Oh, interesting.
Probably only Mies knows.
But to me, a perfect circle is like what's that called? It's like a double positive. Like it's like.
Sorry, I'm back. What do I know?
Do you know the band A Perfect Circle? It's a band of Maynard James Keenan, who is the frontman of Tool as well. Tool is one of the best bands of all time.
I've definitely heard the name, but I couldn't tell you the name of any of their songs.
Well,
Forgive me.
I'm sure you've heard of it. They are like really
I've definitely
famous.
heard of it, and I probably like if I heard one of their songs, I would know the song, but I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Okay, so what about the Judith? That's a pretty famous one. Do you know that? It
If I
starts
heard
like
the song, I might
you're
know it, but I
such
don't know it
an
by name.
inspiration for the.
Dude, LOP gets mad when we don't get all of his music references, man. That's rough.
No, but okay. Let me say this. In this song, it's he says "fuck your god."
Jeez.
No, because
heard Marilyn
I
Manson
have to
say
tell you the
words.
context. His mother was you know, a Bible, you know, a
Well, no,
Christian.
keep it okay. We don't want to language or age restrict this, but
Yeah, no,
we
no. I
we
will not say
understand.
anything. I will just say that
Yeah.
his mother was a strong believer in Christ, but
Okay.
she was paralyzed for most of her life. And Maynard was just, you know, and she was always praying about it to be healed. And that Maynard was like pissed off at her God. That's
Yeah.
why he said it. Maynard is not
Oh, dude,
he's
all these music
anti.
people,
He's a
man.
spiritual person, but
All these
he was
music
just
people are finished, dude. Like the lyrics, man, they're gonna be held against them in the court of law, man. Like it's bad, dude. Like there's rappers that are saying things. Who knows, man, what they're gonna get. So
yeah, but
yeah,
like he changed. So I said that same thing as he did many times, but like people change, you know. Then he went more spiritual later on in his
yeah,
career. So I mean, who knows, you know.
yeah, right.
Spiral out, keep going.
What's that?
Okay, so you know Tool.
I know Tool.
Whoa, dude. Okay, you know Tool, but you don't know his other. Okay, I get it.
No, I didn't even know that he was the lead singer of both of them. I had no idea.
Yeah, Maynard James Keenan. He's the lead singer of Tool, A Perfect Circle, and Pussifer, his solo project.
Okay,
Jeez.
I'm familiar with his
What
solo
the hell,
project.
dude?
Yeah, he has like V for vagina. Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
bit weird. But even Tool lyrics are weird. Like he has songs like "Hooker with a Penis." You know what I mean?
Well-
So, or Maynard's dick. But like he's still spiritual. So this guy is really interesting. He mixes many spiritual things, but also many like carnal things.
Mhm.
But like it's ultimately like you can get a spiritual message from it, but some people interpret it as it's about sex or some like
That's what I think
it's
is actually
weird.
freeing for people when I teach that God is behind good and evil. It's not meant to actually scare people. It's actually meant to explain the kind of things, not just with music, but in movies. Like it's a crazy world if all that stuff was unhinged and wasn't, calculated, but it is. God architected both sides. He's playing both sides of the battle, so to speak. So we don't say that God's evil because he produced it, he created it, but he did. There's no music that's ever been created that God didn't come up with first. There's nothing on this earth that God did not think of first. So that has
Facts.
to be the case.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like listening to music as if the Most High is actually the one singing it or rapping it or whatever.
Yeah.
If the song is the right mood for it, it works really, really well. Obviously, it doesn't work so well if it's all about twerking or whatever. But like,
Ah,
that's why it's good to listen to like conscious.
You mean like
music.
Cardi B?
but
Right.
that's the thing. Even with something like, obviously we all have our own struggles, but things that are evil, it's a something that we may be told to not see it. You know what I mean? That would be the message if we're presented with some music or something. So, but there's always a reason. But yeah, if you do listen to some of the lyrics, that they're deep, no doubt. Without a doubt. Some
Yeah,
of
that's
them.
why like the only lyrics or music that I avoid are really like the gore grind type. That's a genre that is only about like the carnal and evil and blood and like murder and necro stuff. So this stuff I hate. You know what I mean? But like if it's just like even death or black metal, I don't have issues with that because it's mostly just like abstract things and about nature and it could be satanic, but like it's not really about like evil, like
Mhm.
pure evil, like about like butchering someone and corpse, like the cannibal corpse. I don't like
Yeah.
that stuff.
It's
But
really
if
weird,
it's
man.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
funny because like all the like I have it's somewhat of an addiction to like these crime shows and stuff, but like it's really weird. I don't really view them as like real people anymore, and it sounds so bad. I'm gonna kind of dehumanize them, but like with all the deception that's happened, I don't even view physical stuff as that bad. Like again, I'm not saying to go and do that or like people have had to deal with death. It's scary, but I just feel the fact that we've been lied to about our surroundings is basically the reason for all of that. Because it's like the reality is like if we were born and knew that the earth was flat and stationary, I mean, what would we do? We would all band together to figure out our surroundings. And like, why would we fight with each other? It's like, what are
Wait,
we
if
really gonna get?
everybody knew that the earth was
Flat
like
and
that,
stationary.
yeah,
The
then
first thought,
you know what we would do? We would
Yeah.
do the same thing as people did at Tower of Babel.
exactly,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
for
So,
sure.
but
We would be like, dude, let's.
unfortunately, that's not the case.
But I'm just saying, like, we would do NASA, we would build NASA stuff, but like to go and see together, like what's out there or like what's over there, kind of thing, like. And then we wouldn't come back and tell people lies. Like, oh, guess what? We went over there and we saw a ball or something like
Right.
that. We wouldn't make that up. So that's the difference. But yeah, I mean, it would be very explorative. It would be very collaborative. That's why I believe ultimately that the deception does give us some clues as to way the kingdom will be like. God will make never-ending journeys for you to learn, and it will never stop. Wherever you get to, he can push a reset, or he can just make it more complicated, and you just keep going.
Wait, so it's like a video game?
Collaborative, but it'll be collaborative. That's the difference. So
that sounds like a video game, the way you described it.
I feel like we're living in one. So yeah, it's sort of.
That's true. I mean, yeah, I feel like life is a series of missions and levels.
Yeah, it is.
It's kind of like that.
It almost is, dude. Because even last time we were talking, how about like you brought out the verse about the resets, how everybody but a few will be spared, kind of thing. I can't remember the verse, but like that's kind of what it is. Like each kind of scene, generation, whatever you want to call it, like God is controlling it, and then we're a character in it, and then there has to be a reason for it. We hope. So
yeah,
it is a sequence of movies, I guess. It appears. So
I need to get to the series final.
Yeah.
No,
I'm anxious too, man. Yeah, I mean, for sure. Definitely do. What the hell, man?
The grand finale.
They're trying to squirt a bunch of chemicals into our body. We don't know what the hell it is, man. So no, I don't want that. That's for sure.
Get the app, get the jab, do it.
The zombie apocalypse.
Do the right thing. Trust science, bro. Trust science, bro.
Yeah, that's from Breaking Bad, the famous quote, like, "Yeah, Mr. White, yes, science."
Right.
You know what I mean?
Dude, it's funny as a flat earther to even listen to the news now, because they literally keep saying science like 10 times. They're saying it more now, I've noticed too, just in general. Or maybe I'm picking up on it more. But they're literally just quoting the word science all the time. Like, science. This.
Where? In
general, in the news. Like, and these are like
in the news.
Anchors.
Oh, okay.
They don't even know anything, but science is not a quotation. Okay,
Right.
You can't just say I quote science. Like, what the hell is that? Like, stop, man.
The science falsely so called.
Yeah, exactly. It's
like who wrote it? Was it Paul or Peter?
Yeah, First Timothy. Yeah, that's a good.
Oh
one.
yeah, it's Timothy. Yeah.
I got a question for Creation Bear, and I'm only asking because your name is Owen Benjamin still around? Is he still doing his stuff?
I'm sure he's doing something somewhere, but I haven't been following for quite a while.
Okay, I was just curious.
But yeah, no, I'm sure he's still doing whatever he's doing.
Means Dearth is pushing him, man. He gave the website how to follow him. He has his own website.
Right.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, that's what I'm still subbed to Dearth, man. I'm a sellout, man. I still stay subbed.
I'm subbed to him. Fuck that. You gotta see what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly. But he posted a link. Apparently, he's on his own website and he's doing all that. Which again, I posted a video earlier about prepping. I'm not trying to get people to like starve,
Right.
That's my angle. That's his angle. And I would say people that go that route, that's what we should have done from the beginning. But I think Mies, that's what he's kind of into. You know what I mean?
That's fair.
So
I was just curious.
So who's that guy, Dearth, again?
Stopped streaming. I stopped watching all this stuff. I got into the music and barely even came on YouTube to check any of this. It was just by chance that a video about Rob Skiba's passing popped up in my feed.
Yeah.
So when I clicked that, the stuff starts showing back up. I clicked the one with RV the other night. And so now all this crap's coming back up in my feed again.
Mies, you're back, man, dude. We needed you, man. We almost had a meltdown without you, man. So welcome, dude. But no, I think taking a break from that stuff makes sense. It's so addictive for me, dude, because I literally don't have a life. It's more than that, man. It's crazy, but that stream last night, dude, was like funny because it, you know what, I don't know, dude, it always felt like us against them. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
this is, I think, what's going on psychologically. It always felt like us against the big truthers, but now when they start fighting, it's like, oh, great, okay, they're all out of their minds. So.
Was it one of those 4-hour long streams that Russian Wits?
Oh,
It
yeah.
was close. Yeah, it was close.
Yeah, he does that.
Yeah, it was close.
So you were in the chat commenting there?
Yeah, but dude, just so you know,
Oh.
LoP, you maybe don't know these characters, but like Dearth is like a guy.
Yeah, who's
who
that
made an
Dearth? I
app.
don't know.
This guy's a straight capitalist, dude. He makes an app, which is fine, but then he takes other people's material on Flat Earth, essentially consolidates it, and then sells it. Okay, and then
Yeah.
obviously he's not sharing the proceeds. So that's his contribution.
Does you know why I only know a few of these guys of Flat
Yeah.
Earth? Because I only watch it. What year was it when it first started? Right,
Well, Russian Wits was
2014.
saying- yeah, close
Yeah.
to that. Yeah.
So I know only those guys that. So first one was Eric Dubé or Mark Sargent, and I think I've heard Rob Skiba and some other guy, Immortal Souls. That was one of the main ones too, and I don't know the new ones. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't know like Dearth or the I know Imaginary, the Dell guy, that Scottish guy, because of Russian Vids, because I follow Russian Vids, and he talks about other flat earthers, but like I don't really care.
Dude, Russian Vids was like,
he was
funny,
mad
man.
at him, like he was like, look at it, like he was ripping, like.
Well, Russian
was,
Vids, when he doesn't like somebody, he gets kind of heated, dude. Like he goes into Dell.
Yeah.
It actually makes it kind of entertaining when there's infighting.
It was funny when
them.
he ripped on Dell. Yeah,
it's
I watched
funny.
that thing.
It's funny as hell. Like I think a little bit between ETT and I is a bit of theater too, so we
like,
do that kind of thing. But it's just
like when he was making fun, like this guy lives in a cabin smoking cigarettes, having but yeah, he's like
every one of
he's
his
like
tattoos.
chain smoking and making the live streams and stuff, like, and going in Scotland and in town and asking people. It's pretty cool. Crazy.
I think that's a little bit too much in my opinion, but again, Russian Vids, man, if he ever hears this, dude, if he's getting deeper into the Bible, it's good use of your time. He's obviously spiritual. I mean, come on, like what other option do really any of us have at this point?
You can tag him in the description. You can tag other channels, right?
I got him on Skype, and I sometimes troll him, even in the chat yesterday.
Wait, did you actually talk to him? Like,
he came on one of the non sequitur debates just as a friendly guest early in when I was in Flat Earth, so I didn't talk to him one-on-one, but on Skype sometimes I do kind of just mess with him, and I'll be like, yeah, Russian Vids, I'm available, if you ever want to. So he's
Wait,
like, yeah. He's like, oh, thanks, brother. And then same thing with Eric Dubé. I'll email Eric Dubé and be like, yeah, Eric, do you mind, having a conversation? He's like, oh, I got other projects, and stuff. So like, they can't come on this platform.
So he didn't reply to you on
No,
Skype.
They do reply. Yeah. But they're like, hell no. Basically, they're like, no.
Yeah.
They're like, I'm not getting you on my dude. What am I gonna go in? I'm gonna
You've never been on Russian Vids? I could have sworn you were on his panel before.
No, dude, Mies. You know what's funny, man? One time that me, you, and Dearth were in a chat, and I was like telling Dearth, okay, let's talk this out. And then
I remember that.
He actually said, I'd rather talk to you.
So, I remember that.
Mies, you have a better chance with these guys, man. I'm screwed, dude.
It's only
but I think
back,
doesn't he?
Like, you just fired the cannon off, no remorse, no hesitation.
But dude, me, you, if you would open up the panel last night, let's say Dearth popped on, that would have been it for me on YouTube. That would have been the last hangout I ever need. That would have been amazing, dude. Sick.
No, but I thought that like Russian Vids only takes people on his panel that have like at least 10,000 subscribers.
No, it's actually not. Not a sub thing. He brought on Mikey, horizontally opposed, who had lower subs. He's actually not like that. But if you get into the Bible,
so I don't get it. Like, how does he choose his guests?
It's based on the Bible. It's based on the amount that you're into the Bible. Honestly, it really is, because if you're into it too deep, then obviously it's same with Call for an Uprising. If you get too deep into the Bible, people are gonna be like, no, we don't want to know all that stuff.
That's Jay's uncle, 2 Liter Jay's uncle.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's
this
why
is
my
a call
channel
for an uprising.
But my channel has always been like 5, 10, 15, even people like ETT and other people who have smaller channels. It's kind of like what you were saying earlier. I'll only take a person seriously if they have like 10 or something. So
10 what?
There's other things, like if they only have a few people following them or listening, I don't take people seriously when you have 1,400 people listening. You can't be telling the truth, man. Like, again, I'm not saying Russian Vid's not teaching things, but the guy had 1,400 people listening last night. If he starts teaching like what the mark is, that number's going to drop.
Dude, when I had the live stream with Samuel Owen, I had 0 people watching, and it was 2 hours.
Right, exactly. No, we've had that in the past. Even when
or
maybe
one person
would chat in the past.
1 minute.
Sometimes it might just be him and I, but like the reality is like the people are not going to want to talk, or listen to the kind of things we're saying. So it's like good, man, go away. It's fine. And the few people that did come by, sometimes they're like baller trolls, like Sean Hawkins and all these other dummies. So,
oh man, Sean Hawkins and fucking Carlos Pagan.
Yeah, those guys. So that's the cool thing now about the times that we live in, because I don't really do much flat earth stuff. I just mirror other people's stuff. It's like all those people are gone now. It's like,
are they really?
Well, they don't come by here at least.
Okay.
And like say stuff. They're like whatever. So that's good.
So that was in the early days.
Yeah, like a couple of years ago, kind of thing.
Shout out to the new Black Swan.
Yeah, I saw that, dude, man.
Tell me about it. What's the story?
It's actually the same location, man.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool, dude. Like that whole area, that whole part of California looks pretty cool for that kind of stuff. But dude, 30 some miles, 1.5 foot viewer height. Are you kidding me? Do you know how much that light would have to bend to make that work, man? Like they're running out of bendy light at this point. So
I love Ben.
No, yeah, like I watched that, and like 30 miles would have to be like 600 feet below the.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's
like some
ridiculous,
absurd amount,
right?
Some ridiculous amount, and like the reality is those horizons that are beyond those oil platforms, that's enough. That you don't even have to go to that. Anacapa, whatever that was back there.
Yeah, it's at 8 inches per square mile, right?
Yeah.
I mean, per mile, sorry. Yeah, so it's
according to Sam Owen, it's the reciprocal of that actually. It's like 8 inches per square mile up kind of thing, which is like absolutely crazy, man. But, I'll be honest, I would take the concave over.
Why not?
No, I'm saying it makes more sense that it would go the other way.
Yeah, than the globe. Yeah,
it has to, because we see the horizon in the distance, so it has to either be going up or flat. There's no other down.
Yeah.
So.
That's why the God Rules channel, he kind of believes the same as basically me. I'm also kind of like him, because he says that it's either flat or concave. So
the thing is, I asked Sam, you can't even ask the guy a question, but I asked him, does your model contradict with the Bible in any way? I would love an answer for that if you ever talk to him again or whatever. But like, I didn't get an answer, because I don't know if he knows all the verses, but like, does whatever he says in whatever in his imagined in his mind contradict any Bible verse? I'd be curious to know that.
Well, no, I mean, look, you know that he rejects Paul's writings, right?
Yeah,
you know that.
Yeah, there's no flat Earth references, I don't think, in that.
Yeah, and he okay, so
you don't have to answer for him. I'm just saying.
No.
Talk to him
what
again.
did you ask again? Does
his model, whatever it is, he doesn't even have to explain it to us. In his mind, is there any contradiction to the Bible with what he thinks anywhere?
I don't think so.
He did say the Earth, his thing doesn't move, which is a good start.
Yeah,
and then we're inside of an egg or something like that, And then he said,
it's like a shell. He's saying that
there is a shell.
And the outer darkness mentioned in the Gospel of.
That's what he believes it is the shell.
Is the outer darkness is like beyond, like outside of the shell of the earth, basically.
Okay. Yeah,
and the heaven is in the center of the celestial sphere.
That part I find hilarious.
No, but like there's with flat Earth, you also have a barrier, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Like one, and they are saying it's 100 miles above the surface of the Earth. I think it's 100 kilometers or miles.
I didn't even know. People speculated. I didn't even know that people had an estimate.
Yeah, they do. And then like they there's basically a sphere within a sphere kind of thing, right? Because you have celestial sphere, and that's a barrier, and that's made out of glass and glass and ice. That's why you have and they reference the Job verse where it says the sky is strong and there's a molten looking glass. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, Again, I wouldn't be surprised if he's onto something. We could be living inside of a sphere. That's possible because, you know, we could have a flat plane and then the beneath could be curved and the above could be curved. We don't know. You know, that's the thing. We just can't get an answer because he starts yelling at us all the time. So I don't know, you know, what he knows exactly, but who knows?
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
hard to
at this
hard
point,
to say.
it's kind of cosmetic because you ultimately can't prove it. So that's where I'm at. You know, it doesn't move. That's what we know. So
Yeah, I mean, that was my point earlier, that we don't know, like, you don't know for 100% that it's like flat, right?
without a doubt, no, we know it's locally flat because that's been measured. What happens down, way down? No, we can't prove that. That's what I was frustrated with the flat Earth community, is that if we are going to prove it, we'd have to do it over many water bodies, and we'd have to use GPS because then you can mesh all the data together and then make a conclusion that, oh, okay, flatness over there is flat over there, and then you could interpolate, which is a mathematical term. But no, no model can make
Yeah.
any statement beyond what they've measured, whatever that is.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. You cannot like say it for a 100% mathematical fact.
Agreed. But
Yeah.
the thing is like locally, if it can be measured and understood to be flat, then you could extrapolate and say that if there is some kind of curve, then it would be very minor. And then I did ask him and he didn't have an answer. He sort of had an answer. If the water does push upwards, like he said, the water is concave, what causes that? And he said pressure in the center, and no one would accept that. That's not a real answer, because then you would have to have uniform pressure somehow, or sorry, non-uniform pressure, because you'd have to have more in the middle and then less at the edges pushing the water up, and then you'd have to explain what's causing that.
Wait, and also, like, how would the water be at the, like, if it's a, like, I don't understand, like, how would the water stick to the, like, upper kind of, I don't know.
He's saying there would be a force that's pressing in the middle more than at the edges. That's what's causing the concave water upwards.
Oh, okay.
That's his explanation. But the thing is, you'd have to prove that, because like that's not gravity that's doing that. So you know, again, I'm not saying that I believe anything that he says, but you never know, like, about the outer structure that he talks about, because clearly we don't know that. Obviously,
Yeah, and that
we
there
have
was
no
like
idea. Last point, we have no idea what's beneath us. That's the thing that's probably harder to explain. And you know, I wouldn't be surprised if he maybe has an answer. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, there was a thing called rectilineator experiment where,
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard that.
yeah, and then it kind of, Cyrus Steed was the person who first kind of proposed this, and he tried this experiment too. And but I don't really know, because this was like early 20th century, so I don't really know a lot about it. And then this Lord Stephen Christ guy, who is the first guy who I know of that came up with or talked about the concave Earth, right?
Yeah.
And he tried to replicate it, the
Yeah.
experiment, right?
Yeah,
But
I've heard
he
about
couldn't
that.
even finish it. So I don't know if it was because he had not
too
enough
hard to
money
prove.
behind him. He had no money behind him, or is it some other thing
It's
that
funny, LOP, just the term, just so you know, rectilinear implies that it's non-linear. That's the hard part about proving any kind of shape, because whenever you're talking about measuring something that's that long, you introduce so many non-linearities. And the issue is, again, you're in the atmosphere, you're out. If it was one thing, if it was like inside a building or something, it's really hard. That's why there's no way that any of the geometries can be proven. And that's why I keep now at this point, because we don't have the resources, and unless the government got involved, which they obviously won't.
he was trying to do it on a beach in South Padre Island in Texas.
It won't work because you could do it one day and show that it curves up, then you could do it the next day and it may appear to curve down. You could do it the next day and it will appear to be flat. So and then they all will be right because it's statistical. So that's the problem. I guess now that's why most of us, we just go back to it doesn't move, you know, and then everything else is, you know, debatable at that point. So we obviously know the Earth doesn't move.
Agreed. Yeah.
So then NASA's gone, you know. Then if if they can't be right about the curve, but they're the spin, yeah, my bad, you know, we got that wrong, but like whatever, everything else is good. Oh, okay, yeah, really, yeah, how did that work? Okay, so that's essentially where we're at. And I realize now that to do it rigorously across the whole surface, you basically would need the government involved, because what you were saying earlier is correct. You can prove it locally in a water body like Michigan, but that doesn't mean that that's the way it is across the entire earth. We don't know
Right.
if the edge drops or raises up. We don't know.
So we need to contact somebody in the government agency to
Yeah.
to prove if it's concave or flat. Or
Yeah, who's in the government? Dirk is in the government. We could contact him. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know, man. I would not be surprised if like these people literally are card-carrying members at like the Pentagon or something. Who knows, man? Like they're a little too cheerful for me. You know, Mies and I, we got along because we were miserable, man. You know, we're kind of unhappily happy. You know what I mean? But like these people, man.
Pessimism.
Yeah, exactly, dude. You coined that brilliantly. It's like all these flat earthers, man, they were coming in those hangouts, laughing, smiling. It's like, yeah,
I'm a pessimist too.
Yeah, but it's like they were a little too cheerful, you know, generally speaking. Again, you don't have to be depressed or anything. I don't want that for people, but it's a pretty evil deception. Come on, you know.
But just kind of, as you said, you know, you're just bored and not really happy, but right?
Yeah.
The best cure for flat earth depression is the flat earth friend finder from zoomtruth.com.
Absolutely, yeah. Mies, you sign up? I'm looking for you on it every day, dude. I literally wake up. I'm like, Mies is definitely signing up today. Oh man, dude, that guy got me. Those people, man, they know better to come by here, man. Don't do it, man. Don't click those keyboards, man, around me. Like, if you're a Bible person, be a Bible person.
That'll be the last thing you do.
If you're a Bible skeptic, be a Bible skeptic, but don't come here and pretend to like know things. That's frustrating. People like that, you know, like Zoom said he has money, you know, so he's able to do those kind of things. Fair enough. We'll believe that story. That's fine. But, you know,
I like Zoom.
Yeah, he's fine. But I just think when they start coming into the Bible stuff, like you got to know what the Bible says, you know, and then we're not going backwards for those people, you know, like not to be rude, but like, no, you're not the people that we're going to like, you know, be a little bit more patient with. I'm sorry. But yeah, I mean, I have no issues with like him as like a person that's like out there trying. He's obviously frustrated because you can tell in his live streams, he's frustrated with the world. So that part we're good on, but I don't think he comes by here anymore because I absolutely roasted him in 2 videos. But
did you? What happened?
Well, he basically came by. He's like, "Oh, you got it all figured out. You think this end is going to happen and this and that." And you know, it's actually the funny thing is, I want people to understand. Like, people say things that are rational. You know, I'm not saying that what he said is irrational, but I have essentially no other choice. If I'm going to be a Bible person and be genuine about it, I have to push it, you know, and I have to believe it, or else I'm not going to believe it. And then other people may not learn from it. So I had to push back. And then in general, when I push back, I shove kind of thing. So like he's nowhere to be found kind of thing. But yeah,
that's when push comes to shove.
Yeah, literally. Yeah. So he's gone.
Van Halen reference.
It's one of those things though, man. It's just the way it is with us. I would say all of us Bible people. The book itself is extreme. It makes a lot of extreme claims. And, you know, not everybody gets it, you know, but it doesn't mean that like, you know, we understand it all or even that we'll benefit from it. But just from an academic perspective, the Bible makes a lot of extreme claims. First one is the earth doesn't move. That's an extreme claim. So, you know, that's just one of them. So
wait, say that again.
Well, I'm just saying some people will come by my channel and then maybe not Zoom because he knows a little bit more about the Bible than the average person, but who will find Bible people extreme, and that's fair, but it is extreme, the book itself, because it makes a lot of extreme claims. And one of them is that the earth doesn't move. And then not only that, God is behind the people who are saying that it moves. That's also kind of outlandish. So, you know, it's loaded with sort of extreme statements. So, you know, we have to be extreme to follow it.
Virgin birth, dude came back from the dead, all that's
exactly
obscene.
I just can I just quote one verse that I just thought of, because this
no Bible stuff ever.
LoP. No, only one.
I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you.
No, only one verse, because this one like came to my mind, and it's really one of the strangest ones I've read. So
I like when you quote them, by the way, LoP, because the next day I bookmark them and I look for the sequence. So go ahead, man. I like it.
Yeah. So this one is from Isaiah 8.
Okay.
verse 10, it says, "Take counsel together, and it shall come to naught. Speak the word, and it shall not stand, for God is with us." So
I like
this
that.
one is kind of strange, isn't it? Like, what do you
Let me
think
read
about
that
it?
again. Let me read that again. LOP, sorry.
Yeah,
Isaiah. What was
Isaiah
that?
chapter 8, verse 10. "Take counsel together, and it shall come to naught. Speak the word, and it shall not stand, for God is with us." Interesting.
I like that, man. You find the
Weirdest verses, I
interesting.
know.
Yeah, I would say the interesting ones. But yeah, I like the book of Isaiah in general. Honestly, when I first started reading the Bible, I found the Old Testament like painful, honestly, to read. But that's not the case anymore. I'll start in verse 9. "Associate yourselves, O ye people, and ye shall be broken in pieces, and give ear, all of ye of far countries. Gird yourselves, and ye shall be broken in pieces. Gird yourselves, and ye shall be broken in pieces. Take counsel together, and it shall come to naught. Speak the word, and it shall not stand. For God," that is strange language. I
And he
agree.
keeps saying she shall be broken in pieces many
Yeah.
times. It's a Bible, like many times in the Bible, it keeps repeating something like, and is fallen, Babylon is,
Yeah.
and yeah.
Yeah, just the language itself, it's almost like it has to be its own sort of language or its own communication because it has to sound ridiculous to people.
But for me, like, why I thought like this couldn't have come from any human person,
Mhm.
because the way it is written is just like no human could
Agreed.
come up
That's
with
just
that without
exactly.
like an
Exactly.
inspiration from some higher power. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
really like, so like intricate and weird, all and all
Yeah.
that stuff. It has everything, and it's just, for me,
Yeah,
it's
I think if you I need to maybe read this again, but it's kind of saying in general to not go along with the masses as well. If you read verse 11, "For the Lord spake thus to me, and with a strong hand, and instructed me that I should not walk in the way of this people, saying, Say ye not a confederacy to all them to whom this people shall say a confederacy, neither fear ye their fear, nor be afraid." That is true, man. This language it's interesting in
Yeah,
Isaiah.
but it's basically saying, you shouldn't be, and that's the common theme throughout the Bible, that you shouldn't be afraid, like
Yes.
of anything, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we know that now. That's why teaching God behind good and evil is important because we're not afraid anymore, because if we do that, we get the Corolla or we get anything, AIDS or anything, God did that, cancer or whatever. So that's just what it is. Now, I'm not saying go and be reckless and do whatever you want. That's not the case, but that's what it is. There's a lot of healthy people who get cancer, a lot of unhealthy people who don't. So that's just what it is. And so there should be comforting. All right, sorry, Mies, you trying to say something?
No, my bad. I thought I was muted. My bad.
No, that's cool. You say whatever. But yeah, so but that's a good one, man. LOP, you always find the
Yeah.
tough ones, man. It's like
And there is a, like,
stressing us out, man. No, I'm just
the
kidding. Go ahead.
brutal verses are in the book of Judges. You know that part where he has the concubine, then those Benjamites rape her, right? And
Really?
then they cut her. Then that guy says like, "Come on, girl, we gotta go." I'm paraphrasing, but "Come on, girl, we gotta go. Are you sleeping? What are you doing?" And she's dead because they raped her, and like to death. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That is the most brutal. And what he does, he
Mhm.
cuts her to 12 pieces and
Jeez.
sends the limbs or the body parts to the 12 tribes of Israel.
Mhm.
That's like the most brutal part of the Bible for me. Like, what?
Wow. What book
They
is that in
gang
again?
raped this girl. I mean, the
LOP.
concubine of this guy, the Benjamites, and then then the other tribes, wanted to, kill the whole tribe of Benjamin because of that.
Yeah. What book is that
Uh,
again?
the book of Judges, chapter
Right.
I.
So that's in the Bible. That's not apocrypha. That's in it.
No,
So
no, the book
right,
of
right,
Judges. That's after Joshua, right?
right. Yeah, that's
The book of,
amazing.
no, wait, Joshua, then the book of, yeah. It's after the book of Joshua. Then you have the book of Judges. And okay, I can look it up. So just, I guess if I Google concubine.
Yeah, I got a verse here that shout out Jewish questions in the chat. And let me just see what's going on in the chat. Shout out Taking Back Eden. I don't know if I said hello. Okay. And T. Larson. I think I said hi. Coffee House Theology. Jack Burton, good to see you. And then, okay. Jewish questions like, hey, read Baruch 429 for he that. Okay, I like this, man, because there's numerology here. Baruch 429, you add that together, what that's 33. 33 oftentimes, not all the time, refers to Christ's second coming. Okay, the Bible is constructed elegantly, perfectly. Elegant is a math term. It just means that there's structure there that math people discover. So they use that term a lot, and that's essentially what I've noticed now. I think a lot of people know it. Baruch 429, you add that together, 33. For he that brought these plagues upon you shall bring you everlasting joy with your salvation. So 33, 666, 66, oftentimes references Christ's second coming. So that's a good one, man.
It's Judges chapter 19, and this is just wicked. This story is just evil.
Who's doing it? An Israelite?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no. I mean, yes, but they call them the sons of Belial, or that's some kind of like a demon name.
That's not an Israelite then, but maybe.
No, it is. They are from the tribe of Benjamin. I just told you.
Okay. Oh,
yeah.
got it. Okay.
But anyway, just if you read the whole chapter, it's also the guy who has the concubine. He just like is the same thing with the Sodom and Gomorrah kind of thing. You know what I mean? Because it says, hold on, where is the verse? It says like now. This is verse 22. Now, as they were making their hearts merry, behold, the men of the city, certain sons of Belial, beset the house round about and beat at the door and spake to the master of the house, the old man, saying, bring forth the man that came in thine house, that we may know him. So that's the similar as with Sodom and Gomorrah, right? Similar, right?
Crazy, yeah.
In the book of Judges, chapter 19. So then it says, and the man, the master of the house, went unto them, and he said unto them, nay, my brethren, I pray you, do not so wickedly, seeing that this man is come into my house, do not this folly. Behold, here is my daughter, a maiden, and his concubine, and I will bring out now, and humble ye them, and do with them what seemeth good unto you. But unto this man do not so vile a thing. But the man would not hearken unto him, so he took his concubine and brought her forth unto them, and they knew her and abused her all night until the morning. And when the day began to spring, they let her go. Then came the woman in the dawning of the day, and fell down at the door of the man's house where her lord was, till it was light. And her lord rose up in the morning and opened the doors of the house and went out to go his way. And behold, the woman, his concubine, was fallen down at the door of the house, and her hands were upon the threshold. And he said unto her, up, and let us be going. But none answered. Then the man took her upon an ass, and the man rose up and got him unto his place. Then when he it's crazy. I told you.
No, I'm reading it ahead of you. That's crazy.
And then he was coming to his house. He took a knife and laid hold on his concubine, and divided her together with her bones into 12 pieces, and sent her into all the coasts of Israel.
Jeez.
And it was so that all that was, it is crazy.
But wait, sons of Belial, you're saying that those are Israelites?
Well, they were sons of Belial, but like from the tribe, like it says before, they belong to the tribe of Benjamin, which Benjamin is one of the tribes of Israel.
Let's see.
But I would have to, I didn't read the whole chapter, so we would have to, I guess, read the whole thing. But because it says here, look, verse 16, and behold, there came an old man from his it says here, but the men of the place were Benjamites. So they were, and that's why, because then in the following chapter you have all the tribes of Israel trying to wipe out all the tribe of Benjamin, and then they decided to only kill like some of them. I think I don't remember the whole thing, but like so they were from the tribe of Benjamin. The thing is, the Belial thing is just they were wicked or something. But
yeah, and I think that's
part
what
of Israel.
That's what I want people to be aware of, you know, especially with that stuff that I was bringing out today. Like, God hates a majority of people on this earth, you know, including Israelites. So if people out there are like, oh, I'm an Israelite, it's like, well, okay, good. That doesn't mean anything, dude. There's still a good chance God hates you. So that, don't take comfort in that. Anybody who says that, me included, it's like, that doesn't mean anything. So God's hated a lot of Israelites in the past, and he hates a lot of people now. So that doesn't mean anything. Look at what let's say that these people are Israelites, then look at what they did. That word actually means devil, son of Belial or whatever. If you look that up, it's like that's crazy. It's literally,
yeah, and they did. They
worthlessness.
wanted to basically rape even him and her and whatever.
Yeah, dude, that account sounds exactly like Sodom. Actually, when you were like, you know,
Yeah.
in verse 23, and the master
It
of the house
does.
went to them and saying to them, "Nay, my brother, and I pray to you, do so wickedly, seeing that this man has come. Behold, my daughter." They give their daughter, and this is hard for people to understand in the Bible, that women were not viewed really as anything, you know, and so that's difficult for people to understand because women like run a lot of things. Even Mises Avatar with our friend Nancy Pelosi. I mean, like, she's making big decisions. So, you know, it's a very different time that we live in. So again, I'm not saying that this behavior is righteous at all, because, you know, God's people are like, they're not concerned about, you know, physical things, you know, in general, you know, just I'm talking about the elite, the elect. So that's not even on their mind. But, you know, this is wild, man. Like, if we knew all the amount of evil that's happened throughout human history, and now, like, we would literally lose our mind. Like, we don't even see a percent of it, that what's happening, you know. It's crazy. Like,
Nancy Pelosi's not righteous.
What's that? No, she might be, man. I don't know. Shout out Nancy Pelosi, man. I don't know, but dude, this is crazy. And when he is coming to the house, he took a knife and laid hold on it and divided her together. And like, God obviously put this in the
chopped
Bible
her,
for a particular reason. You know, like, he doesn't have to talk about this, but those are all things that like just show the amount of evil that God has to look down upon. Imagine we looked at it and think about it's disgusting. What do you think God would say, knowing that somebody did that? Like, how bored and disgusting do you have to be to do that to somebody? That whenever I watch crime shows now, I literally, the first thing I think is, oh man, that person's bored. It's like, this sounds so bad. It's not funny, but like, I'm like, dude, man, like, the world is so bored. Like, how does somebody find that interesting? Yeah, you know, I'm just gonna like chop up this person in like 1,000 pieces.
But like, dude, if this was made into a movie or TV show,
Yeah.
the Judges 19 or this story, it would be more brutal than Dexter.
100%.
You know, if you know Dexter, the
yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah,
because
for sure.
yeah, it's just,
dude, the Bible is blood,
brutal.
Blood everywhere. Like,
yeah, it's just
literally
a
everywhere.
bloodbath, right?
Yeah,
I try to tell myself that like people are like blackmailed into it or pressured or threatened or some kind of shit like that. I mean, but that obviously doesn't apply in every case, if not, you know, just very few of them. But I try to tell myself that there had to be something else going on here. You don't just go chop somebody up for no reason.
In the past, Mies, or do you mean now, or both?
Like you were talking about the crime shows. Like if I watch some of them, like I was watching with Chris Watts, who killed his wife and then dumped his 2 kids in a friggin' oil tank.
Yeah,
like,
dude, they stuffed him into that little narrow thing. I remember watching that. Yeah.
But, what are you doing, man? Well, what? So I don't know. That's what I'm trying to tell myself.
That dude went back to his place. The cops were there, and they're like, I don't know. You know, he's just like acting like nothing happened. It's not funny at all. But what Mies is getting at is some crime that was committed. The dude literally like jammed his kids into like a pipe. And it's like they just leave that and be like, no big deal. Okay,
going home.
What's for dinner? Kind of thing. Like,
I mean, it could be like, you know, either he's like seriously mentally, you know, ill.
You have to be, dude.
And or be on like a lot of like methamphetamine or some kind
you know what I find, and again, I'm not trying to make excuses for serial killers. That's not what TMoG is trying to do tonight. But I want people to understand, extreme stress of anything it really does make people go like that, and I've never been stressed out to that level, of course,
No.
but stress and boredom, they're powerful. They really are. So, that's crazy.
Stress, boredom, and being uneducated. Because I've
Yeah,
been
fair
pretty
enough.
stressed. I've been pretty bored. But you know what I'm saying?
Agreed.
I don't cross them lines.
That's the D trifecta. You're 0 for 3 if you're stressed, bored, and uneducated like a baller, because we got to keep throwing those damn ballers under the bus. But yeah, that guy who did that was definitely a ball earther. We flat earthers, we would never do that. We have
Man.
more respect. So that's crazy. We live in an absolute nut show, man. It's absolutely ridiculous. Like, it's funny, man. Like, I used to literally grow up throughout my life being so like weirded out. I just felt so awkward, and like, oh, I wasn't the cool one, or I just felt I mumbled a lot. Maybe I still do. I mumbled a lot as a kid. People would make fun of me. They're like, so whenever I introduce myself, this is actually, people can use this against me, but like, I would introduce myself as Shrek, but I was saying my name, but I was so like self-conscious and I mumbled. So people literally called me Shrek sometimes.
Oh, like
I was saying my name. So, but I was like so shy. But I just think it's funny now. It's like, dude, this is why the Bible is really cool. And we actually brought out a few verses like the outcast, man. The Bible's looking for outcasts, people
Man.
who are, just
how is it pronounced correctly? Chirag?
Yeah. Well, the way my parents say it is Chirag.
Chirag. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why didn't you say Chirag so that they wouldn't make fun of you as a Shrek?
I could have, dude. I was trying to get it over with. I just said Shrek. My name's Shrek. And they're like, what are you saying, Shrek? It's like, what are you saying, dude? Like, I just mumbled, dude. I was just a complete buffoon, I was worse than ETT, man. I was worse than ETT, man. ETT could do better math than me. Free plus free. He could get me. So I was completely lost. No, the cool thing about the Bible, really, this is the amazing thing, is like, we it's looking for outcasts. You pretty much actually kind of have to be one, I would say.
An outlaw.
And yeah. Outside of the laws of this world, yes, 100%.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But LOP, man, you should literally make a consolidation of all the most kind of bizarre Bible verses, man.
I did that. I did that in like already 11 years back in 2010 in a Facebook post, but yeah. I am locked out of my Facebook right now. I'm sure it's still up there, but I'm banned again for 60 days, like always.
Jewish Questions posting a verse in the chat. Let's see what this says. These second Ezra's. It was a good one. But Misa, I'm glad you joined, man. Sorry if we're just kind of talking about nothing, but
no problem. I might head out and get something to eat because I gotta get to bed soon anyway to get up 4 a.m. But very good to talk to you. Nice to meet LOP and the Creation Bear there. We will do this again for sure, no doubt.
Yeah, it was good meeting you.
Cheers,
talking to you, bro.
Anytime.
Cheers, man.
You can come on whenever, dude.
All right, I'll catch you later.
All right, peace. So we'll read 2nd Ezra 2nd Ezra 7, 47. And I see that the world to come will bring delight to few, but torments to many. Yeah, exactly. That's a good one. So that's right on it. The man that cuts the woman in account and judges is probably.
What did the man that cuts the woman in that account is in Judges?
I think he meant to say probably is not of the elect.
It's probably of the elect. He said of the elect though.
Yeah, I think it's. Let's see if he changes that. I'll read Hebrews. I doubt the elect will be chopping up bodies.
That's the. Well, I don't think so. I mean, and he did he basically sacrificed like his wife or concubine is pretty much like wife, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But he sacrificed her. He knew they were gonna rape and kill her,
right?
And he didn't know nothing. He's a
it is eerie how similar that language is to the other account, and then it makes you think that it probably happens all the time. You know what I mean? Like if they like, oh, here's my daughter. It's like, well, then how many gays are there then? You know what I mean? It's like
like
that's normal.
If it happened, as you said, it's the same thing as in the Sodom and Gomorrah story.
Hebrews 11:37. They were stoned, they were sewn asunder, were tempted, were slain with the sword. They wandered about in sheepskins and goatskins, being destitute, afflicted, tormented.
Yeah, I know the verse. Yeah, that was pretty like brutal verse too, or not brutal, but like heavy,
Right.
Oh, I was gonna say about my compilation of Bible verses. I looked for the most like bizarre and most like language wise also,
Yeah.
so that like I would pull up all the verses that contain the word whore and harlot and that stuff,
Mhm.
and um, but and also and I have those videos with the most brutal Bible verses. I have part 1 and part 2.
It's
But
crazy though, man. When you think about it, LOP, dude, really Revelation is really about the worst when you think about it. Just the fact that God would have a mark of the beast, just in general, proves that there's a lot of killing, and like
yeah,
that's
yeah.
scary.
Yeah,
That's scary.
people just say the old, like they say, the God of the Old Testament is more brutal, but like really, like, have you read Revelation? That's what I tell them.
Yeah,
You know what I
exactly.
mean? Because it's the same God.
Yeah.
Because
That's
of
the
the
thing, man. Like LOP, can you imagine? Like, we can't even be that angry on like our worst day. Let's say we have the worst day of whatever. We cannot be that angry um, to want to do that. So think about how mad God has to be to prophesy that, much less follow through on it. So it's
Okay,
crazy.
I gotta respond to this because the guy said in the chat, I meant the guy is probably of the elect who killed his concubine. He is the righteous man in the story. Just saying what we think absurd today but I don't know. Like he was from you think God thinks that sacrificing your wife and not yourself is more righteous than like what? Like I wouldn't say that.
Mhm.
I would have to read the whole story. If God,
Yeah, me too.
so if God like regards him as the righteous, then I don't I don't agree with God in
Well,
that
I don't
case.
even.
Then.
What was the purpose of
Because
her
like
dying again?
he didn't even defend his wife. He gave
What chapter
her
was that
up
again,
for
LOP?
death
What
and
chapter was
rape.
that again? What chapter was that again? Let's just read it.
What,
That
the
you
Judges 19? Or
Judges 19. That's right.
yeah, that's the whole story. Yeah, in Judges 19.
Yeah, I just went to the verse down. I didn't go to the beginning, so I'm just actually curious. Curious if there was no king in Israel. His concubine played the whore against him and went up. Oh yeah, if it was that's the case. If
Wait,
she
what?
was, but if yeah, I think he's
Let's
right. Sorry.
let's read it then,
Yeah,
because
I'll read it. Yeah, that's fine. Judges 19. And it came to pass in those days when there was no king in Israel that there was a certain Levite sojourning on the side of Mount Ephraim. So Levite, we know, okay, we're dealing with Israelites here, who took him a concubine out of Bethlehem, Judah. That's an interesting name. Verse 2, and his concubine played the whore against him and went away from him unto her father's house to Bethlehem, Judah, and was there 4 whole months. And her husband arose and went after her, he speak friendly unto her, and to bring her again, having his servant with him and a couple of asses. And she brought him into her father's house. And when the father of the damsel saw him, he rejoiced to meet him. And his father-in-law, the damsel's father, retained him, and he abode with him 3 days. So he did eat and drink and lodge there. Verse 5, and it came to pass on the 4th day, when they arose early in the morning, that he rose up to depart. And the damsel's father said unto his son-in-law, comfort thine heart with a morsel of bread, and afterward go your way. And they sat down and did eat and drink, both of them together. For the damsel's father had said unto the man, be content, I pray thee, and tarry all night, and let thine heart be merry. And when the man rose up again to depart, his father-in-law urged him, therefore he lodged there again. Let me scan this. This is kind of long.
so he keeps on saying he should stay one more night,
Right.
and then the
Okay,
verse
so I
9.
didn't realize that she was committing adultery. So
Well,
if
but yeah,
if that's the case, I don't know if she needs to die in that way, but that is the punishment. So yeah, I misunderstood. I didn't read the beginning, the first 2 verses. So yeah, I mean this people don't understand just in general. The Israelites, they're not like goofballs. They're not. How can they be goofballs when God visits them? So no, they'll stone a kid and do it publicly so everybody else will watch the kid die because he's acting up. And they try to work with him. They tried, the mother tried, father tried. No, then they're like, send him out in front of the elders and then kill him, man, make him an example. So these people are serious about the law. And then just the fact that God would send them into the brutal types of slavery proves that God cares about his laws, and they care about God's laws. Because once this woman gets away with this whoredom, then it'll become normal. And then that's the society that we have now. And then even worse, God will put his own son into their womb, and then they will kill God. So this is a righteous judgment. Jewish Questions is correct. And so this is why the Bible is difficult for people to understand, because this law is in effect right now, even though we don't honor it in terms of these punishments. It is in effect right now, or else the end times cannot happen, because then God will look down upon this earth and see the adultery everywhere and be like, yeah, whatever, no big deal. It's not a big deal. But that's clearly not the case. And so that explains actually what the judgment in Revelation is for. That's why God is going to do that. He's angry. You and I could never be as angry as that God. Not even on our worst day. That's why it is difficult sometimes for us to interact with people when we know what the mark of the beast is, because we look at them and we look at us and we're like, there's not really that much difference in terms of righteousness. But that's not up to us, but this is a righteous thing without a doubt, if that is the case. And we have to believe the text. And his concubine played the whore against him. So that's it. Yeah, it's a good.
God orchestrated this and sent the sons of Belial to basically rape and kill her and him, but he saved himself. But anyway, yeah.
I'll read the whole thing, but I just scanned to the end and saw her fate. But what happens in between, we have to. That's a difficult thing. It's like, I have a feeling that this is not the way that it should have been handled. To die in that way, because there are rules on how to die. It's not just, hey, just kill her, in whatever way you want. Like, it's not funny, but like there are actual rules, for how to do it. So no, you don't just like torture them, unless that's what it says, in the law. But so I wouldn't be surprised if that.
Like if it was adultery, then the punishment is just death, right?
Yeah,
but like
getting stoned or something. Yeah,
this is torture, rape, and
yeah.
torture to death.
Yeah,
So
agreed.
that's different.
That's again why, in the times that we live in, and even in those times, it's like the person implementing the punishment had to be righteous. And I think that's where there weren't any, after some time. And so that's again why it makes sense, even though it's scary, why Christ was crucified, because there was no checks and balances in that system. All the Pharisees were all sold out, and into the system. This Pharisees, Sadducees, and all the religious people, they're the people that are supposed to be righteous, but they're not. And
okay, but don't you question some of the verses that like are weird? Like the one I told you a few weeks ago, that like one guy was saying, in the name of the Lord, smite me, I pray thee. And the man refused to smite him. And he said, because thou hast refused to smite me, a lion shall meet thee at the street and slay thee. So like, but then there was another instance where the prophet was saying, I'm speaking from the name of the Lord, and he said this and that, and he lied. So it's like, it to me is just a bit weird. Like, how do you know if that person is really talking from the Spirit of God or not? It's kind of weird.
Yeah, and I think even one instance where the brother was supposed to, impregnate the woman, but he decided not to, and then he was punished
and Onan, yeah,
like stuff like that. Like, I just want people to, like, we can't understand that, because that's so against the way that we've been programmed.
That's why the Old Testament is so.
For me though, it's not weird at all, because that's their law. We look at our laws, which are these stupid laws that people make up here, and that's our laws, and no one comes and says, oh, why do people in Canada only get 25 years for murder? No one like questions that. They're just like, whatever, that's what it is. But they would look at our laws and be like, what the hell are you guys doing? You know what I mean? They're like, dude, that person killed somebody. Why are they getting 25 years? That person raped somebody. Why are they getting 5 years? That doesn't make sense. So this is their law.
Yeah.
And so, do people take their laws and implement them evil and then go further? Yeah, probably. This could be an example, no doubt, here in Judges. But this is their law. This is their world. So we're looking at a world that's completely foreign. They would look at ours and be like, I'm not going over there. You know what I mean? They'll look at our setup here with the Kardashians, the Kardashians, and all this stuff they're doing now with the jab. They'll be like, I'm not going over there. And that's exactly what they did with the second Ezra's, the group who went to that place in Arzareth, because they were like, dude, you guys aren't letting us live by our rules here. So we have to live by your stupid laws. And then you're going to have murderers and pedophiles and all these people running around us. We're not hanging around here. So that's the way it is. Again, we can't even understand it because these people are living in their framework. You know, that's their legal structure. Did men go overboard and take advantage of women? It's clear that that's the case. You know, they took advantage of Christ and he didn't do anything. So of course they're going to go. I'm not saying that this is right, but I'm sure you can find more than one example of men treating women in a way that is not honoring God. I mean, that's obviously the case. So, but that's the deal, you know, and again, like the ultimate thing about the law is that it's meant to be there in place so you don't really have to use it, you know, if you actually love your neighbor and then love God. There should be no reason. There's no offense. You shouldn't have to worry about whether you're dealing with a woman righteously or, you know, you take something from somebody else. You don't even have to think about that. And that's the same in our laws right now. If you're driving the speed limit, you don't have to worry about what the speed limit is or like what the penalty is, for the speed limit. So it's that kind of deal. But that, I'm not going to lie, LB, that's brutal, man. You know, like that's crazy. Dude. So, and the fact that God would want that though written in there means that there's a reason for it. You know, we're supposed to read it, you know, for sure.
There are a couple more brutal verses like this, but not quite as macabre as this.
Even the
like
Maccabees
Ezekiel
one,
9.
But even the Maccabees one, dude, where they didn't eat the pork, the guy literally like.
Oh yeah, that one is for sure.
That's brutal, dude.
For
because that's not merited. You know, like he didn't like need that or ask for that. So that's worse than this one. And then obviously Christ is the worst.
Yeah, it's
holy. So.
No, but I mean Ezekiel 9, go into the city and slay utterly old and young, both infants and suckling, like even babies and everybody just slay utterly, but come not near upon any on whom is the mark. So
but dude, that's why in many ways I call people actors, because it actually makes me feel a little bit better, because that's the only way that I can understand it, because that's the only way that it makes sense. Because even the kids right now that are going along with this, you know, the juice, they didn't ask for that. They didn't ask to be born in parents who jam that into their arm. But that's what the Bible says is going to happen to people that take whatever the mark of the beast is. Obviously, I think us three agree with what it is, but that's what the Bible says. They're going to get sores and then they're going to get burned. So that's why I call them actors, because it actually makes me feel better, because like that's God behind it. So, because like from our vantage point looking in, we're like, they don't deserve that. Billions of kids, however many there will be, maybe hundreds of millions of kids. That's what the Bible says.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. But I mean, God, orchestrated all this. So, I mean, it's kind of on him.
No, it is for sure. Yeah. That's why he has to be behind it. So that's the only thing in my mind that actually makes sense and rationalize that.
But there was a debate before that, like, is God evil? Like, because like there is definitely more evil than good in the world, and that's the kind of question.
Mm-hmm.
If because there is still good in the world, yeah, but like
here's the way I see it, LoP. It's like God could either do this, and Ezra sort of asked this in an interaction with him and God. Ezra is very smart. He's like, why not do this all at once? Why spread it out, basically? And then also another way to think about that is like, the reason why this place is so evil is because what God wanted to get built up, he wanted to do quickly. If he wanted America built up, but these buildings don't need to be built as quickly, then people could work half as much. Then they wouldn't be as tired, and like pain and as much pain. But God wanted it built quickly to let the evil be done with. But God could have spread this out for hundreds of years, and then it would be less evil. All the stuff would get built, and then he would have to destroy it. But that's why I believe that it's accelerating, because God doesn't want this evil to go on for very long, because it is. You're right. There is a lot of evil, and it's basically a majority of the world is evil. So that's why I believe that. That's why the Bible says Satan has but little time, because if we don't like to see it,
So
definitely God doesn't want to see it.
yeah, I would say if this continues for really like more than 4 years, something like that, then I would say God is evil
Yeah,
at that point, because like, come
I would
on.
say it doesn't exist. But yeah, I mean, you would start to question: are we more virtuous than God if we
Exactly.
care more about justice or
Then
judgment is a better
and the
word than
Almighty.
Him? Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
Because okay, well, ETT says this one's not enough. You need the microchip, but like, there's a lot of people on the earth who are fighting against this. What's going on now? So, are we more righteous than God? That's really going to be the question. And so, I would say no, that God can't exist. That's the way I would view it. So,
That's actually even one verse in the Bible says that, what you just said.
mhm.
The are we more right? Let me look it up.
It's crazy, man. We're
Yeah, I don't
living
know
in the
how the
times.
chip makes sense for people.
Yeah, were you into that CB prior? That was your belief, let's say that it would be a microchip?
Not really. I mean,
Okay.
we weren't really sure of what it was at first. Remember, like
Yeah.
when this first dropped, around I'd say around March 2020, when it hit the scene, we were like confused. But over
Yeah.
time, I don't think the chip really didn't make sense, especially today. It doesn't make much
Yeah.
sense. You said worldwide surgeries like wouldn't
Yeah.
make sense at all, and
Right.
that was the one line that really clicked for me. I'm like, yeah, that's true. Look how easily they can get it out to like 5-year-olds now.
Yeah,
They can't
agreed.
do that with surgeries. That's
Yeah.
that's wild.
The thing is, just from a practical perspective, like, you can't debug something when it's under your skin. Obviously, it's going to break down. Even sometimes our credit cards don't work. We got to swipe it again. We got to put the chip
Right.
in, clean off the little thing, and then it may work. But like, what the hell do we do if we're sitting there and tapping our hand against this thing and like it's not working? What happens? Like, what do we do? Pull out our credit card then? Well, then it defeated the purpose of that. So the payment thing doesn't make sense. If it's meant to authenticate somebody who's taken the jab, then that's just a secondary thing. And then a religious person would say, no, I'm not putting it on my hand. I'll do anything else. You can tie a bracelet around my hand. You can put it around my ankle. It's not cutting my skin. The religious person would say that. So, and then it doesn't matter because it's related to somebody who's already taken the juice. So it's about the juice. It's not the marking. So I don't see the narrative, and I haven't heard, if somebody did give me a compelling narrative and it made sense, and then you could kind of calculate, yeah, these people would probably go along with it, I believe it. But that's why it's like all or nothing at this point for me. And I think more than not
Yeah,
just me.
100%,
So,
100%. And they've already skipped over having to go through the skin by just doing the palm readers and the
yeah.
fingerprint scanners and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
none of the
That's why I
chip is
think
even
God
necessary.
actually sort of trolls them when he says there's a chip shortage. You know how the cars, there's a chip shortage, and then
Yeah.
later he'll release this palm scanner. So I do actually think God has a bit of like a sense of humor in that. So yeah.
Oh, I just found that verse I was gonna say with the it's from Job 35 verse 2. So it says, thinkest thou this to be right, that thou saidst, my righteousness is more than God's?
Yeah.
So this is what I was, yeah, what you said, like our righteousness is more than God's. And in Job, I don't know, because every chapter some of the other guys speaking, so I don't know this particular chapter who is speaking, but
Mhm.
okay, let me see, but it doesn't matter, but it's said there, but it doesn't, it's not God speaking, of obviously, but
Mhm.
Elihu, okay, is the Elihu, one of Job's friends, who is the miserable comforter, as he calls them. No, he calls them that.
No, I know.
Yeah.
That whole book is really good. I like it for sure, man. Definitely.
Yeah, like he says, like, miserable comforters are all of ye, or something. I like that.
Dude, if I even have like a sore arm, no one wants to be around me, much less what Job went through, man. I wouldn't even want anybody near me, man. Like that's great what he went through and had to listen to that. I could understand.
Yeah, they were with him like was it like 7 days, and they didn't even speak, but then they started talking after 7 days, right?
Yeah,
Something
yeah,
like that.
yeah.
So
That
it's
sounds familiar.
yeah.
But on this topic of good and evil, right? We have to also understand, if we were not free, I know this sounds cliche, but it makes sense. If we're not free to choose and then have no limit, then we would know that we're a robot kind of thing, and then we would have to believe that God ultimately doesn't want that for at least a certain group of people, because then what's the point? If you have a child, but that child is literally like locked to you like ball and chain, why would that child want to exist? It's like, well, I'm stuck going wherever you go kind of thing. And so obviously that happens at the beginning, but so that's why, again, I'm not trying to justify the evil, but that's why evil exists, fundamentally, because people are given freedom, quote unquote freedom, and then some people go to extremes, clearly. And so that's the way it is. And so the extent of God's love has to be matched by the extent of evil. So it's crazy. Obviously, we want that to end, that's ultimately what the end times is for, is God tagging all the people that they're vessels for only evil. The people that us normal people, we're capable of both. There's a group of people on this earth that are only capable of evil. They will not go
Right,
to the truth. They will not, like they may say, oh yeah, that's true. And then they'll go away, and then just not care about it. But that is a big difference, because you can't work with that person. You can't be collaborative. You can't trust that person with anything. So
But
that
you
sounds
have
kind of simple, but that's really what we observe, actually. So that's basically what it is. Yeah.
but you have in Ezekiel 9, it kind of talks about the end also. I brought it up before, but because it says like, now is the end come upon thee, and I will send mine anger upon thee, and I will judge thee according to thy ways, and I will recompense upon thee all thine abomination, and mine eye shall not spare, neither will I have pity, but I will recompense thy ways upon thee, and thine abomination shall be in the midst of thee, and ye shall know that I am the Lord. Thus saith the Lord God, and evil, and only evil, behold, is come. An end is come. The end is come. It watcheth for thee. Behold, it is come. The morning is come unto thee, O thou that dwellest in the land. The time is come. The day of trouble is near, and not the sounding again of the mountains. Now will I shortly pour out my fury upon thee, and accomplish mine anger upon thee. I will judge thee according to thy ways, and I will recompense thee for all thine abomination. My eye shall not spare, neither will I have pity. I will recompense thee according to thy ways, thine abominations that are in the midst of thee, and ye shall know that I am the Lord that smiteth.
Boom.
Behold the day it is come, the morning is gone forth, the rod hath blossomed, pride hath budded, violence is risen up into the rod of wickedness. None of them shall remain, nor of their multitude, nor of any of theirs, neither shall there be veiling for them. That the time is come, the day draweth near. Let not the buyer rejoice, nor the seller mourn, for wrath is upon all the multitude thereof.
Jeez.
For
Dude,
the seller shall not return to that which is sold, although they were yet alive. For the vision is touching the whole multitude thereof, which shall not return, neither shall any strengthen himself in the iniquity of his life. They have blown the trumpet, even to make all ready, but none goeth to the battle. For my wrath is upon all the multitude thereof. The sword is without, and the pestilence and the famine within. He that is in the field shall die of the sword, and he that is in the city, famine and pestilence shall devour him. But they that escape of them shall escape, shall be on the mountains like doves of the valleys, all of them mourning, every one for his iniquity. All hands shall be feeble, all knees shall be weak as water. They shall gird themselves with sackcloth, and horror shall cover them, and they shall be a shame upon all their faces, and baldness upon all their heads. This is my favorite part of the
Tell
Bible.
them, LOP.
No, but dude, LOP just
This
loves
is my
saying
most
smite.
favorite verse in the whole
He
Bible.
just likes saying the
Ezekiel
word
9.
smite, man. But no,
Yeah.
dude, what
Hath
chapter
he
was that?
smitten him as he smote those, or is he slain according to the slaughter of him that are slain by him?
What chapter is that? I just want to see if I
That's
have that in my
Isaiah
sequence.
7, I think.
Okay, Isaiah 7.
Yeah.
It just sounds like it has that end times, pattern, I guess. But I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. Like that's still mentally, for anybody to try and marry up what the Bible says to what we have going on now. There's still, it's still sort of hard to picture that. I'm not trying to be blasphemous or whatever, but I mean, the Bible's talking about a lot of destruction.
Or excuse me, it's Isaiah 27:7. Hath he smitten him as he smote those that smote him, or is he slain according to the slaughter of them that are slain by him?
I'll just check if I have that in the sequence, because I like when people read those, because I'm just
my friend said this might refer to the Christ, because
Isaiah 27.
Yeah.
Is that what you were
Verse
reading?
7. Yeah, 27. Isaiah 27 verse 7 is the particular verse.
Yeah, it might not be actually in my sequence, but I'm a bit OCD. I like getting all of those, but it just shows, man. Like
I just looked up on the Bible page the word smitten, and it has also Isaiah 24:12. It says, "In the city is left desolation, and the gate is smitten with destruction." And then Isaiah 5 also has the word, "Therefore the anger of the Lord is kindled against his people, and he hath stretched forth his hand against them, and hath smitten them."
mm-hmm.
And
yeah,
the
man, it's funny. It's just funny because, like, growing up, like we use that word when you're like dating somebody. You're like interested in a girl, you're smitten, and God uses that over and over, just talking.
I didn't know that because I didn't know that expression that very well.
Yeah, it's it's like it's like you're enamored with a person, kind of thing. That type of thing.
And also, people use, like Jay told me, like thirsty, that kind of thing. Like it has also some other meaning. Then
just so you know, the term smite, it's just so weird how it's like kind of opposite. Smite means strike with a firm blow. This is just on Google, but it also means being strongly attracted to someone. So it's like, it's so weird that like it has such contradictory.
No, but hold on, that word is something like the word gay. The new meaning came up in the 20th century, probably, no?
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
It was like in the when the KJV was written,
right?
It didn't mean probably.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, it's probably diluted over the years, kind of thing. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, because the word gay means like brightly colored or that kind of thing, right?
Yeah, right.
Because like the verse, like this guy had a gay clothing, that means he had like bright colors and stuff.
Right.
But it didn't mean like he was
quite a few words over the years have been, completely perverted, and inverted, I think. So that's clearly one of them, because that word is used a lot in the Bible, for sure, like to destroy, without a doubt. And it is kind of like, and it's also referenced in Enoch 94, where God's going to enjoy it. So that's what's going on.
And both smite and slay is used a lot, but slay is not used right now much in these modern times, right? Like it's slaughter is still used, though.
Yeah, definitely slaughter. Not. Yeah, you're right.
But not like he was this guy was slain. No, he would say this guy was killed, not slain.
Women use it when they feel like they're dressed up. I've seen that term, like on Instagram and stuff.
Oh yeah, they say like you slayed it, right? They spell it wrong, like because it's supposed to be slain, not slayed. That's like past tense is. But anyway, it's just modern like Instagram, whatever.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. So but I think that's eye-opening, and I even though I teach the Bible, it is hard to wrap your mind around that amount of destruction, first and foremost, and then how anybody could even be exempt. And even the disciples said that when Christ was saying how it's impossible for a rich man to get into heaven. They're like, well, who's going to get in? Because, they all wanted to have money and stuff. Like, they didn't view it as a bad thing. And so, it just shows that even the people close to Christ still didn't fully understand, what it means to be very close to him. So that's the same kind of thing that we maybe have to think about. It's like, we don't have to necessarily understand why we would be exempt. You know, it's just, we just hope that
Christ hated all the money system, right? I mean,
yeah. The only reason I said that is that all I'm trying to use that example was just that even the disciples, right? People walking with him, they still didn't fully understand, you know, when he said, even a rich man, it's difficult for him to get in, but because they're like, well, who can get in, kind of thing. Like they didn't understand even fully that it's for the poor, you know, and for the people that are oppressed and that kind of thing. But so, you know, it's okay if we don't fully understand, but all that stuff that LoP was reading from Isaiah and all of that clearly happened in human history. And then, you know,
and
as
Ezekiel,
as that sounds, it's like it's going to happen on a way bigger scale in the last days if the Bible's true.
yeah.
Well, damn.
But it's just weird that, like, you know, God basically created the whole money system, but
Yes,
like Jesus
agreed.
was against it. So
Yeah, agreed.
that's kind of weird.
Yeah, how do we? I was going to actually ask ETT that because he comes across as a scholar. I was like, how can we say that we should be mad at people when God says that he's behind the deception or the evil or the banking, like LoP said? How do we reconcile that? Well, the way that I do is that those people are actors. And I'm not saying that to be rude to people or whatever, but that means that they're not real people. They're just vessels for judgment. And God is using them to get us, the non-actors, to look at the way they behave and not do what they're doing. And so that's why I keep saying my channel is for the non-actors, because we're not playing a role or anything like that. We're looking at all these other actors and all we see is them about to get slaughtered. Okay.
But you know how, like, the Christ was kind of like funny in the way he said, like, you know, go, you know, and take the fish and, you know, you shall find a coin in its mouth and give it to the as a tax. It was like it was like trolling the government system there.
Yeah, he's
I love it.
I'll find your worthless currency in a fish. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
it's like that's such a spiritual flex to me. That's amazing, man. Like
it was like badass.
It's amazing.
Christ.
He could literally like make up anything. You know what I mean? So I'm glad LoP brought that up, because there is an element of like my teaching on the two witnesses. People are like, really? You really think two people are going to be brought to America? That's easy for God. I don't have issues with God in terms of difficulty to do that. Whether he does that or not, that's ultimately up to him. And I believe that it's required for the Bible to be true. But for God to bring two men anywhere, that's easy. That's not hard at all. First of all, he's done that throughout human history. So I don't have issues with that. Really, for me at this point, which is why I labeled this hangout your last chance to debunk the Bible, not people on this panel, but anybody. Like, we're running out of time, all of us, to debunk it, because there's nothing that really speaks against it.
Oh, I didn't even read the title of
I just changed it. I just changed it just in case people were coming by. Not that people that come by here are pretty much into the Bible, but I was kind of thinking about that in my own mind. I was like, I'm running out of time, like in terms of like not having not going all in kind of thing, because it's like, well, it pretty much has to be true.
I mean, you can debunk some parts maybe, but not all of it. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say. Like,
yeah, I think you can find parts of it that are difficult to understand through our lens. I would say you can read parts of it that make you wonder why God is so angry. For sure, I would say that's a normal reaction. I would say if you don't have that, then you're there's something wrong. I would say with you as anybody as a person, because you know, we can have our qualms with this world, but to do the destruction that God has done in the past and the future, I mean, somebody's got to be really angry to do that. So, but yeah, I would say there are things in isolation that are difficult to understand, but the whole history of it, the totality of it, and then obviously what's happening now, I mean, it's basically impossible. So, which is good. I'm happy with that. Intellectually, it's amazing.
No, but sorry, but like, if you know, the argument I hear a lot about is that, like, if God is like all you know, all powerful and all knowing and all loving, then why would he allow the evil to continue and not just eliminate it right now? that's even my argument. Like, why?
Mhm.
What is he waiting for? You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
That's a good interaction in Esdras, where Esdras is saying, why not just do this all at once and kind of get it over with? That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
And I think that's a very, very logical thing, you know. And then why would God deceive us in general, you know? With,
And then God just says, I work in mysterious ways. I mean, he didn't say that, but he says, like, my ways are higher than your ways.
Yeah.
So it's kind of an evasive
but dude, LoP,
kind of answer.
Even with a little bit, you know, like just that, you know, even a little bit of evil that we know and have seen in our life, like we would never want to do anything to come back to this. So it's kind of like a mental barrier. So we'll believe in kind of and enjoy everything in the future better. So it's one of those things where I think we had to see the opposite before we can actually willfully want to be in the reciprocal. Again, that sounds poetic, but I think that's part of it, at least.
That does make sense, though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like you have to experience the lowest low to actually appreciate the highest high.
Yeah, it's like I feel like we're almost. I feel like God is. This is a bit extra biblical, but I feel like He's actually trying to create a system around us where we're like God, like where we have some amount of sovereignty. He doesn't feel like He's constraining us, even though we feel oppressed by the government right now. But we're free to call on Him, no doubt. But I do feel like whatever God creates has to be reflective of His personality. So He can't be, even in our mind, He can override some of our thoughts and guide us and make us not go down a bad path or whatever. But it's not going to be burdensome, you know, like, oh, there's somebody pressing on my brain. Oh, okay, God overrode me. It was annoying kind of thing. Like it's all smooth, you know, and I think that's really what God ultimately is about, freedom. But we have to experience the reverse of that. And then we have to be comfortable with the fact that He always has to have the final say. And I think that we have to give that to Him. If He just forcefully gave it to us, it would feel like a very, very not smooth reality kind of thing. So that's the way I view it. That doesn't really like matter, I don't think. But that's
I just feel like, for example, with the mental illness and like panic attacks, that like you ask God for mercy at that point, and then but He will not do anything. You have to go to you know, find your own way to save yourself, right?
Yeah.
Or
sorry,
die.
I don't
know. Like I don't know if if I had that panic attack back in 2019 and I didn't call the ambulance, I don't know what would have happened. Like I would probably, I don't know, maybe I would die, and then who knows? But it's really hard to say.
Yeah.
And why would God, you know, I don't know. It's just hard with the sickness. That this is my all, like the whole issue with God is the sickness and suffering. Basically, that's where it comes down to it. I don't really have problems with like crime, people harassing me. That's not a big issue at all.
What about those kids following you, man, bugging you? That's kind of annoying.
Yeah, exactly. It was nothing, dude. I was like, I was playing along with it. Like actually, I was you know, I lit up my cigarette and I was just like walking around it, just shouting at dogs.
I agree.
Like, shut up, dog.
Those pain things do make you really wonder, because you could still learn things without them. You know what I mean? And I understand, and I wonder about that. It's like, you know, and even the amount of pain also is kind of scary. Some people endure. So I don't think we can fully understand.
I mean, this is nothing. You know, compared to when I was a kid, I was bullied so much that nobody can bully me as much as when I was like 13 to 15.
Yeah,
pretty much. So like come at me. I don't give a fuck.
Yo, JQ, man, good to see you, dude. We misread your passage, but sorry about that.
No problem. I just wanted to join just to, you know, give you a heads up about ETT. I think he's getting a bit of his beliefs from the New Testament Apocrypha. I was reading through it, and you know, I found a very interesting verse from the Gospel of the Ebionites. You know, it's like a different version. I put the link in the chat if you want to check out. Yeah. But it's the Gospel according to the Ebionites, and the Gospel according to the Ebionites is like a different version of Matthew that they modified to deny virgin birth and to make it vegetarian. So there's no like any type of meat like being eaten in the
Right.
whole Matthew. So it's very interesting because I don't know if he ultimately got his beliefs from there, but it's very interesting that it fits what he says. That there is like the Joseph and Mary, they had Christ, and in the Gospel of the Ebionites, they Christ, he receives the Holy Ghost only when he is baptized by John. So
Mhm.
it's interesting.
Hmm.
It's
First of
interesting
all,
to
I don't
see
think
that.
ETT's read those books. You're more scholarly.
Oh,
I know what he uses because we've debated it before. But
oh,
if,
okay.
if you bring it out, it may give him more reason to believe it. But it's it's not a big deal, obviously. But
Oh, I see.
what verse is it? A particular verse or a whole?
Oh, okay. I'm going to give it to you. It's basically, I think
Here's the one
it
that he
starts
uses the
on.
most, just so you know. Go ahead, sorry, but I'll tell you the one he uses
Yeah.
the most.
Oh, okay. So if you go on that PDF that I put on the chat, I think it is page 39. I can read it to you. After the people were baptized, you know that part, that part in Matthew when Christ is baptized by John.
Mhm.
So they changed that part. So it says, after the people were baptized, Jesus also came and was baptized by John. And as he came up from the water, the heavens were opened, and he saw the Holy Ghost in the likeness of a dove that descended and entered into him.
Okay.
So they use that to say, wow, he received the Holy Ghost after John baptized. He didn't have it already. He was born
Right.
from man and woman.
Right.
So
Right.
that's why I thought that, oh, maybe he read that, when I.
Ah! But I believe when John the Baptist was in the womb, that their spirits were interacting, right? I think that that's kind of telling. But maybe here's the one that they use the most: Romans 1:3, concerning his son Jesus Christ our Lord, which was made of the seed of David according to the flesh. That's the one that they cite the most, and I believe there's another reference to that.
But that's Paul. See, that's not even
But
the
but
gospel.
the nice thing when you read that word seed in the blue letter, one of the definitions is life-giving power of the Holy Spirit. So that's not what he's getting at. So
Yeah.
yeah.
But it's interesting that I was reading Luke recently, and I mean, I read it again. It's like it is virgin. It cannot be what he says, like by the flesh. It is impossible because it is reaffirmed throughout the New Testament. It is impossible. And these books, these apocryphal New Testament books, most of them are not, they contradict the gospel that we're used to. So most of them are not even. I think maybe if you want to check some which might be true, you can check the Apocalypse of Paul. There might be some truth there. I don't know, but
if I find the sequence and it's a flat Earth book, it doesn't have to be the flat Earth because not everything talks about it. I do believe it's good. So,
yeah, but you have to be careful with the Gospel by the Ebionites because the Gospel by the Ebionites is basically Matthew, and you can find the sequence in Matthew.
Fair enough.
And they changed it to be vegetarian and to be like Christ isn't born with the Holy Spirit. He receives it.
Wait,
after.
Can I ask you a question? How do they change it to vegetarian so that he doesn't
Yeah,
multiply fish and he multiplies only the bread, or what?
No. It's like I don't think it's full. Like it is not extant. The full gospel that they made is not extant. So there are only fragments, I think. So you can check that on the link that I put there.
Where is the link?
JQ, the link I gave you mod status. You don't have to post it again, but just if you ever want to post a link, you can do it now. So I gave you the wrench. I don't know if it shows up if you don't have.
You can't post links unless you are the mod.
Yeah, I gave it. I don't know. Do you want that LoP, or do you care about that?
I did. I did post it. So
okay, cool.
You can. Yeah, it's page 39. The thing I'm talking about is page 39. So to respond to LoP, so these people they say that only the Gospel of Matthew, the Ebionites at that time, only the Gospel of Matthew is valid, and even in the Gospel of Matthew, they found ways to change the text to fit their agenda or whatever they believe. So that's basically the group. And I think there's also, you know, many other gospels, like the Gospel of Peter, which is apocrypha. Some of them might be true, but there is a collection of many which, you know,
Yeah.
might or not.
Yeah, I
be
would
true.
say, because I have read the Gospel of Thomas, and that one, you know, I believe is legit.
Yeah, that one might
Yeah,
is
yeah.
one of the few that might be actually legit, because New
And
Testament
maybe Gospel of Philip.
apocrypha.
I'm not sure. Yeah, yeah.
You know what though?
Why
I
you're not
find it
sure?
I find it somewhat of a compliment when they do that. I'm not saying it's good that there's deceivers, but for them to do that to the Bible means that the Bible has power and authority. So I kind of view that as sort of a nod to the Bible, actually, when they do that. But that's crazy.
Yeah, in a way, yeah. But imagine you go to a text and you just, oh, you know, I'm a vegetarian. I don't like this. I'm gonna, you know,
Yeah, exactly.
just
I'll make
delete
up my
this
own
part.
religion. Yeah. So,
Yeah. It's like, it's kind of insane when you think
Yeah.
about it.
yeah. It is, but it's crazy. But it is amazing. Just the Bible has gotten to us in one piece with how much people hate it, because clearly
Yeah,
when
you
you
know,
get out of it, they don't like it. So
you know about Eusebius? Are you familiar with?
no, I've never heard of that.
Okay, so that guy is like a contemporary of, you know, of that time. I think the 1st or 2nd century, and I think contemporary of Josephus. This guy is the one who's writing about the Gospel of the Ebionites. So you don't have the whole Gospel of the Ebionites, and the only thing you have about the Gospel of the Ebionites, which is, like I said, the changed version of Matthew, is from Eusebius. So Eusebius writes here that, and on this account, the thing I read earlier about, you know, Christ receiving the Holy Ghost after, you know, baptism, and on this account, they say that Jesus was begotten of the seed of a man and was chosen, like after he was born, he was chosen. And so by the choice of God, he was called the Son of God from the Christ that came into him. So he's not Christ. He was not Christ. Christ came into him. You know how they, you know, they changed everything basically, right?
But in
So
a way,
it's
it doesn't surprise me, because it sounds exactly like what ETT and all them are doing. They're doing that now. Like Sam Owen's the Son of Man, ETT's the Two Witnesses, all this nonsense. So it's like every spiritual thing is made into some earthly representation.
Yeah. If you think about it, I mean, if they say that Christ can come into a man, so a man cannot be Christ and can become, that's why also I thought, wow, maybe ETT got this from here, because if he believes this is real, then he can just apply it to whatever he think he is, and he says, well, God will make me this on an appointed date or something, right?
Here's what happened to ETT, because I can do a psychological assessment of him, because I've known him for many years.
Oh, okay.
He got a YouTube account. Okay. He saw people on YouTube teaching the Bible that he's never seen before, just like I did. This is why I have a lot of sympathy for him. And then he's like, whoa, okay. So in order for me to interact with them, you know, and then be able to push some of their truths, because some of the things that they teach are true, I have to parrot everything that they say. So he used to teach that Christ was born of the Holy Spirit and Mary, but the Israelites, quote unquote Hebrew Israelites, didn't. So he changed his teaching. So he didn't even go as deep as what you're getting at, JQ. Like, he's pushing that because they're teaching that, and so like that's what's going on.
So it's like following other people, right?
Yeah, and it's like it's the same with the ball earth. Like, he was a ball earther for so long, and then it's funny because I just saw a video of him recently. Below the comments, he's asking a guy like a question, and the guy's like, "Oh, are you still pushing the flat Earth?" And he's like, "Oh, you know, come on a live stream and I'll talk about." He doesn't even want to answer. He's like embarrassed about the flat Earth because he knows that if he says that, then they're gonna reject him. So that's what he's all about, you know. And then that's not what the truth is all about. You can't go and just, you know, whatever somebody else says. Oh, they're gonna feel bad about whatever I say. No, who cares?
Yeah.
So.
But you know why I thought that? What is the reason why they don't believe in the virgin birth? That I thought because they accept only the Gospel of John, because that Gospel of John does not even mention how Christ was born at all. It only
the Hebrews or the person JQ read, the vegans or the vegetarians.
No. I'm just saying that the Gospel of John is the the gospel in the Bible that does not mention the Christ being born of a virgin, right?
No, but who are you
Does it?
talking about? Only honors the Gospel of John. Which group?
No, no one. I'm just
Oh, okay.
like assuming that. I mean, I'm just trying to find out why do they even believe that? And I'm saying it could be if they had believed that
Yeah.
only the Gospel of John is legit and Gospel of Matthew is not.
Oh, I understand. I
And
understand.
What I
and
what I
and
think
stuff
is
like that.
that they when they look, for example, at the Gospel of Matthew, there might be a case, to say that the Holy Ghost is something that is, if you really press it, if you really press it, you might be able to make a case that the Holy Ghost is like figurative or metaphorical or something,
Right.
and that, she must have had been with a man. But the implication of that is that she's an adulterer, and that
Mhm.
Christ is the son of an adulterer.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
it doesn't make
But
sense.
Yeah,
it's actually
let's just say in their mindset they believe the woman should be more ashamed. They don't believe that the man would be not a big deal to them. But what he just said is right. That doesn't mean that she's innocent. It's like, well, then the Most High chose an adulteress or a woman who could not, wait for the appropriate time to do that. And like, what kind of God is that? Okay, it's like, did
Yeah,
God
it doesn't
create
make sense.
all riffraff so he couldn't find one? That doesn't make sense. So that doesn't make sense.
it's actually one of the one of the if you know the band Deicide, they do this a lot. They have like songs "Bastard Son of God." So yeah,
Yeah, and there's truth in that. It's like that's not the way obviously
Is it?
anybody would word it, but there he does not have a earthly father, the Son of God.
Oh yeah, so they are actually Christian, the
That-
band Deicide.
Well, no, I would highly recommend not saying it that way, of course. But that's what's scary about that teaching with End Times Teacher. If he's wrong on that, doesn't matter how many videos you post, man. You could post videos till your face turns blue. You're toast. That's an unforgivable sin, and so that's a false Christ. And then you obviously will not be able to prophesy. So that's why I call them actors. People can call them whatever they want, but that's why he does it. Because even End Times Teacher recently, we got to put pressure on him because I asked him, do a video that talks about how this narrative is against God's laws, and he won't do it. So why would somebody not want to do that if you're all about the law and you care about people? That's why I know these people are actors. But we may have round three. We'll see. Okay, round three, I guess. So it sounds bad, and I don't mean to sound arrogant for people, but my teaching on the two witnesses is your only option.
Hello.
And so that's it. You can debate. You can maybe debate. It's in a different part of the world, maybe, but they're not here. So that's just what it is. Go ahead. Sorry, JQ. My bad.
Yeah. So basically, what LoP was talking about, that the Gospel of John doesn't mention the virgin birth. I would say that it's because he was trying to get the perspective that the other writers of the New Testament didn't get, because he was the last one to write the gospel. So
yeah,
it was like
16. He probably had the other ones maybe, available to him.
Yeah, and he tried to compare, maybe, well, I'm not gonna repeat this, and I'm gonna try to make mine, things that were not mentioned, and because he was actually pressured, I think, in a way, or people asked him to do it. I think it was 63 years after Christ's ascension. So
yeah,
I think people in his congregation just said, why don't you make your own account, right?
Right.
So
yeah, I think
in his account, I think it's
God is inspiring all that. God is definitely inspiring all that, but he's making it so people don't know it. It seems like we're doing it on our own. But anything spiritual, even now in YouTube, it's the same. Like, God has to be behind it. The flat earth, of course, God put that in people's minds to do that. So
but can I just say something a little bit off the topic, but like that song, I talked with Rich Napier before about it's I won't say the word because it's F your God, right? But the people are saying about this, some of the people are saying that it's like against the God of this world, like not necessarily the Most High. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it says like because I read some of the lyrics. It's like F your God, His revival, and the Holy Ghost only tell us what we need to know, pointing fingers, and then do as me. You are nothing and you'll never be. It is Satan who trusts, who entrusts my soul. Where the Christians are, I will not go. F your God. So that's but like he's basically only just complaining about the organized Christianity, basically. Not
That's what's funny, man. That's what I loved about Russian vids last night, dude. Like, I don't know if he's on God's left or right hand side. I don't ultimately know that, but when they're infighting amongst people that are kind of like actors, I find it funny. So like when the heavy metal people get mad at the Christians, I find that funny. I'm like, well, that's good because we hate the Christians too, because they're totally stupid.
Yeah, it's that's why I actually like that band.
Yeah, I mean, I have no issues. That Christianity, really, any organization with the Bible is a joke at this point. Like, if you're not just this individual, you're stupid. Like, there is no groupthink now. Like, then that was proven again, obviously last night, and that's why I'm glad Russian Vid starts distancing himself from people, because you know he's pretty much there. I mean, he knows a lot of stuff. So why is he hanging around freaking Dearth and Jaren and these degenerates? It doesn't make sense, dude. That's a waste of time. So hopefully.
And I used to say the left hand path, right? Did you know that term?
Yes.
Left hand.
Yeah.
No, but I used to say that it has connection. I just found out what album is actually that. It's a Swedish band. It's called Entombed, and the album it's a death metal from 1990. It's called Left Hand Path. I just wanna. I listened to it already, but it's just screaming. So I need to read the lyrics. Maybe there are some like.
Dude, I wish I interacted with you when I had more energy, because I would write all these songs down and then look for the sequence. But I'm so lazy, man. Like.
Maybe I'll just look into it, and if I find anything, I might email it.
Yeah, I'll post it
or something like that.
I'll post it. Yeah. But JQ,
I have a feeling I have something.
What do you think about everything, man? Are we close to the end? We got to get out of here, man. This is.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it. I mean, I hope for it. You know, every day I hope that it is, because I always think about the other option, which is this continues, and I mean, it's just going to be hell, more hell, and it's like worse hell, because they are going to consolidate their power over people with this thing, right?
Yeah.
And then they're going to keep doing worse and worse and worse stuff. And I think if it doesn't end, then we are screwed. I mean, literally, like we are.
Dude, there are atheists that are asking for exemptions, you know, and like exemptions, we could think of like earthly salvation, you know what I mean? A religious exemption or a medical exemption. So there are atheists who are asking for that. So that's why, you know, it's not exactly maybe on my timeline, but it's not that far away. I would say if Christ doesn't return next year, I think the Bible is suspicious.
I think certain things are going to start out, because I mean, when they approved this thing for like 5 to 11 years old, I mean, that is a breakthrough, right? I mean, now only people from like in the womb to 5 years old, only that demographic is not, you know, targeted. So, and they're going to go after these people for sure, like 3-year-olds, 2-year-olds, they're going to go after them. So,
and they're not part of the buy or sell. So whether that happens, it's not I'm not saying, it's not a big deal for the prophecy itself, because they're not like, there's no 5-year-old going into a store or something.
But I think they're going to do that because let's think about it. You have a family, right? And both parents work, and you have to, you know, for example, employ daycare. So the daycare is going to force your child to be, you know, with the thing.
Yes.
Or you wouldn't be able to go there. So I think it's going to be mandatory, you know, even for people like 3 years old or 2 years old, because I think they don't really care. It's just about getting these things into people, and I think that's the thing right now. It's not anything else. They don't even care if it works or you know, helping people. It's just, and that's why it reinforces my faith, actually, because who could be doing this, right? You know, it doesn't seem rational.
Right, exactly.
It doesn't seem rational from the point of view.
it's like, what's the rush? You know what I mean? Like, why
Yeah,
does everything have to be, January 4th, November? You know, it's like, what the hell's with all these deadlines and shit? Stupid.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
good
I mean,
because, like you said
okay.
before, TMoG, you said, he hath but a short time.
Right.
You know what I'm saying with the
Yeah.
with the devil. Yeah,
Right. It doesn't
Yeah,
make
I think
sense.
he's rushing these things, but when you try to rationalize and say, well, maybe that organization needs it to be this fast, or that that country needed to be, but there's no reason. Actually, there's no reason why any person in this world would want this to be this fast. And
Yeah.
we know that these people on top, that we know that they know that this is fake. So
Yeah, agreed. 100%.
if we know that, then it can only be that it's a plan to do something. Maybe they have their earthly plan for sure. They might have,
Yeah.
well, we're doing this because God put in their minds that they're doing this to bring about, consolidation of power, for example, total control over people. Maybe they think that. But ultimately, what they're doing is orchestrating, building the scene for the end times. I think that's what they're doing ultimately, even if they don't know.
Yeah.
And that's the gist of it. I think you can't think that this is like rational. You're talking about earlier about the masks, but it's not a tradition in the Western Hemisphere. I mean, we're talking about hemisphere if it's a globe, right? But it's not. But I just said West because people call it the West, like Europe, America. So
the West. Well, it actually,
West.
What's true. We're technically in a hemisphere when you think about it, like a half sphere. But I know what you're saying, like the Western world or whatever. So
yeah. I mean, the Occident, they would say, or the Orient, but it doesn't. We know that it doesn't divide itself that way because of the shape, the real shape. But
flat. Yes.
Wait, you are in the Orient?
No, not in the Orient. Just saying that people, if you get the globe, you divide the world in West and East, or Orient, Occident.
North,
That's why I'm
East,
saying.
and South. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
North, East,
yeah.
West, and South. But what I'm saying is that it's different. But I'm talking about countries like Europe, not countries, continents like Europe, the Americas, etc. They're on the Western world, so to speak, and these places. My point was that it was not a tradition before this for people to even wear the thing on their faces.
Right.
It's not a tradition. It's a tradition in the Orient. Okay, that's for sure. I mean, they, you have pictures and
the air
movies.
is disgusting. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because especially in China, their air is completely disgusting because they actually burn coal without filters. So it's not filtered coal like in America or Europe. They don't filter the coal, so it's disgusting. The air is so polluted that people, recently have started to, children being born, with a problem in their brains, smaller brains and things like that. So, and other, birth defects. So, there's a tradition there for sure, and maybe there are legitimate reasons. But when you talk about the West, I don't think you can say that because there was never a tradition. Oh, it's winter, let's wear a mask.
Agreed.
I never saw that. So
sorry, I don't know if I told you, but I've been to Taiwan back in 2009, and that's everybody, like let's say like 60 or 70% of people were wearing the mask at the subway train. So it's very, very common there.
And I would say even in India,
China probably too.
I would say that
I was only in Taiwan.
The last time I visited India, you probably should wear a mask if you're driving because the air is gross and the air is coming into the car. So it may actually help you in some places.
Yeah, there's a rational reason why someone wears some masks in Asia, but there is no reason for you to use it in America, at least not on a large scale. There's no reason for people to do that, and there is no tradition. So everyone wearing a mask nowadays in the West is doing so because of the narrative.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's why it's evil. That's why it's a sin. It's not because
if people wanted to do it, that's totally different. Then it's not the Bible. Let's just say you put it out there, but if people voluntarily chose to do it and like really voluntary, not what they're doing now. Like, oh, you lose your job. That's not voluntary. So that would be different because some people may be like, yeah, whatever, it's near this winter. I don't want to get a flu. I'll wear it, and not a big deal. Because if you're in a closed space with somebody, even in a line at Chipotle, which I'm at almost every day, it's not that big of a deal. But if I have to keep it on, if I watch a basketball game with it on, that's obedience. That's compliance.
What is the Chipotle?
Oh, dude, you don't have those where you're at? LoP?
You're missing out, LoP.
Nope.
Yeah, man.
What is that?
It's like Mexican fast food. It's good though. It's like basically like but it's good food. It's pretty good food at least. They claim there's no hormones in the meat.
Like burritos?
Yeah, burritos, bowls.
Well, we have that, but it's just we don't call it the way you do.
Yeah, it's American.
Yeah.
It's American.
Okay.
I think. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I mean, but we have like some Mexican restaurants. Actually, in my small village, we have one Mexican restaurant.
I go there and they just look at me and they're like, "You again?" Like that's how often I go. So it's like
why
two or three times a week. So yeah, it's pretty fun.
You love the Mexican food.
Your walks that you do LoP that you record, that's basically me without recording every day down the street. So same kind of thing.
Wait, is it close to your house?
It's like maybe 12 minutes away. It's a good walk actually. It gets me inside. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I
like the taste, of Mexican food, but I don't agree with the the pepper. It doesn't agree with me. I would say.
Yeah, their hot sauce is not good. It's like really hot, so I don't get that. But
yeah, I mean the pepper is too strong for me, So.
But I feel like there's something in it, man, because it causes people.
Yeah, it might have it might have some additions, but
yeah.
Even when I get in the supermarket, I get any type of pepper, it doesn't really agree with me. It's something about my genetics or something. But I read that people in certain regions, they have this intolerance. It's like milk intolerance. Some people have it.
Agreed.
So
but I really like the jalapeno peppers. I love those.
Oh, I like the jalapeno.
Those are good.
That one is good. But I'm talking about the black pepper or other types that are that they put a lot in. But
if you ever go to Chipotle and try the hottest one, there is something in there that I think for certain people it's really bad. So I think a lot of people don't go there. But if I avoid that, it's good. I'm fine with it. I feel good after. I don't feel tired. And after you eat some food, you feel like you need to take a nap. That's not Chipotle for me. So. But
yeah, for me, I once had this Mexican food there, and it was really spicy and hot. And then I was like, it was painful for me to take it.
Yeah.
Good toilet.
I don't really eat that much Indian food either, because like I grew up in Canada not eating much Indian, so I was never adapted to spicy food. So every restaurant I go to, it's very Americanized. So I'm not really into spicy.
Yeah, there's an aspect of
Indian food is great.
Adapted to,
yeah. If you grew up on it, you don't even know that it's spicy. Actually, you're like, this is just completely normal. But
so you grew up
your tongue kind of acclimatizes itself to the food.
Yeah, exactly.
But you grew up with Indian food. That's good, right?
No, I didn't want to eat Indian food because all my friends were like Canadian, so I was just like I ate out all the time. I ate McDonald's, Wendy's, Subway. It's a shocker that I'm alive right now with all the garbage that I've ate throughout my life, man. It's pathetic, dude.
No, I ate also McDonald's, Burger King,
But Big Macs and stuff growing up were a lot different than they are now. They were, first of all, I don't think they had as much like processed stuff in them. I remember them tasting quite a bit different than they do now. But yeah, I grew up eating a lot of Big Macs, man. Like I'm embarrassed to even say.
I prefer like Whopper.
Yeah, agreed. That's better.
It's really good. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I didn't have that kind of discretion, LoP, dude. I was just going after the freaking French fries, and it's crazy, dude. When you're young, you can get away with it. If I eat Big Mac now, like, I got to take a nap. I don't feel good. It's just, it doesn't. That's why I go to Chipotle, Salado.
It's pretty small though. Like the Big Mac is not that big.
I actually don't think
I had a double
Big
Big Mac.
It's not even the Big Mac. It's like the oily fries, and then you drink like a carbonated drink, and you just feel like death afterwards, dude.
Yeah, Coke. But did you know that Texas is the only place where they have double Big Mac?
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
You know that you're from Texas. I mean, you're in
What's
Texas.
a double? It has 4 patties. How many patties?
Yes,
are
yes, I had that when I was there in
Oh,
2003.
that's so gross.
I had a double Big Mac. My guardian brought it for me.
That's
When
disgusting.
I was
I
only
mean,
13, and I was
that's
like, I
like
love
food porn.
burgers. I loved burgers back then. I was only 14, and this guy bought me a double Big Mac, so 4
That's a lot of
pounds.
fake meat that you ate, man. I credit you to that. That's dope, man.
Yeah, but back then, as a teenager, I loved burgers. So
Right.
Yeah, I mean, but these foods, as TMoG was saying, they were not healthier, I would say, but they were less unhealthy
Yeah, agreed.
before.
That's the way to say
I
it.
remember also about that, the taste, even the chicken nuggets, they would taste differently
Yeah.
when I was a kid. So they definitely got worse. And if you look at how they make the beef patties, McDonald's and all that,
Mhm.
you would be grossed out. I mean, I don't think people who, see the whole process, they would keep going there. I don't think they would. So
Yeah. Yeah, agreed. It just, I ate them so much I can almost taste it, like even the Kentucky Fried Chicken, like I almost remember it, that experience, because I ate it so often. Like it's crazy, dude. And like I was talking to a guy years ago who like has a health condition, and he said a lot of the issue with the food is the bread. They make it like addictive, like a donut. So like when you go to Subway or something, you actually become addicted to the bread.
no,
And
but
so-
Subway is actually healthy, isn't it?
No, I'm not. I think the ingredients are okay, but if you eat the bread a lot, it may have all these like things in it, that make you want it, and then it's almost like eating a donut, basically.
yeah, I think they put something in the wheat. So
Yeah.
American food. A lot of people say, even Canadians, they would come to America and they would say, "Wow, there's something in the food." I know I've seen lots of people say that, and I do believe there is something in the food that makes people addicted, or
Yeah, for sure.
You
eat
mean
more than they should.
exclusively? Sorry, you mean exclusively for America only, or what?
Maybe, but in the
No,
bread,
people from everywhere, they come to America and they just see that the food feels different when they eat, and how they feel afterwards.
Then you have
let's
the
say they
In-N-Out
go,
burgers too.
let's say they go to, for example, McDonald's in Canada, and then they go to America. It's a different thing, and that's what I'm
Agreed.
saying. So
No, it is
the
for
same
sure.
I
type of
agree.
food.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, the same type of food is prepared in a different way.
Yeah,
And industrialized agriculture, in some ways is a crime against God in many ways, actually,
no, big
because
time, 100%.
yeah, because the way they treat the animals and the way they treat the wheat and the way, the chemicals they put, the pesticides and
Yeah.
all of it,
Dude,
So
JQ, even in town, dude, even if I'm going to a fast food, I don't even go to like bad neighborhoods because I know that maybe they're even getting the lower quality meat. So even regionally in the US, even in a city, I'm skeptical. I'm like, I don't want to go to some bad neighborhood. Who knows if they give them
that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
I think people in richer neighborhoods, they would be more liable to complain if something happened.
Yeah, exactly.
That's also a factor. People in lower income neighborhoods, I don't think they would. They already eat a lot of bad stuff. The average low income family in America,
Yeah.
they're just stocking up on sodas and
100%.
stuff like that, and
100%.
really bad food. They have the money. They have the money to buy good food, and they're just spending their money on bad stuff. And that's why sometimes I also feel like, should I feel compassion? I mean, they have the money.
No,
And
but
then
like
they're
the
gonna
healthy. Sorry, but the healthy food is usually always more expensive. You know what?
no. I'm just saying, you could, for example, instead of buying the soda, let's say you're worrying about, because there are people stocking up. They're not like, oh, I'm gonna buy the soda. They're stocking up on the soda, like something necessary. So
He's saying they have healthy alternatives. He's saying they have healthy alternatives at a similar price point. I would sort of agree with that. Is that
But
what
I
you're
don't
saying?
agree
mean,
that soda is.
you could. What I'm saying is that, for example, instead of buying the soda, let's say you are worried about a shortage, right? So instead of buying the soda, you just buy wheat flour, right? I mean, to make bread, you can make unleavened bread. Anyone with water and flour, they can make, the bread, and they can eat, and they can survive. So instead of spending money on soda, they could spend money on that, for example. They could spend their money on water,
Right.
for example. So that's what I'm saying. So it's less expensive, and they can survive on that. The soda is just destroying their health, and
You mean
they cannot live on the soda. So
Dude,
they're gonna get
you can actually.
Dude, our survival skills are like terrible, man. Like we do it all backwards. Like I was addicted to soda for a lot of years, not anymore, but yeah, I mean
LoP saying you can live on soda, but
yes,
I mean,
can.
you can you can live. You can live. I mean, you can live for a certain amount of time, like because there's a lot of sugar. That's true.
Yeah,
I agree. But that's gonna destroy your health. So it doesn't make sense.
Your health is already destroyed, dude. But like my point is
not. LoP's not of this world, man. He's built differently than us, man. We're not all built the same, dude.
But I'm telling you, I don't like necessarily drink what you consider soda, only like Sprite, Coke, and Mountain Dew. I don't even drink that. I just drink like once a week. I drink, or twice a week I would drink Dr. Pepper.
No, that's fine.
And Coke. You know what I mean? But the rest of the week, I still never drink water. I drink
there's
always
people that drink 2
with
Dr. Peppers by 8 in the morning. They've already had 2 of them. So
no, me too. I did that too.
Have you ever tried kombucha? For example,
I don't think we don't have that here. We don't have that here.
Ah, you have that? No, I'm certain you have that.
I know we might have that, but I just it's not common here, right?
Look, it's €2. I think it's €250. A bottle of kombucha, and it's much healthier than. I mean, you can find it online. I just did a Google search, Europe.
I think I tried it before. I don't like it. Sorry.
Maybe you tried it and don't like it, but yeah, maybe some people online just saying.
It tastes like iced tea, right? A bit.
Yeah, it's like iced tea with bubbles, like Dr. Pepper, like you're saying, but it's much healthier because it doesn't have the sugars and all of that.
Which is what I'm saying. So I drink mostly. We have this kind of like fizzy water with flavor, and it has sugar, but not as much as Coke, obviously. So that's what I drink most of the time. I drink tea, with honey. And
or you can just drink the tea with some sugar if you want. But what I mostly drink, the drinks that I drink, just I think it's like 4 drinks, which is coffee, sometimes, and lately I've been drinking more coffee. And then there's green tea. Sometimes I drink heather tea. I think it's a little rarer. Most people don't drink that. And then I drink, like once a month, or once every 2 months, I drink a bottle of wine. That's all that I drink basically. Mostly.
But
I drink a lot of stuff, but never alcohol.
One point related to food about the law, which I think is what I want people to understand, right? Like if we're supposed to keep the law, which is what the Bible says, I want people to know that I think a lot of us think that it's very burdensome and like, oh man, it's like so much. But the reality is that if we would choose it naturally. From what I've seen, it's like we would want to eat natural foods. We would not want to steal from other people. We would want to have time of rest and all that. So really the law is actually us living an unburdened lifestyle. I know that it sounds like it's a lot of burden because we have to jump over all these fast foods and all this stuff that a lot of us don't have a choice. So, that's what God is aware of. So I don't want whatever anybody does, the amount, do it, because I'm assuming you'll get rewards for it. But we're so far away from it that we would need the whole society. I'm talking the whole supply chain of food to be changed. We can't do that as individuals. We cannot.
No, that's true. I just think that people that go too far, let's say opposite to the law, like
fair enough. Yeah, agreed.
I think they should at least be moderate. If you're worried about a scenario where you don't have food, be a little rational and think that maybe the best thing is not to invest in sodas, and maybe it's best for you to invest in something that you can eat. Maybe you buy rice, you buy, some flour to make, bread.
Yeah.
I started making bread, actually because of the Bible, because the unleavened bread.
Right.
So, a few months ago, I started making bread, and
That's
it's
good.
really easy. I mean, it's really easy. So, anyone can make it.
Wait,
And
how does the unleavened bread is? How does it look like? I don't really.
oh, you just pick up the flour and you just put in any any place, and then you throw water up on it, and then you mix it until it's like kind of how would I say, like when it's fluffy but hardened at the same time,
Yeah.
and then you can
Oh,
press it down, and you can make it. Depends on the type of flour and all that. You have to
yeah.
figure out the ratio, but it's basically water, flour, and then you put it in a recipient, and you put in the furnace in the oven, and then you make it.
Dude,
It's like
LLP
very
for
quickly.
JQ, I've lived in this apartment for 4 years. I haven't even opened the oven once, dude. That's crazy, man. Like, I'm
Yeah,
not,
I mean,
I do always use
that's a
oven
good
because of the
that's a good
frozen
use for
pizzas.
your oven, man. I mean, if you
yeah,
have the time.
no, I have,
I mean,
I have
it
lots
doesn't.
of time.
You don't really need. I mean, if you don't really need a lot of time. You just
Yeah.
get the flour. Put some water, and just press that flour until it's the way it should be. I mean, you can use
No, I made it
YouTube
once
to.
actually. Dude, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, you made it once.
Well, I tried to make naan bread once years ago. I have a feeling it's similar to that, similar process. So that failed actually kind of miserably. But I
Yeah,
think I
you only need water and the flour, but
right.
it's very difficult. What I discovered is that it's actually very difficult to fail. So actually, I think God was merciful that He chose that type of food, because it's really hard to get it wrong,
Right.
from my
That's great.
experience. So people would, oh, I didn't press the bread down too much. Oh, I didn't add too much water, but it's difficult to get it wrong, I'm saying. So God would, oh, you have to make this at this day for me, and this Sabbath you have to, make this unleavened bread. But
Yeah.
it's not something that's burdensome. It's not some big,
Agreed.
recipe. So
Nothing about the law is outlandish. It's just it's only
yeah,
relative to our world like that. It's like, whoa, like it's crazy. But yeah, you're right. Any distance to the law that you get closer to, do that for sure. Because it's good for your body first and foremost, and then you're less liable to get pain, any type of pain.
yeah. We have to, lower the amount of unnecessary pain that we have. I mean,
Right.
it doesn't make sense. We already are going to feel a lot of pain if we are not, first and foremost, if we're not saved. And let's say the end times are at a later date, right? We are gonna suffer a lot, man. I mean, imagine trying to hunker down. Let's say we find a vision, or we receive a vision from God saying, "Oh, it's not gonna be now. You have to wait a few more years." Let's say we receive. Let's say we
Psych.
receive something like that. It's gonna be really hard to,
Dude, I'd have a full live stream just me crying for 3 hours if that was the case. But it's possible. Damn, dude.
yeah. I mean, it's a possible. I mean, the way things are going, they're going too fast for me to say with any confidence that is the case. That it's just a possibility. It's still a possibility, but I would say that it ends within 3 years. Like within 3 years, I mean, Christ comes, and then there's great tribulation for these 3 years, 3.5 years, and then the world ends, and then we re-inhabit it in
Yeah.
the way it's supposed to be. But
It has to be close. It has to be close. I want people to understand just financially, because all this stuff that's going out now is really expensive, and it's going out worldwide, and it's not our money. So it's being printed. It's new money. So God can't print money forever. He can make food forever if he wants. But once you make money forever, the next dollar you print debases what's already there. So there's actually a limit. There is no limit to things God can produce. Food wise, he can make bread appear, no doubt. That doesn't debase the currency, but money is actually a limit because it's physical. You hold it, and then if you print more, it weakens the value. So God's
But
a bit
the
limited.
interesting thing about what's happening, the value of the currency, the dollar being in danger, all of that, is that from from what we know, it's all on purpose. There's no reason, no organic reason for all these things to be happening. Why would people, like I said, rationally, why
Agreed.
would people want to inject people like that?
Yeah.
Do that,
No,
or
and
why
why
would
why did this happen right when the economy was tanking? Why now? Why not
yeah,
5 years
everything is
ago?
so well timed and so
Exactly.
perfect. And,
Exactly. Like,
it's very strange. And there's a movie, I think a 1981 movie. I tried to post a clip about it on my channel, but
mhm.
they said, because of copyright you can post it. But
What movie?
it's interesting. This 19 I don't actually don't know the name. I just heard about it just before I joined. So
Mhm.
the thing is, this movie, I'll tell them the name later, but the movie, the clip that I saw, that part of the movie specifically, is talking about how they, the elite, the people on top,
Yeah.
they're doing all of this, and that's in 1981, so people knew that. They're doing all of this orchestrated. They are making people fear something that they, manufactured, like crises and things. I think you believe or know that the creation of the Federal Reserve was occasioned by a manufactured crisis.
Yeah.
Why
God
would
God
it be
uses
so?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah. But God is narrating it, and that's in Revelation 6 that without fractional reserve banking, you can never have an end times. It's
yeah,
literally impossible because then money is backed by
by gold,
something,
yeah, by gold
and
or silver.
literally almost anything than nothing, right? It would make sense, like salt, food, gold, anything, bread, it doesn't matter. But as long as it's something, then you really can't have an end times.
Sugar.
Yeah, or sugar, sorry. I think it was actually backed by one of those in the past, but
Really?
yeah, it's actually the phrase, "Oh, it's not even worth its salt." It's because
Yeah.
money used to be
Yeah,
backed by salt, I think at one point. So
Yeah, but not sugar though.
not sugar, but you get what I'm
yeah. The
saying.
Yeah,
word
for
Fine.
Something
salary.
people
the
use,
word
It's
right?
funny if it was
salary.
backed by sugar though. It would be
Yeah,
funny.
in
Yeah,
modern day, it would be sugar for sure. With the amount that we eat is disgusting. But
the
Yeah.
word for the salary, the word for the money you make every month comes from you know an amount of salt that was paid to people in
right,
ancient times.
I've
So
heard that.
you're
Yeah,
correct. It comes from that,
Oh yeah, it
actually.
does sound like that, like saline, right? That sorry.
Yes,
saline.
salt.
Yeah,
Yeah, saline.
saline.
Yeah.
I mean,
Saline.
saline means
Salary.
salty, right? Salty.
And
Yeah.
I would say too, if this came out before the flat Earth, then I don't know. I don't like how can we be to blame taking it because it's like any other shot that we've taken, polio and all that. I don't know. Like, is that really like, are we bad for doing that? I don't know because it's any other one. But the only reason it's something I know that we at least avoid, for me personally, is the flat Earth because if the Earth is not flat and stationary, the Bible to me is a joke. Like it's an absolute joke. So that's why all these things are it's too coincidental at this point. What
Yeah, I
JQ
think those people on the top, God's left hand side, basically.
Mhm.
I think they are receiving these orders from God, and they're just acting out their scripts, right?
100%.
I mean,
Yeah, 100%.
there's no there's no rationale behind what they're doing other than if they, think or believe or know that there is someone on top of them, higher, that
Yeah.
is making them do these things.
Yeah.
There would be no other explanation,
But
I think.
JQ, you see it, right? They're literally reading from a script. They didn't write that. So somebody gave that to them. Somebody gave that to them. You know what I mean? And it goes all the way up. So they're
Yeah.
literally reading. Like they're not, it's, when you have a conversation with a normal person, you're like, oh, you see their little nuances. You can catch them off guard. Those people are literally just sitting down in front of a prompter and reading. So, I
You're
mean,
like zombie robots.
yeah, it's like make it more obvious for us. But
Yeah, and and the script is very bad, actually. So I
agreed,
think God made the script, to be very, very easy for people to
It-
perceive. But
100%.
it,
Yeah,
It's a B
I
movie.
think
yeah,
I think
exactly.
it's very masterful because God is giving, actually, a very ample, way for people to wake up. Basically,
Big time.
he's
Big
giving
time.
he's giving a lot of opportunity in
He's
every
making it obvious to
aspect.
follow and making it obvious to not follow. They're both obvious. Like one, it's like obviously science or obviously my doctor.
Yeah,
Obviously,
I
whatever.
think what he's doing is like, if you fall for this, I don't think you can, you don't have a chance with me, because
Agreed.
I don't want a person that falls for this stupid thing to be,
Exactly.
close to me or something like
Exactly.
that.
Exactly. And think about it practically. It's like if you have somebody come into your home, right? You would vet them first. Do you have a criminal record? Are you going to come and steal? You'd want to know something about the person before they come in. So why wouldn't God do that with his kingdom? It's like the righteousness has to exceed that of the scribes and the Pharisees.
And what I think is that ultimately he already knows. I think this is just for us to see that our ultimate fate.
It cut out, JQ, if you're back.
Hey, is he there?
Yeah.
Wait. Oh. Wait. I was gonna bring out. So basically, do you know the British TV show Utopia that came out 2013?
Okay.
And this basically predicted the whole thing that's happening right now.
Right.
It's
Yeah,
amazing.
exactly.
Like
And
they
dude,
came up with the they created a false narrative
but
of
dude,
the fear, and then they bring up the solution, the thing. Oh,
but dude, did you see the
that's in the
song?
TV show, dude.
But did you see
Like,
the song a few years ago that literally talked about it? So I don't know if you saw that.
yeah,
Hang up.
the rap song.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
come
But
on, man. Like,
but
how would they know that, dude? Like,
but you should check it. This is very underrated British TV show.
yeah,
It's very short. It's only 12 episodes, but it's
right.
amazing, and
Yeah.
it's called Utopia, and it's a British TV show from 2013
Yeah.
to 2014. So
Yeah.
I would
So,
highly recommend it if you check it out. Yeah,
but that's what
you have
JQ was
time.
saying, and I agree with it. At least this is the part that I would say is that God is aware. All these things are predetermined. So that's why I don't want people to stress too much. We got to go through it, whatever amount, but don't go crazy. Don't put yourself in danger and all that, because all the people out there, even people in your family, may not listen to you. So going out there, unless you want to do it, it probably not safe. That's what I would say in the times that we live in now. So, be careful with what you do and what you tell about your beliefs, because the reality is the Bible's horrible news for a majority of the earth. Like, it's literally their worst case scenario. For us, it's our best case scenario, which is what Good Servant always says. So shout out Good Servant. But
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
that's what it is. So yeah, all this predictive programming, man, come on. At this point, like, I mean, God's literally like, it's like handed to us on a silver platter.
Yeah, but people are just blind to not even. I don't understand how they fall for this.
Right. Exactly.
It's just.
So I almost wish it was a bit more clever, but in a way, it's fine. It's fine because then it makes it more obvious that we want to be separated from those people. That's fine. We what can we even talk
Yeah, I guess
about?
God wouldn't want like people that are not even smart to
Exactly.
figure it out in His kingdom.
Exactly.
I guess. Yeah.
You don't have to be rich. You don't have to be like funny. Even you don't have to be really that special per se. You just have to not be a gullible simp. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, come on, this
yeah.
narrative is terrible. Like, stop this, man. Like, do we need a microchip really to decide how dumb these people are? No, that's
Yeah,
ridiculous. Come on.
100%, dude.
Yeah, it's wild, man. But yeah, I don't know, man. LOP, this was good. So
Well, it was a good time, man. It's wow, 4:20 already. Damn,
yeah,
it's
sorry to keep you guys.
been
I'm just basically killing time. It's nothing.
no, it's been fun, dude. It's been
Yeah,
fun.
it's kind of amazing because the Bible at this point, obviously, it's amazing, and even what you were reading earlier, you've learned something new. But we're kind of seeing the Bible play out. It's kind of more fun to see it in real life. That's the times that we live in now. It's like
We kind of almost see it for the first time.
yeah, agreed. Exactly. I've never seen how God can do a narrative on the drop of a dime, get the whole world in on it, literally overnight, and it's just literally happening right before our eyes. And
It's like back
relatively
then I
quick.
would be thinking like 2000, with all the 2012 apocalypse thing
Yeah,
back
I
then.
remember
Yeah,
that.
yeah, the Mayan. So I was thinking like, oh, dude, this might be it. But
They had the
was
12
I was
backwards LOP.
so wrong.
It was really 21.
It was 2112, dude. The Rush album from 1976.
Dude, you got to be
I
on
already
Jeopardy or
said
something, man. You got
I
to be on
already
like
said
Music Jeopardy, LOP, one day and just clean up over there,
no,
man.
dude. I already said one music reference, but nobody caught it. We'd like to see it almost for the first time. There was a reference from a Tool song, but anyway,
Yeah,
I'm just
sick.
out there.
Yeah, you're just wrapping it up. I just joined again, but nice to join with people. So
Yeah,
nice,
it's good,
nice chat.
JQ. I mean, pretty much anybody out there, if you're basically a person who believes this thing is the mark and a flat earther, which I would say most people are that come by here, what else is there to disagree with at this point? I mean, the other things are important, no doubt, but I don't know, man. We're the elite, dude. We're the truther elite with those
Navy
two
SEAls.
Yeah, I mean, you
I
know
wouldn't.
what I'll say, just a quick thing about what you're saying is, yeah, I mean, it says that we should, love our neighbor as as ourselves, right?
Yeah.
So basically, if we are that, nitpicking, we should nitpick, but if people already believe the flat Earth, they already believe that God's behind it and things like that.
Yeah.
I think, I think God wouldn't want us to just throw that person on the bus because that person disagree with a small thing or the other.
Yeah.
I think because if we did that, then there would be no neighbor to love.
Yeah, so
What I'm
Jake,
getting
just
at
so you know,
is,
I think I know what you're getting at. Just so you know, a lot of those things that I do are sort of like psychological tactics, just so you know. But they're also a little bit a sort of insecurity because I'm insecure about what I teach. I say that openly because what I'm teaching is outlandish. First of all, what the Bible says is outlandish. So when I interact with people, and I didn't mean to offend you or Flat Earth Boxer or really anybody, but I'm going to kind of calm down because my ministry is wrapping up. But a lot of it is academic because I just want to make sure what I'm putting out there is being vetted. So I kind of poke people a little bit just to see what they're all about. But, if you're a real person ultimately and you believe those two things, I really ultimately don't have a problem because those two things are heavy, very
But
heavy.
I don't like the term flat earther. Like it's associated, like if you look it up even on like dictionary, it's associated with like dumb
With stupid people. Yes.
idiot
We'll
morons.
say
So I wouldn't.
stationary Earth. We'll say stationary
Yeah,
Earth.
yeah, yeah.
That's fine.
I would use that instead than
And stationary is a good
this,
technical term, actually.
this is like the N word almost.
No, I agree. It's derogatory.
It's terrible. The
But if you look at the flat Earth community, that's why Call for an Uprising doesn't want to be a flat earther because he thinks we're all stupid, and honestly he has a point because like some of the people are literally insane.
He has a point.
But no, back to my point about doctrine. It is important though, ultimately. But we are in those days where, yeah, if you're ultimately aware of the narrative and how evil it is, and you're planning to resist it with your life, I mean, pull up a chair. That's what we're doing here. So that's ultimately it. With Flat Earth Boxer, I would say when Flat Earth Boxer comes on here, LOP got caught in the crossfire last time, but
and the troll in the chat too.
No, but it was I actually he's smart though. I like the academic back and forth because he holds his opinion strongly, and honestly, without him saying about the 7 heads and 10 horns, I probably wouldn't have taken the time in the last few days to look into it. I'd be like, yeah, whatever. I've posted enough videos. I'm tired of this. But it actually kind of motivated me to go look and at least give an opinion, which is what I think it is. So, it's a little bit of that. We got to kind of wrestle with it. But I think the truth is out there. I think most of it's obvious. So I'll let everybody wrap up with whatever, or if they want to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's unimportant for you to go and look for the ultimate truth. And when people say something, even if it is slightly wrong, I don't think that that's wrong to do that, to go after it. But I'm just saying that, let's say that there's a difference, and I think you agree with this, between the mixed multitude and the elect, right? There is a difference, but ultimately, both are on God's right hand side. So I think everyone in this group, that God's right hand side, either if they're the elect or the mixed multitude, I think both should treat themselves like Christ says. I mean, like love thy neighbor as thyself.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah,
think we all should be having that to some degree at least, because if we are correct, we are going to be living with these people forever, basically.
agreed.
So-
And
Love
so,
thine enemies too, though.
what's that?
Yeah, I mean,
Love your
some people
enemy.
that we think, some people that we think are our enemies earthly, maybe some of them are from the mixed multitude, and we are angry at them, and maybe they're going to be under us or above us, and we have to live with those people forever. So yeah, LOP is right.
I mean, like
But I want people to understand, just to be careful with that teaching, and no issues with what you said, LOP, but just love your enemies. First off, doesn't mean go and do what they say. Obviously, you know that. You would never teach that.
Yeah, obviously.
That's a fact. And second, I want people to
Right.
understand, when Christ forgave his enemies, he also knew who ultimately did that to him. Okay? He wasn't speaking from like an earthly thing. That's why I want people to understand that whenever evil happens to you, and I know that people have gone through serious things, so I'm not trying to trivialize this, but you have to now understand that God did that to you. So don't go get mad at that other person. That's what we know now, and the Israelites have always known. They never got mad at that person that was torturing them. They knew that God was going to be a just balance and get them for that, no doubt. But they realized that what happened to them was because of their sins. There was a reason, a judgment for it. So they were quick to either say, God's going to judge you for that, or I have to forgive you for that, because I'm not going to go and seek out justice on my own. So that's why that truth is important. It actually allows you to interact with God, and that's what the Israelites do. That's what they do. And so then it makes forgiving people much easier. Again, I know that people have gone through a lot, but even Christ, our example, he knew that crucifixion happened at the hands of the Most High. That's what the Bible says.
Yeah, I mostly just like, I get pissed off a lot at people. Like even Jay, Two-Letter Jay pissed me off so bad, and I get so mad at him. But I already forgave him. And
Leader's funny though, man. You got to give him that. He's cool.
No, but
man.
he was. I asked him question like 5 times, and he was always like evading the question. And I got pissed off, and I
Either
swear
Two
in
Leader's
the
really
Discord.
bored, or he's
Yeah.
really spiritual, or a mix of both. So I don't mind him, dude. I'm not even kidding. LOP, I was like, after Russian vids, I couldn't sleep. So I went on another hangout, and he was there. I'm like, dude, did you ever go to sleep, man? He was asking me, why am I there? And I'm like, what are you doing here, man? Like,
He's always going to these any live streams. He's crazy.
24/7. He's like
Yeah.
omnipresent on YouTube, dude. It's amazing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, he is. But like, yeah, I told him on one of his videos, like, don't be like me, stay up for 30 plus hours, which which I do mostly. But I'm telling him, don't do it, so that you don't suffer like me.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna try and chill out. I think that for all of us, I always say that, but maybe never happens. But
Yeah, TMoG, I'm just gonna ask you one last question.
Yeah.
About I think it's in the end of Matthew. I think it repeats itself in Mark, but when Christ is praying and the disciples end up sleeping.
Yeah.
You remember that, right? So
Yep.
that part, he's praying for the chalice, if it's God's will, to pass from him. So
Yeah.
I think it refers that to the fact that he has to go through with that, but he's kind of praying like, maybe you can make it, make someone else be sacrificed in my place.
Mhm.
Is that your interpretation too?
It's hard for me to it's hard for me to know how much Christ knew of a movie that he was in. And I don't say that to be rude to him in any way, but we see all these actors, right? JQ on the news and all that. We're like, yeah, they're reading from their script, right? We see that. It's obvious. But Christ, I don't think that he could have known every single thing, or else how could he take it seriously? You know what I mean? He'll be like, oh, whatever, like, you're stupid.
I think his belief in the prophecy was what made it seem so clear. Sometimes he speaks, oh, it must be fulfilled. The Most High sent me, but ultimately I think there were, quote unquote surprises. Like, it is prophesied that, in the Old Testament, that people from other places will receive the grace of God and all of that.
Yeah.
And you have examples in that in the New Testament with the centurion, that you remember, of course.
Yeah.
But,
And
you know, he praised
the one, the one where he's like, I haven't seen faith like this in all of Israel. He was surprised.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. He
right.
says that. So it's kind of like he's surprised, but at the same time, I think he knows. Oh, that was. He remembers. Oh, that was in, you know, in prophecy. So
Yeah.
it fits.
Right.
No,
So
but
at the same time, he has a script, but at the
Yeah.
same time, he, in a certain way, there are certain things with which he is impressed. So,
But JQ, here's the way I would here's the way analogy I would give to us. It was like, it's like if I told you or me, somebody told me every like 5 years this is going to happen. You know, you're going to have to do this, you're going to have this job, and then you're going to. So that's not my whole life, but I'm going to know all these markers. You know, these distinct markers.
yeah.
And then you're obviously going to live until that time. But in between, I do think maybe it was fluid. You know, I don't know how he could have been genuine with people if he knew what they were about to say. You know, it's like, oh, okay, finish what you're about to say, and then I got my response. Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how that would work.
But I was
Mhm.
gonna say, even God, like, he was, surprised that when he, or like many times he said, like, it grieved him in his heart that he made
Right.
humans and that
Exactly. He
stuff.
Yeah,
cried.
yeah.
Or he was saying, like, Adam, where art thou? You know, or whatever. Like, he was looking for him, like he doesn't know where he is. He's all seeing. Like, what?
Yeah. It's like if I knew exactly what I was going
He
through,
was
about to
trolling
go
Adam,
through.
I guess.
But imagine any of us knew what we were about to go through and knew every instance of it. How could we be sincere or be like, oh man, and especially if it was evil, I'd be
Right.
like, oh man, you idiots are coming here. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Maybe God can predict everything
Maybe God.
and know what will happen, but when he has to live through it, it's like with us. I mean, for example, we know this or that's going to happen in, while, 1 month or something. We go through our daily lives, and when it happens, if it's something that surprises us, then we are going to be surprised, even if we know beforehand what's going to happen. So I think that's the same with like Sodom and Gomorrah and the flood, that he said, "Oh, it repented me," but he already knew, but he repents creating the man, or um, or even allowing them to become like Sodom and Gomorrah or something like that.
Yeah.
But he knew that those people would ultimately become that. Or with these Israelites in Exodus, like, he knew that the people would make the idol if
Yeah,
he,
for sure they did. He did. Yes, definitely.
if he made Moses stay up there, in the mount for that,
That's
much time. So
yeah.
yeah,
Here's the deal. Sorry to cut you off, JQ. What I think, and
yeah, yeah, okay.
this is just speculation, but this is the way I understand it. Is that's why I'm a bit firm with people who come by my channel, because I do believe there are people that elect, and then all the people, like you said, the mixed multitude on God's right hand side, they're peppered throughout the earth. They're real people. They're actually free because they'll be drawn to the truth or know the truth. But everybody else are actors. So God knows all the other people are just going to do whatever they're programmed to do. But if Christ or somebody were to interact with us, it's a bit fluid, because we have some sense of free will that the Most High gives us. It's limited, but we do have some amount of, hey, we can ask him questions and stuff. So the amount that Christ interacts with his disciples, his inner circle, I do believe is more fluid, and then he's engaging with them. But with the other people, he knows that, okay, this is my time. Okay, that guy's going to come here, and then, okay, well, crap, I got to go through that and stuff like that. So that's why I believe when he says the truth will set you free, it's literal in the sense that we're free now, to ask God questions and be ourselves, so to speak. So that's the small amount I think that would be not predictable, maybe, or fluid. I think that obviously the Most High knows everything, because nothing can happen unless it goes through him, even if we don't feel it. I did a live stream on that a long time ago on free will, how I think
Yeah,
that
according
works.
to the second Esdras, he planned the end from the beginning.
Exactly.
So
So we're
he
walking
knew
in.
everything. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but Christ is not the Most High, and so that he
Yeah.
did have a different. This is why he's kind of like sort of in between the Most High, literally in between the Most High and us. He relates to us in some ways, but he also relates to the Most High and can go in the presence of the Most High. So he's that's why he's literally the interface. You know, the way.
What do you think about the Flat Earth Boxer's position on Christ being the Father and there being no Trinity? And I think
that was strange that he went that. He almost jumped down LOP's throat. I was like, damn, man. Like I didn't know he was that.
About what?
On that.
About what?
About that Elohim or whatever being singular or not.
Oh yeah, this one. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm not saying.
But he's wrong. Yeah.
No, I mean about that. He has a case about that, but I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about he's saying that Christ is the same as the Most High. I even had a conversation with him. I said, well, but what about this? Christ doesn't know the time of the end. How can he be the same consciousness as the Most High?
Right.
So he has no answer to that, and he doesn't want to get into it because he's saying.
I think it's the reason I didn't get into him with him because he's smart. Really, he would get into the physics, and this is the part where it becomes like philosophical and not spiritual. It's like, well, then we all are part of the Creator because we must have existed from the beginning because we were in His mind, and that's why Christ has.
I said that to him.
And that's actually a valid argument because when you don't have a timeless state, you can't use words in a time state to describe a timeless state. So either ultimately everything existed, because it can't exist 5 minutes from now, because what does that even mean 5 minutes from now? So this must have all been an expression from the Most High, and then we all must have been quote unquote thought of at the same time. And so we all are essentially part of the Most High. And that actually is true because that's why the Bible uses cryptic language. But now for us, it's plain. The deceived and the deceiver are His. So what you were saying in your message in the chat is correct. God's left-hand side ultimately is righteous because they're enacting a righteous decree, even if it's evil. It has to be because God directed them to do that. So ultimately, everything on this earth is righteous, even if we don't understand it.
Hey, I was going to ask you earlier about an hour ago, but I've completely forgot. But 2 Corinthians 4:4, in whom the God of this world hath blinded the minds of them that which believe not, lest the light of the glorious gospel of Christ, who is the image of God, should shine upon them. I was just going to ask, like, so the God of this world, like, that's, what do you think? Who is that?
What was that? 2 Corinthians 4:4?
Yeah, 2 Corinthians 4:4.
I like that number 44, man. Let's look at this.
Wink.
Yeah, but like, so that's the argument for Satan having like blinding people, but like God is ultimately in control of the God of this world too. Because
so that's why it's written that way. In whom the God of this world has blinded the minds of them which believe not, lest the light of the glory. So this is where there are instances. This is what we were talking with Mike. There are instances where God does it directly. He'll put lying spirits, or He will get Satan to go and do something to Job, for example. Whether that's literal or metaphoric doesn't actually matter. But but
ultimately, God's doing it through this God of this world, whoever that is.
And we don't even necessarily need to worry about whether that's a particular person, which I'm not sure why Flat Earth Boxer's so hung up on that.
He thinks it's Donald Trump, right?
Yeah, like it's that you can put anybody in that pretty much, and it's gonna work. You know what I mean? So if he believes that and he genuinely
like the quasi-luminous guy, he says he's the God of this world. Satan.
Yeah, I mean you could. Yeah, that's why you could fit anyone in that description.
Yeah, and somebody
especially if you accept reincarnation.
I mean, David,
and that Lord Stephen Christ said He's both God and Satan, like both Christ and Satan. So like whatever.
Do you know David Rockefeller? So he said he used to put in his Facebook that he's like he owns the world or something, like the God of this world. He used to say that. So yeah, I mean, a lot of people that are evil will say that, and I think Flat Earth Boxer gets that idea that it is maybe like Donald Trump because of the kings mentioned in Revelation 17, because it says that each head is like a king, and the beast itself becomes an eighth king. I actually asked you a question about that, but you were doing this stream, so
yeah,
maybe
I saw it now. Yeah,
yeah, if you want to read it. So basically, that beast is a king. So I think there's some. I would say that there's some room to interpret that as one person
And,
for
and one,
sure.
yeah, sorry,
No,
and one
that
kind of funny thing about Trump is that First Corinthians 15:55, 52, it says, "In the moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last Trump,
Mm.
yes, that yeah, and
at the
you know what?
last Donald Trump."
LOP, you'll laugh, dude. When Trump Pence was running together, they were like, "Oh, the Trump Pence is blown." You know what I mean, dude? It was mad funny. Like all the
Yeah, I
word
Oh,
remember.
playing.
Trump and Mike Pence, yeah.
Yeah.
The fly on his head. Remember the fly at the debate? That was
But
pretty
LOP,
funny. Maybe,
here's
people
the,
are making memes of it.
or sorry, JQ. Here's the deal where I like
Yeah.
reading people, and so this is what I want people to understand when you come on this panel. You're a spiritual person. Everybody is. So I'm analyzing. The only issue I have with Flat Earth Boxer's position is not his position; it's the way he delivers it. It's like, let's just say that that's right. You could still fit other people into that, and it's going to work. You know what I mean? Unless what he said is actually true, like he genuinely believes Trump will come back on the scene, and then we could actually see
Yeah,
that
I think
play out.
he's talking about it like it's prophecy.
Yes, and so that's
really.
different. That's an actual prediction, and then we can observe it. But if it's more metaphoric and spiritual and symbolic, then I agree. There's plenty of room in really Revelation 12, 13, and 17 for that to apply to nations, like I'm pushing and teaching. Could also have double meaning with the political structures. Could also even go down to the individual level. You know, no doubt. Even Bill Gates potentially could have some, reborn with a home. We don't know. Like all those people. So yeah, that's
Yeah.
where I think I mentioned to you there could potentially be 100 interpretations that work, and then which one is the supreme one. Ultimately, I would say God would know at this point, because it's so open. Like there's nothing to constrain that. Like the two witnesses and other teachings, even Mystery Babylon, there's a lot of constraints. You put a fence around it because there's so many different verses, not even just in Revelation, but everywhere else. But that's so open. Like 7 heads. I don't even know where the horns are. Okay, like officially, right? You can have 10 different interpretations just on where the horns are. Are they on one of the heads? 7? Is it separate?
Yeah, and
Yeah, I think about the horns, I would say that because of Revelation 17, maybe the one in 13 is exactly what you said, but I would say that in 17, because he says 10 kings will give the power to the. So it's not like every head has 10 kings.
Yeah,
I don't know.
No, I know what you're saying.
You know,
yeah, it's specific.
In 17, I would say that doesn't apply. That the 10 horns in each head. I would say in 17 that would not be possible, because it only says there are 10 kings, and those 10 kings are going to give power to the beast, which is the 8th king of the 7 heads. The 7 heads are going to be destroyed throughout time.
Yeah.
And then the 8th king will come, right? And that 8th king will get power from the other from these 10 other kings, which are the horns.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing, and that's why I asked that question, is that they are going that's like the way you framed it is like the 8th king, in other words the beast, and the 10 kings plus the 10 kings, which are the 10 horns, they are the one world government. That's what you basically said, right?
Yeah, I would say the 8th is symbolic of the one world. It's not a real 8th head kind of thing.
My it's not an issue, but my question regarding that is that according to Revelation 18, as we all know, the beast will go to war, right, against the America, right, against the woman.
Yeah.
That is sitting upon the beast. So the woman, America, is controlling the whole world, basically. The one world government is at the hands of America, and then they're going to fight. So it's a one world government, but it's going to become fragmented. Because they're going to fight each other, right?
Well, so they're not going to fight. Actually, that's the thing. Like again, you could feel free to argue with this, because I'm not 100% sure. So don't feel you can. I could be totally wrong, but just know that it's not actually going to be a fight. Here's the deal. Here's why the two.
I mean about Armageddon.
Yeah, but well, even that. So even this is prior to that. So here's
that's prior.
So the two witnesses are going to be in America tormenting the entire earth. That's going to be part of the reason why they're hated, because they're going to isolate those people tormenting the whole earth. That's the unique thing. So that might be just one of the reasons why they're pissed off at America. And obviously, once we stop buying things because we have the medical martial law, then all of our bills and debts are now, we're screwed, right? Because we can't just print stuff. And then all of our debt to all the other countries. Now, what happens when you can't pay your house note, your house gets taken away, right? So at the national level, if our debt and our currency fails because of all the plagues in Revelation 16, which are headquartered in America, the other nations burn it. So it's not a back and forth. We're not shooting anything back. That's why I say it's God's entire left-hand side. They're all actors. Because if we were really genuinely fighting with them, first off, the fighting would happen now. They would, they would point out, oh, America's evil. They put all that in their news. They don't. Okay.
Yeah, that's true. I just think that the way it's worded, it gives a certain air of division between America, after Revelation 17, and the whole structure of the beast. So it seems like the beast is going to rebel against America. So the whole world, but both are in God's left-hand side. I agree. So America is on God's left-hand side, and the whole world, they're in the same bag, so to speak. But I think they are against God, both of them. The beast and America. But at the same time, there's a certain division. That's all I would say. Yeah, and that's why I asked that question. Basically, I think that.
I would say it's speculation, but I would say it's very likely the case that America, being the headquarters of those plagues, we end up like essentially failing on all of our debts. And then at the national level, if you have a whole country fail on its debts to China and all those other places, we're not buying as much, or really as we're going to buy a little, because it says even at the end, the ships are still in the sea, but we're going to be dealing with our own problems, power outages, heat wave, the SOARs and all that. So then we're essentially failing on our national debt. And then the only thing God can do to prepare for that at the national level is to burn it. And then what they're doing on a double meaning is that those weapons that they're testing, shooting across to America, they're going to start aiming those in the sky when Christ returns in Armageddon. So all that technology is not just for America. That's a test run. So
that's basically what I see China, right? So it's like China and those other nations, which are, they're going to seize on the opportunity that America is weakened to try and become the greatest. So that's the beast going against America, basically.
You can think of it that way. Just since we're kind of late in the game on this, I would say just know that they're not fighting. They know that God is going to return, and just like they crucified.
I mean, they're not fighting in the sense like, but if you see from the Bible,
even think about power in the future. They know that they know what these UFOs are. They do, for sure.
I mean, the people on the top, I do believe they, of course they know, but what I'm saying is that, like with the rest of the Bible, in the Old Testament, there are evil people fighting for the, the ultimate place of power all the time. Right?
I would say,
if they, let's think about it. If they want, right, to be above America, how much more, and be at the realm, at the helm of, at the helm of power, how much more will they want to be the ones to be at the helm of power if they believe, let's say they believe in their wicked minds, that they can be above God? So one of them will want to seize on the opportunity to become above God, or in some capacity. So it's not like, oh, we're going to unite and everyone will share the power. No, I think one of them will want to be above the other. So I think that's the struggle there. They want to all of them want to destroy God, but at the same time, they want to be the ones. Each of them, they want to be the ones, the one to, to be the leader after God is gone. So I think there's something akin to Nimrod, that thing of, being, you're building the Tower of Babel. So it's not like, oh, everyone can be the king. Of course, that's not the case. One of them will be the king.
I think I hear you. The thing that's if it was just one nation that was destroying America, I would sort of buy that narrative. But just know, again, this may be like a food for thought. It's a bit sort of it's almost like we're trying to get into the brains of evil people. So it's like, it's kind of like splitting hairs. But if it was one nation that was going to destroy America, I would sort of maybe buy into that. Oh, I want to be the next superpower. Let me get rid of them. The problem is if any country destroys America, their economy gets weakened immediately. So it's not a rational destruction. And
but what I meant was like not even become a superpower on the earth, but I think they really believe, maybe God put that in their minds. I don't know.
No, I get it. No, I know what you're saying.
That they can destroy God,
yes,
or take God's place,
yes,
or something like that.
Yeah, fair enough. And if the God is planting that in China's mind, like, hey, let's all work together because assembly of great nations is going to destroy
Because
America.
do you remember Nebuchadnezzar in the book of Judith? You probably read that. So the king Nebuchadnezzar, which is a different Nebuchadnezzar from Assyria, he says that, you know, he wants to kill everyone, and everyone must, everyone that doesn't worship him as a god, as the only god, will be destroyed.
Wait, I thought that's the same king as in the book of Daniel, isn't it?
No, it's not the same king. It says explicitly in Judith that that's a different Nebuchadnezzar from the one in Daniel. A lot of people
read it again.
A lot of people in high places that time had that name or a similar name, so it was not that uncommon. So
right,
okay.
But the point is, so you have that in the past that people wanted to be God. So you have Nimrod who tried to do that, and you have the king of Assyria, in this case, Nebuchadnezzar. He's literally saying, if you don't worship me as God, I'm going to kill you. So he wants to take the place of God. So these people are really deranged because there's no way to do that first and foremost, or it's impossible to do that. They don't understand the real nature of God. That's what I'm saying.
No, here's what we know now, I would say, and just consider this at least. I'm not trying to change your mind now because it's a bit cosmetic because we're going into people's minds ultimately and a large group of people. But God is controlling the left-hand side. It's the same. I just want people to know it's literally the same when Christ said to Pilate, "You cannot crucify me unless that power came from above." So God orchestrated Christ's sacrifice, and it's no different in the last days. So God is limiting how much he tells them about technology. God could teach them the same technology that's in these UFOs, and then they could have a fair fight. Like they'll go supersonic, they'll go supersonic, they'll do things that are outside of this realm. But he's not doing that. Time travel, whatever. These UFOs can just disappear. That's what we've seen on footage. And even if we don't have those on footage, we obviously know God can make that happen because they're spiritual. But God is controlling how much they know to have this battle. It's not going to be a fair fight. Is there one nation that may think that, we have a 1 in a billion chance of beating God and then we'll take over after? Maybe they have those kind of objectives, but the reality is they can't have those thoughts unless God plants that in their mind because he's giving them the technology.
No, but from all these TV shows like Preacher, they kill God at the end, and in the Lucifer, what happens is that God like retires. It's stupid, but like in Preacher, they really kill God, the Saint of Killers.
That's their plan.
He kills God, and the Saint of Killers takes his throne of God. Anyway, but I mean, what if he can be killed though? Like,
here's this. Check this out. 2 Ezra 13:34, and an innumerable multitude shall be gathered together as thou sawest them, willing to come and to overcome him by fighting. They really do think they can win. They really genuinely do, because why? They've done it before. So why do they not think that they're going to be able to do it? So that's how arrogant this world is. They think that whatever they say, everybody's just going to go and do it.
Wait, you mean like they've done it before in the sense of they've killed Christ before, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
This second time, what the Bible and the evolution of those power structures is open to debate. I'm not too sticky on that. I think a lot of interpretations sound right. Revelation 17, 12 and 13. But ultimately, here's the right answer at the end. There is a one world government, because we see that. It's not even like you have to go into the Bible or wherever. We know that that's the case. So that's the right answer at the end. How that rolls up to that, I think it's, however I've no worries. ultimately, if somebody's teaching the same thing as what are the mark of the beast is for me, how it got there is a little bit of like, dotting the I's, crossing the T's kind of thing. But the Bible says in Second Ezra, but also in Revelation, in those same chapters that I read in Revelation 17, that they're going to try and fight against God when he returns. So that's what they're all about.
Yeah. I think that's going to happen during Great Tribulation, right? We're not going to see that before.
Yeah, it's at the end. It's at the end.
From what I read, it's like it cannot be before, because even the way it's written, I think.
Yeah.
Was it in Revelation 19?
17.
17?
Yeah.
Yeah, 17.
I was talking
14.
about Revelation 17.
Okay.
Yeah, where it talks about, then these shall make war with the Lamb, and the Lamb shall overcome them, for he is Lord of lords and King of kings, and they that are with him are called and chosen and faithful. So basically, this is the sequence. This is the sequence that's going to happen. Christ is going to take away his elect. There's going to be 2 men brought to America. 1,260 days. You set your watch to it. They're going to be implementing Revelation 16. When that is over, this beast system, this one world government is going to get pissed off at those 2 men. They're going to kill them. Once their bodies are taken away after 3.5 days, Christ is going to reappear, according to this verse, and then what I read in Second Ezra. But this time he's going to appear in the Middle East, and so this is the final cleanup. Everybody on the earth at that point will have taken the mark or worship his image, and so it's just going to be an absolute bloodbath everywhere.
Have you looked into how it's the same amount of time, right? So the beast is given power for 42 months, and the 2 witnesses also are given power for 42 months, right?
Exactly. That's the hour of temptation. It's amazing. It lines up.
Yeah, what I was going to say is basically the beast is going to be doing its signs, and at the same time, the 2 witnesses are going to be doing their signs. Is that how you see that?
Which signs do you mean on the B side? Are you talking about like making fire?
Yeah, I mean, both are going to be given power for 42 months, right?
Yeah.
And they are going to appear at the same time. So the beast is going to be doing the things in Great Tribulation for 42 months, and the 2 witnesses also for 42 months during Great Tribulation. What I'm saying is, are they going to be doing different things? Like the 2 witnesses will be doing their signs, and then the beast is going to be doing its sign, for example. Is that how it works?
I think what's going to happen, how we're seeing more news clippings now of like military power with China and all that. So what I think when they see the first appearance, when the elect are taken away, they're going to know now all the stuff that they're building, they're going to like accelerate it. So in the background, the military industrial complex is going to be, they're all working together now. There's no debate, like Reagan said, we need an outside visitor to unite the world.
Yeah,
that's what's going to be the thing that unites it. The people of the earth are going to be afraid. They're going to go to whatever the government says, most people. So they're going to have them in their trick bag. So the 2 witnesses are going to be implementing things at the beginning of it on people, to shake people, ultimately to give God credit. And then the last plague, is related to the Euphrates River. So that's going to be the Armageddon. But in the background, what's going on, they know, because they know the scriptures. They know that they have 1,260 days to get ready.
Wait, are you talking, the last part is Revelation 20 and the verse, and they went up on the breadth of the earth and compassed the camp of the saints and the beloved city, and fire came down from God out of heaven and devoured them?
So Revelation 17?
No. Revelation 20, verse 9.
Okay. Yeah, I'll read
the
that.
Gog and Magog, that's the Armageddon.
Yeah, exactly. So when Christ returns with his elect, it's going to be in the Middle East. And that's going to be that battle that I just read in Revelation 17 and the same one in Second Ezra. So that's
the Gog and Magog. That's the
exactly.
Middle East.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Sometimes it uses Lebanon. Sometimes it uses Gog and Magog. Sometimes it even uses Jerusalem. Sometimes it uses the Valley of Decision, Jehoshaphat. It uses a lot of different terms, but it's them.
It's the same place.
It's the same. Yeah, it's in the Middle East.
Yeah, but during the time where there is this military buildup, so the 2 witnesses will be at the same time, when you're going to be seeing these news clippings about more military power, all that. So the 2 witnesses will be doing like floods and, power outages, things like that, right?
Yeah, exactly. And they're going to be a distraction because the whole world needs a new enemy. So they're going to be like, dude, these things, because again, the world also has to be in on it, right? It's not just the politicians, because it says the multitude. So it's all the people are going to have to view those people as enemies. So they have to develop a hatred over time. So those things have to be doing evil to the earth. So that's why the first angel went out, the second angel went out, the third angel went out. So the earth is going to realize after probably the first plague, those UFOs are creating the evil. So they're going to view them as enemies. So they're going to root for their government and be like, yo, shoot at those people. You know, we don't want them here.
And it's got to be 42 months. So it's like a kind of long time.
The slow kill. Yeah, exactly. Like
slow kill, like that song from Fields of the Nephilim. Yeah.
But when you think about it practically, if you were to do what's in Revelation 16, it would take about that time, you know, and America doesn't really have that much time. That's why I genuinely believe this year, next year, I guess maybe the year after, if you really want to stretch the Bible. But if Christ doesn't return in that time, America's already going to be on its knees, just quote naturally. So, you know what I mean? I don't know if anybody disagrees, but it just looks like it's already like crumbling.
Yeah, definitely.
It's not like
later than last next year. Yeah.
And not just that. Yeah. And again, I want people to understand it's not just 42 months. It's 42 months of just getting pounded every 6 months or however. And I want people to know it's not just what's in Revelation 16. They're allowed to do whatever they want. Like JQ was saying, they can make a flood, they can do whatever, you know, so, but it's at least those. So
yeah, it says that says any plague that they want, right?
Yeah.
So
as often as they will. That's what it says.
As often. Literally. Yeah. So it can be, wow, it's going to be hell, even more hell.
Yeah, that's again why it's not my prediction anymore. If the Bible's true, everyone agrees. I've never seen anybody say Revelation 16 has occurred yet. Like, you know, obviously preterists will make up a story, but there's no way Revelation 16 has happened.
If America, if it doesn't happen and America is destroyed or, you know, taken over by China or something, then the end times would be in China, right? I mean,
that would be the only possibility. Or it's not
that would be the only possibility. But then it's bad for us because how are we going to, you know, keep going?
You need to learn Chinese, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
You need to learn Chinese.
I would say China's the only other valid option for Mystery Babylon, and it doesn't fit obviously, but it's the only other realistic, because that's the only other place that these ships are going to. So it's got to be one or the other. So
what I'm saying is basically it's very difficult for it to be the case because the thing, I don't think the Chinese will stop enforcing that. Let's say they take over America. I don't think that would be the case. So
China hasn't really influenced anybody in terms of like, you know, their lifestyle, you know, and like homosexuality and all that. So it doesn't fit, you know, it hasn't. It obviously is not pure.
That's also true. Yeah,
it's not pure, but it's not the one that's leading all the fornication and all that. So, and America is really one of the last places where we're kind of clueless, you know, like, we're like, whatever, everything's gonna be fine. We got baseball, basketball, football.
Yeah, and they're the ones exporting all the fornication, right? The cup, right, with the fornication, right? It can only fit America because America is it's exporting all of this to the whole world, right?
Agreed.
So
agreed. It has to be.
It can only
70% of all the adult industry is where?
Yeah,
in the USA,
and probably in California
of everything. Yeah, in Van Nuys, right?
Yeah, it's probably literally in one state too. So like
in LA, right?
If America is not Mystery Babylon, I mean, I would just say that to me the Bible is not worth reading, you know, because like it may still do judgments, but it's not going to be on a big scale and no one cares. So like it's like whatever, man. Like if the Vatican gets blown up, no one's going to care. We just go golfing the next day. Nothing changes.
You and your golfing, dude. That's
cool, nothing would matter. Like it wouldn't make a difference. Like if China did, okay, the world would get halted because they make all of our crap. So that's a problem. But China doesn't fit the prophecy. So the only option for Revelation 17 and 18 is America. And so it's kind of an all or nothing. And so, you know,
dude, I find it interesting that the text says that it's a city, right? As opposed to a nation or anything like that. So it has to be a place. You cannot say, oh, these people are doing, because America being a melting pot.
Yeah.
it doesn't make sense for you to say, oh, it's a people that commands them. I think it refers really to the place. It cannot be
Agreed.
the
And it
place
can't say,
commands.
and JQ, it can't say, oh, the Republic or the states. It's like, how much more obvious would it be? Like, it can't say what it is. Like, come on. Like,
The
the Bible can't
Democrat.
say, oh, the mark of the beast is going to be something in the shoulder. Like, come
I mean,
on, dude.
even
Like,
if the word city refers to Los Angeles or to New York, that would be correct, even if that's the case,
yeah,
because most of the evil comes from those places. Those places are the headquarters of all of this thing that is being exported, right?
yeah, it
Throughout the
applies to
whole
every
Yeah.
city in America. Yeah, agreed. It's like just all of them, just apply it to every single one. But that's another thing, man. Like, it's like, if
Even
it's,
like Alaska.
I that's what I think it's going to be like in Sodom. The neighboring places will just get whatever, the dust and the smoke, and he's going to burn everything. So Canada, everything's just going to get wiped away, because it
Oh
doesn't matter.
no.
It doesn't
like
matter,
Canada.
because after that, Christ is going to return, and then he's going to burn everything. So it is whatever. If Canada gets hit, who cares? Somebody asked me that. It's a valid question, but at
I
that
like
point,
Alberta.
at
I
that
like that
point,
place.
everybody on God's, whenever one fire thing is in the air, everybody on the earth is on God's left-hand side. So that's why God's fair. He doesn't show up, start just like burning everybody. No, he has to like do it in a process. The elect get taken away, and then the next group that he cares about, they need to see God first. They don't believe like we do. So we don't need to be here. It's like, we don't want to be here now,
Hey,
dude. Like,
hey, dude,
Yeah.
Right.
dude, have you seen The Good Place, that TV show?
no.
So it's basically about an afterlife, right? But they play golf there also in
Oh,
heaven.
dude, that better be
You-
part of the kingdom, man. We need
yeah,
more
dude,
golf,
you should
man.
watch that show. It's pretty like
yeah.
philosophical, but like yeah, the ending is kind of like weird, because they discard the idea of eternal paradise,
But
and they
LOP,
say
I don't know if
it's more like a Buddhism thing where you just disappear into the thin air. You know what I mean?
But I
So
want people to be comforted, man. Heaven has to be as good as whatever the best day that anybody can plan. Let's say no injuries, you're feeling healthy, you're losing your hair like me. Okay, I want more hair. That's what I'm going to start off. Okay, then next thing, you
oh,
can
me
make
too.
up your favorite day.
My hair is so fucking thin.
But I'm just
So-
saying, anybody can make up their favorite day. God can erase it, and you do it again. So if we can plan a heaven, what do you think God can plan? It's going to obviously be better,
Yeah,
way better than
right.
that. And that's not a bad
It's
thing.
gonna be
Dude,
awesome.
if
I
I
hope.
could plan, I know that this earth is disgusting, but some parts of it are beautiful. I could make up something new every day
True.
if God made me forget. I'll be like, I'll go to Bali, then I'll go to wherever. I don't know. I'll just make a new thing up every day. So it's got to be better than
But
that. And that's really good.
TMoG, do you think that every place on Earth will be subject to the plagues, right? I mean, for example, pouring the vial on the seas, all the seas of the world will become like blood, right?
Yeah, I
You
don't know if
believe
it's.
that?
I don't know how it's going to be, and I don't know if it's actually going to be. Uh, I don't know. I'll leave that. Even Flat Earth Boxer was saying he thinks they might be clustered near the end. I'm fine with that. If people have those beliefs, I have no issues with that. I
It
do
doesn't
believe.
say all the seas. It says 1/3 of the seas have become blood. Not all the
No,
seas.
No, no,
he's
no. Yeah,
talking about
yeah, yeah.
16.
What I meant,
No,
what I
he's talking
meant,
about Revelation 16, though. By the way, not that.
What?
what I meant is that is it because you're saying it's focused in America, right? But a lot of places need to be punished outside of America because there are a lot of people that need to be punished outside of America, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it is everywhere for sure. It's gonna certainly affect everybody. But just to read the verse, LOP, just so you know, this is not the third part. This is in Revelation 16:3. And the second angel poured out his vial upon the sea, and it became as blood as a dead man, and every living soul in the sea died. That's not clear as to where that is. Is that
Oh yeah. Okay,
surrounding
sorry.
America? But I know what you're talking about. That's in a
That was
different.
other thing.
Yeah,
The third
if
part of
sea
the.
refers to refers to all bodies of water, then it's everywhere. But
Yeah.
maybe if we look in the root of the word, maybe in Greek, right? Maybe we'd find the answer. But I'm just saying that it doesn't make sense for it to be just in a single place.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
The reason I don't think it is because the mark has gone out worldwide. So I don't think this is
Yeah.
clustered in America. Again, it's going to be targeted specifically to the people that, you know, God needs to ruffle, but it looks like this is the one part of the Bible I actually was thought as the weakest part, that people are beheaded. That's the part I don't understand. I know that this place is evil, but I can't imagine them doing that on a mass scale.
I think that description, and that's not to sound like a preterist or anything. I think that the description is basically the people who were,
yeah, agreed.
they,
I think so
you
too.
know, the dead in Christ who were beheaded.
Yeah, agreed.
And there were many and that text was written by John at that time, and I think he put that word there maybe to comfort people who would suffer.
I think you're right. It's people in the past who've been. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's not possible that it may happen, but I just see people being sloughed off. Maybe they take their own life. Maybe they just go away. They get shoved away. You know, okay, you didn't take that, then you're screwed. Basically, you got to fend for yourself. Yeah. I actually have thought about that, and I didn't want to post a video because I can't prove that, but I had a feeling that some of those souls were beheaded in the past, for sure.
Yeah, I think because as Christ says, I mean, the end times, and in Second Ezra you see that too. Even Second Ezra, which is what 3,000 years ago or 2,500 years or something like that ago, it talks about it being the end, the latter part of the world. Most of the time has already passed.
Agreed.
So
yes,
you are at the end since that time, and much more at the time of Christ. You are closer and closer and closer to the end, so to speak. So, and he's talking about, you know, keep watch. He's talking to his disciples, and his disciples are what, 2,000 years ago, right? So watch for the end. Whoa, but wait a minute, it's, you know, it's only going to be 2,000 years from now. It doesn't make sense. But I think everything that happens after Christ, I think it's part of the end times in a way, and even a little before. You see with Second Ezra, I think everything is. You could say that those people, everyone that died for their faith. And we are probably going to have to do something like that soon because they don't accept exemptions, right? For religious reasons.
100%. Dude, I just saw a message that S just posted in the chat. OSHA will consider expanding the mandate to smaller businesses with fewer than 100 employees. So it's like, dude, they're not even wasting time. They haven't even finished 100 and above. They're already talking about 100 and below. So who's left? It's everybody. So
yeah, and the thing is, at the beheading, you can say it's people in the past, and I don't think there's any issue with the interpretation. I mean, you can say that, and still, the people who die, they are counted. You know, even if they were not beheaded. Okay, 100%. So the tiger devoured him. Okay, let's say 2,000 years ago, the tiger devoured a saint. Like for example, some of the saints in 1, 2, 3 BC, AC, right? AD. Sorry. So what you see there is people dying in different ways, but I think it counts the same way as someone getting.
And think about this, JQ. We even mentioned this. Like, let's say we're not taken away, and we kind of hang around for a bit. We see that this thing's going down, and let's say we kind of go off the scene. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean that we're bad just because we didn't get our head taken off, like by them. You know, it's like we're still maybe on God's right hand side. So yeah, I agree. And then people will just die naturally too. Like they won't have time to do all that stuff. So yeah, I agree. I think there's room for interpretation. I think it's possible that they could go to that level, no doubt. I leave it open because those sores look like they're going to be nasty if God does that. So they're going to be. And if you read the end of Revelation 12, it says that the language that they use is kind of strong. Listen to this. It actually says they're going to go and make war with them. So they're going to be pissed. Listen to this. Revelation 17, sorry. And the dragon was wroth with the woman and went to make war with the remnant of her seed. So they're gonna be like, look, you did this kind of thing. So
it is also the thing that they shall burn her flesh and eat her stuff like that, right?
No, this is actually, I believe, after the elect are taken away, and so we're debating how the mixed multitude will get persecuted. Basically, like, will it be, oh, well, you're stuck in your house, you got to go to this education camp or whatever, or you just lose your job, which kind of seems the way it will be. Like they might just squeeze you out. You know, they may bug you if you try
I
and
think
go somewhere.
I think Revelation 24 has a lot of room, you know, for other things. Like for example, it says that I saw the souls of them that were beheaded for the witness of Jesus
Mhm.
and for the word of God, and which had not worshipped the beast, neither his image, neither had received his mark upon their foreheads or in their hands,
Mhm.
and they lived and reigned with Christ 1,000 years. So you have these things that it doesn't mean, oh, he didn't get beheaded. Okay, his left hand side. Okay,
Yeah,
he's, you know,
exactly.
doesn't make sense. Okay, so he resists the mark, he resists the beast, he doesn't worship the beast. So you know, it doesn't make sense that just because he wasn't beheaded, you know.
Exactly. Yeah, and
Uh,
it's just impractical to think that they would be able to do that to so many people because it's a mixed multitude, so it's a lot of
no,
people.
I think what applies to this time specifically is not worshiping the beast, not worshiping his image, not receiving the mark. I think that's what applies mostly to this time.
Yeah.
That
And
would be
why
my
does it say?
interpretation.
What does it say? What, like they have the victory and also over the number of his name, like that. It's kind
Huh?
of weird,
Yeah,
right?
I think
You
it's
know that verse. It says
yeah,
they got the victory and over the number of his name.
right. Yeah, I remember that. It
Uh,
is.
what's that? What's the verse he's talking about?
Well, I can look it up. Hold
Yeah.
on.
While you get that LP, you'll like this. This is I had to look, dude. I'm like, we're getting into the morbid stuff here, but I had to look up what it means to behead. So it's the word pelakizo. The definition literally is to cut off with an axe. So it's like, damn, dude. Like, there's no. I was kind of hoping there'd be another option. Maybe it's spiritually something, but and it's the only time that it's used in
With an
at least in the New
axe, really?
Testament. Yeah, it's like literally
Wow.
definition to cut off with an axe or to behead,
So
truncate.
it's not guillotine. Then we can rule that out.
I don't know, man. Yeah, it's just there's no wiggle
Guillotine is
room
not
on
an
it.
axe.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that that's the way they would do it, but you know, you never know. If it all boils down ultimately to the sores, because if God does do that, we're talking billions of people, and if they really are disgusting sores, if it was a little rash, no one's gonna get beheaded for that. They're just gonna be like, you
Yeah,
idiot.
maybe they're gonna do something like the zombies. You have to behead them, otherwise.
No, that's
No,
not no,
zombies.
that makes
Yeah.
sense. That makes sense because they'll be like, you guys are the carriers. You guys are like, you know, look at all the kids. They're gonna show pictures of kids with all these sores on them, and then they'll be like, dude, what the hell, man?
Wait, that's why they make the zombies. They can only be killed by a headshot and stuff like that. That's
Right.
Yeah,
interesting.
I think it's all a reference. Everything is basically a reference to this, maybe.
Dude, I
And you
honestly,
see
man, like,
the
Yo, I found
CDC,
a
the
verse.
CDC.
yeah, go
Oh,
ahead.
okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's Revelation 15:2. And I saw, as it were, a sea of glass mingled with fire, and them that had gotten victory over the beast, over his image, and over his mark, and over the number of his name. Stand on the sea of glass, having the harps of God.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Mm.
so it says here the over, also the victory over the
That
number,
also that
the
also is a
number
good that also
of
is
his name.
many proofs that it's not one the number of his name. So it's like that number 666 literally is everywhere. So that literally
Oh
could
yeah,
be one person. So, but that
Yeah, but the number
it's
is
not
also
just Donald
inside
Trump.
yeah.
the number is inside the thing, right?
Yeah, it is.
The
Definitely.
so
100%. Yeah, dude, it's
that also could be a reference for that. So
Oh, it's maybe the same thing. Like John the Revelator, he describes Satan as the great dragon, serpent, and many things, right? The
Mhm.
devil, the Satan. So like this also is one thing, but describes it over many names, right?
yeah, I
Maybe
think
I don't know.
that's why I think that if you work
yeah,
backwards,
maybe number of his name maybe is also victory over the world, right? Because 666 is basically this world.
literally, yes, literally. So yeah,
So
exactly. It's
Yeah,
like we can't not see it anymore. The number, like it's literally everywhere, like street signs, freaking companies, everywhere. So people flash
and
that.
people's usernames on the internet.
Yeah, everything, dude. People flash it in like, you know, Instagram and like it's like literally everywhere. So I think that's where multiple definitions or sorry, interpretations are fair and they all work because we're talking about everything basically. So it's like, yeah, of course that would work. So
yeah, I mean, look, we're talking about zombies. You do know that the CDC published that zombie preparedness booklet or something.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that TikTok.
Yeah, so if they're doing that, then maybe they plan to use it. Maybe it's not just a joke, you know.
Mhm.
So
I haven't
I'm
seen
just
that. What
thinking,
what is that?
The
yeah,
beheading
you're just
story. Take
and
a look
it's
at the end.
I think it's very mainstream because you just put CDC zombies even on Google, and the
Oh,
first
okay.
result is zombie preparedness, CDC, blah blah blah. So
But what the hell? I thought CDC is like about the health organization or something.
yeah,
I don't know.
yeah, it's a type of Center for Disease Control. So
Wait,
they're
they believe
doing
in
that.
zombies or what?
Yeah, they're
Dude,
doing
no,
that.
LOP, just so you know, dude, literally I did what he said and he's correct. CDC.gov, they have a freaking website literally that talks about the zombie apocalypse, man. Like,
Hey,
you cannot make
can you pull that up? I
Yeah,
mean, in the private chat or
I'll put it in
even
the
the
I'll put it in
regular.
the chat. Dude, how much more freaking obvious are they making this, man? Give me a
Yeah,
break,
I'm
dude.
just saying that it's very suspicious that it's so, out there. It's not even hidden. They're just saying, okay, it's a zombie apocalypse and you have to prepare. And I'm sure, I'm very sure that they might say something about beheading the zombies.
Oh yeah, I'm on that page. Zombie preparedness.
Yeah, zombie preparedness, but maybe they say something about beheading them.
As it turns
I
out, it
didn't
began
read
as
it.
a tongue-in-cheek campaign to engage new audiences with preparedness. Making
Yeah, they say it's tongue in
uh,
cheek, but
uh,
I'm just saying that it's very strange either way.
yeah, and they always. I also read something like they they always they talk about these conspiracy theories, blah blah blah.
Yeah, they're kind of mocking
Yeah,
conspiracy
they're
theories, but at the same
mocking them. Yeah, all the time.
but at the same time, it could be like a nod to something real. That's why I like to keep an open mind because it's too out there. So they want people to be aware of that. They want people to,
Oh yeah.
know that they're talking about zombies and all that. And
Hey, where's
um,
TMoG?
yeah, I think he.
He said he'll be right back.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Dude, it's already 6 hours. I mean, 5.5 hours. That's been the longest podcast I've ever been in.
Yeah, that's
Holy shit, dude.
record. That's a record, right?
We have a record.
Yeah.
Fuck. It's gonna be taken down. I'm gonna say many swear words right now. Should I?
Don't ruin it, LOP.
What do you mean?
And no, I'm just kidding.
But man, I mean, if there's going to be beheading, my whole point is just, if there's going to be beheading, maybe it would be something to do with the source in Revelation 16:2, and with something like zombies. You have to behead people because they are, infecting others, and the only way to, make it not infectious is beheading them or something.
Yeah, it makes some sort of sense, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find an answer for why, for a way it could happen nowadays. But obviously, it happened in the past, right?
Isn't there like a TV show like The Walking Dead that's about zombies right now, and it's been ongoing, right? For like it's still ongoing TV show. I have never watched it because I hate zombie movies, but like you know what I mean. It's out right now.
Yeah, I mean, zombie movies, I don't like
I
that
hate
much.
them.
I like certain zombie games like Resident Evil and things like that. But
oh, okay.
I like to
Guys,
play
sorry
those
about
games.
that. My power went out. Keep going.
Yeah, I don't like
happened to me
anything
earlier
with
also.
with zombies.
Boys, we almost set a record here, man. This is 5.5. What the hell?
No, I just said that when you were out. Yeah.
Dude, that's wild.
This
man.
is a record, isn't it? Like for for you at least. I mean, I saw
think
the Amazing Atheist. He did like a freaking 12 or 24 hours long podcast. Or was it
it's
12
funny
hours?
though, man.
Maybe 12 hours though.
It's
We could beat the Amazing Atheist? Can we beat him?
But LOP, dude, it's like one of those things where we literally can't talk about this stuff with anybody else. So it's like when it's kind of allowed, it's kind of like
Tuller J is here. Welcome to the party, dude. What's up? What's cracking?
Shalom.
What's cracking, my nigga?
Shalom. Yahweh, Bahashem, Yahweh Shai.
Whom the world ignorantly calls Samuel Owen.
Dude, that's wild, man. I cannot believe that I used to use that name in videos, and I'm embarrassed.
Wait, you did?
That.
Show me the video.
I didn't know
I
you
deleted
did.
most of them back in the day.
No,
but I never used
deleted.
to say, I never used to say that weird thing at the beginning. Never.
Wait, so what did you say? Only Yahweh shall.
No, just instead of Jesus, I would say Yahweh Shai.
But okay.
But I didn't say like Shalom. You know, like ATT says.
Well, and you didn't. You didn't say the
God.
Bahava or whatever.
No, I did not say that. No, hell.
Hey, mind of God.
Yo.
You know, I don't know if you remember from ETT's live stream, but Mike, he joined my show.
Yeah, he told me, or LOP was saying that, you know,
I talk to him a lot all the time, dude. I'm like collaborating.
Dude, you know
with
what he
his
said
new
that was
project.
really dope, dude? He said he got like a literal like device that measures some frequencies and like scanned some people and like they were emitting something. And I was like, dude, that's real. That's sick.
That was interesting.
Yeah.
And he talked about it with me too. When I do like those high notes, he told me that they shut me down because of my high notes, because not many people can do that.
We need LOP scanned, man. We need all the. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you. But if that's true and that's legit, that would be crazy if he could demonstrate that with two people.
They shut me down because of my high notes.
I believe stuff like that exists, but what got me off guard rewatching ETT's live stream is that Mike said Bible prophecy isn't literal.
Well, no, yeah.
Oh,
He can't really take much of the Bible literally because that's all we were bringing out, and he was like, nope, kind of thing. So, what's left?
Oh, well, he didn't clarify what part of prophecy isn't literal or not. So I'm taking the whole thing he thinks is not literal.
Right. Agreed. And the reality is, if one of them doesn't get fulfilled, the whole thing gets thrown out. So that's why we were talking about the sores and the beheading and all that, because it's important to be aware of that because we got to know those things.
Right.
So, but yeah, I mean, it was interesting. It's tough though, because honestly, a lot of us that come by here, we know the Bible's true. We're just kind of in the details. Like, how is it going to be true? Not, is it true? I think he's kind of like, is it even true? Kind of thing, like literally.
The devil's in the details.
Yeah, that's what we do here. But he was basically like, no, you're using the wrong name. You know, how can you even learn anything if the name is wrong?
Yeah, he showed us a chart of how it's very similar to Yahweh, but the Hebrew Israelites got the middle of what is it? The A wrong. Usually it's a U, he says. So instead of Yahweh, it's Yahuwah. Yeah, he was going on with the charts.
If there was a group that was together, not wearing masks, actually prophesying, forget about even prophesying, just not being stupid, and they seem like decent people, not in it for the money, I would say their name. Maybe it's right, but they're completely out of their mind. So it's like, I don't know like what to say, dude. We don't really, even if it is true, we can't say it now because they've completely butchered it. So it's too late.
Right.
So I don't know. I'll go with Yahweh. That sounds okay, but Yahweh Shai, then people are gonna be like, oh, are you the moon pie guy? No, I'm not. You know.
Oh, a profile picture.
What's up?
What?
I got my hold on.
Hey, what is Talos, man? What is your obsession with Talos? A moon pie.
That's what I'm saying.
No, but who is the Talos guy again? From Skyrim, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's like a what? God of thunder? You said? Or what?
Nah, he's the god that he's the god that created an empire and conquered all the known world, and for doing so, the gods elected him the god of war and the god of conquest, and he was a man that became a god.
That's cool.
So, 2 Liter, how long have you been a Freemason, man?
A Freemason?
I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you. I just want to see how you'd react.
No, I've had people call me that before.
I was just messing with you, dude.
Like questioning where he gets his info from, or like if he's disinfo.
If
and
he's
stuff
Frank
like that.
Frank Hassel.
Well, no, dude, you're on your grind, man. You were asking me why was I in the chat late last night. I'm like, dude, you're up late on those chats, man. You're on Cali time, but that's still dedication. I'll give you that.
Oh, I was going to ask you,
one hour apart from
have you been following what is it, Richie from Boston or Russian vids lately?
We
They're
just last
attacking.
night. Just last night.
Okay, yeah, they've been clowning high impact flicks or whatever the hell his name is.
Yeah, he called him low impact flicks. The whole thing. It was funny. I don't even know
Yeah,
who that guy is. So
he's like he's like Richie from Boston, but he's more enthusiastic and is always smiling. Like if you take Russian vids, Richie from Boston, and mix them with Christian Vigil and Mario, like you'll come out with a high impact flicks
really,
in a sense.
jeez, oh my
But I
god.
mean, he's a nice guy. I've talked to him. He don't
Dude,
really preach
Russian
that
vids
much.
was you can just tell. I have a feeling I know what sort of set that off. He probably got some emails or messages telling people to like not say certain things. Exactly the same thing that happened with me with Good Servant. He's like, "Oh, Tom was disappointed in you bringing out the hell thing." I'm like, dude, I'm not trying to appease you dummies, okay? Like, because I went on their hangout a few times and then they think that I'm going to teach whatever stupid. Like, Good Servant literally doesn't teach anything. He's just a complete idiot. So those retards think that they're going to reach out to me and tell me what I'm going to go and teach. I'm like, dummy, that's every single verse in the Bible. What do you mean? That's not even controversial. So I have a feeling that's what happened to Russian vids. When you go up against those structures, they're going to be like, hey, you know, can you push this or push my app or whatever the hell? And he's like, no, hell no. So shout out Russian vids, man.
I kind of find it hypocritical in a way because he's sitting there calling a high impact flicks balloon head, and then he did a video where he extended his forehead or something. But he's never shown his face, so I kind of find that in a sense like this is a message that he can't. He's never shown.
Yeah, Russian.
his face.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why it. You know, I don't know.
And
it's
also a call for an uprising. He never showed his face either.
on Russian vids, whether he's with the government or whether he's just a normal person. I don't know. It could go either way. I don't know. So, a call for an uprising.
I think
sounds
he's just
very
some
scary.
dude in the truth movement.
What's
What
that?
did you say? What did you say? You're cutting. You're breaking up.
Oh, hello?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can hear you now.
What did you say before? We didn't hear you.
All right. Oh, what did I say? Oh, yeah, I said I just think Russian vids is like some kind of rich dude that joined the truth movement and like
Yeah, it's
was
possible.
good at it, so he stayed.
He learned. He said in one of the past videos a long time ago. He learned what he got started with somebody else, so it's not like something divine necessarily, but it is kind of curious, you know. Like the only issue I have is how does somebody know that much truth and not get deeper into the Bible at this point, this late in the game? I don't get it. Like that doesn't make sense.
Right.
Same thing with Anton's teacher. So you know, I don't understand.
He's also from San Francisco and still lives there, so you know he has to be paying a lot of money for like a house or just like housing wise, because San Francisco is like a high end place to live right now.
But of all the truthers that I wish had money, I'm glad he does, and I want you to be next, Sacramento. How's your Patreon doing, man? I want you two to be comfortable.
Terrible.
Yeah, okay. So mine too, so don't worry. But you know, Russian vids, I mean, he actually brings out good stuff and he's not selling. I even bought one of his shirts. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I have a Russian vids flat earth shirt in my closet. So
hey, I'm like that, but with a call for an uprising. I got a sweater, shirt, coffee mug.
Didn't Russian vids was selling like those I don't give a damn shirt or give me a break. Sorry, give me a break.
He has like a whole store, dude. And I have no issues because he makes good videos. But David Weiss, he just takes other people's stuff, puts it together, and then sells it. Like that's dirty, man. Like that's low, dude. And obviously he's not sharing the profits. So that's grimy, man. Like Russian vids, that's his own material. He labored to make those videos. So that's something.
And he's one of the first ones to say always to give me a break.
Yeah.
Well, that's not true. Call for an uprising says that too.
No, but like Call for Uprising came after Russian vids, right?
Yeah, RV's the OG.
Yeah,
RV is the OG dude.
And some people thought they were the same person.
Yeah,
they are though.
I saw that. Yeah.
They didn't know they're not. They did a live stream together.
Oh, okay, shit. Okay.
It's still up to you.
But I mean, honestly, without the flat Earth, I'm not going to be on this hangout or making a YouTube channel. No, I would be an observant of the Bible, no doubt. I would be a person who'd be looking at it like, you know, if whatever you guys say happens, I'll be interested. But I wouldn't go and teach the Bible or anything. A lot of us are like teaching it because of the flat Earth. So It's important, man. And he sort of didn't really have a network, so to speak. Like Quantum Eraser, Oakley, and all these people, they're all on the same team. So they have a network. I have a feeling they all report to Dearth. I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, so RV's kind of, at least he appears on his own. But he's kind of shilly because he doesn't allow normal people like me on. You know, if he let people like me on once in a while, you know, then, you know, they'd be different. But that's never going to happen.
And I just heard on that
I
Call
wanted
for
to
an
do a
Uprising
live
is
stream, bro.
Italian.
Yeah, he's been
said
saying
that,
he's Italian.
No, he said that on your video, Jay. Your re-upload about Richie from Boston.
Oh no, but no, he's been saying he's Italian for a while. He's from New Jersey.
Okay, yeah, I just saw. I'm not sub to him. I'm sub to you. I saw only from your re-upload of his old video or something.
Yeah,
So
me and a Call
Sacramento,
for an
who's
Uprising
legit?
go
Who's
kind of back.
legit to you, man? Who's legit to you in the truth besides people on this panel? Who else do you like?
Samuel Owen.
No, stop.
So
What?
I'm not
I
gonna
like
say.
him.
Yeah, he's cool, but like legitimately wise, there are a few people that I've actually came across like info, like actual info of like certain YouTubers, female and non-female, and a couple of the females are actually in between of, well, not in between, they're actually witches, and they have like cosplay that they be doing. They got like Baphomet plushies and doing this and that. Got deviant art and like Tumblr pics and stuff of them doing like druid cosplay. It's basically all the 9 yard, and that's for 2 females. And one of them I done a video because it's already open, but the other one I'm kind of scared to do one on because she plays like this whole Hebrew Christian innocent farmer girl kind of notion character for herself, but then doing deep digging into her, she's like some kind of like, she seems like one of those punk rocker type of chicks, but like is like a witch.
This stuff's gonna rub off on you there, Sacramento.
Yeah, man. Yeah, stay away.
So
Sacramento, you gotta hang around. You gotta hang around us. You know what I mean? Like
I used to talk to one witch from Holland. She was pretty cool.
I think RV
actually.
literally called Karen B a witch. Don't quote me on that, but if he did, that would have been mad funny, dude. He started blocking everybody last night. It was epic.
But I got a question, Mono God, because there's actually a couple of big YouTubers that I've found recently. And there was a 4-set series of videos that were done a couple months ago by this guy named More Than a Flame. He did a 4-part exposed documentary on a call for an uprising, actually. And it talked more or less, it didn't really go after a call from an uprising. It just tried to bring to light to an aspect of knowing who this person was from what he's said about himself on YouTube about like how his sister died from like a satanic ritual abuse, or how he's Italian in New York, he cuts wood and this and that for a living. But what they did was that he, More Than a Flame, didn't go after a call for an uprising, more or less. He went after this chick that helped him develop his website and based it off of that. And so I guess the chick ended up being connected to like a witch's coven. So I found that interesting, but I don't know if like a call could be connected to that more or less or not.
What's his name?
As if Call is literally sitting at YouTube headquarters, man. Like he just anybody who does that much sort of virtue signaling, like, oh, you know, I care about everybody I love, I'm a Christian. That's played out, dude. Like that, no one talks like that over and over again. Like it just sounds like
if you follow the guy and like the people that trash talk him and stuff, he'll go to their channel and trash talk them too. So I seen the guy cuss plenty of times. He's been a subscriber to my channels like ever since 2 Liter J, my very first channel. So I go back with the guy, like, so like his character of this Christian guy is, I know he's like that maybe in real life, and I know he's a Christian, but he's like me, a shit talker, you know what I mean? So I could kind of relate to that. Now I don't know if he's disinfo, and I'm not gonna say nothing because I don't really know him like that. But from what I've seen, he's been all right.
Well, no, I'm not saying he's disinfo per se. I'm just saying that he can't go deep into the Bible. And then now the nice thing about it is that this Mark of the Beast narrative is essentially separating two groups, you know, and so it's kind of interesting that people who are deeper into the Bible, like ETT, they won't budge on it. I asked him to make a video about how this is against God's laws. He said no. Next question. Who talks like that? That's not a normal person that talks that way. Why would somebody be allowed to make a video about not being allowed to eat pork, but then he's not allowed to go talk about this? So that's suspicious. And then it's the same with Russian vids, because he was saying that last night still. He's like, oh no, you know, the microchips coming and all that. He won't even entertain the possibility that we're dealing with it right now. And Call won't do that either. So, you know, again, I'm not saying we can prove what it is now, because obviously time will ultimately tell it. But you would think that they would be like, well, I don't know, let's look at the Bible, you know, and go make a video on that. They won't. So that's telling. So that to me is suspicious. So
yeah,
it's not a microchip. Eh?
What's that?
I said it's not a microchip. Like,
yeah, it's
why?
It's not. That's the thing.
Definitely not.
The world can relax after this narrative, because if you make it through it, you know, just whatever, just enjoy life or whatever. Like, I don't know.
Oh,
like,
hey, speaking of disinfo, Shills, did you know that Richie from Boston is actually Jewish? He claims to be Italian, but he's actually Jewish.
Dude, I thought you were buddies with him, filming stuff in his basement, man. Why do you not like him?
No, I don't like him at all. He's a douche. When I asked him for help and reached out to him on Instagram, because that's his only source of reach, I asked him for help and like, hey, can you help me with videos, or like give me some advice and tips, or just, hey, you got an old YouTube channel you don't use for the hell of it. He was very rude. Like, he's a douche. Like, he puts on this Christian guy as like a whole persona, like nice and loving, but he's a dick.
He speaks well, that's for sure. I think that's why, you know, he's him and RV. He speaks even better than RV. So I think that it makes sense why people are, you know, listening to him. I think, again, the one thing I did like about what he said is anybody in the very least warning, call for an uprising. At least he's warning people about something. So I give him credit. You know, it's like he can't spoon feed everybody the truth. Maybe that's not his deal, but they're all warning people fundamentally. Good Serpent, on the other hand, no one knows what the hell that guy's talking about every day. Like,
yeah, he's still emailing me. I have to check it.
Dude, he's like, man, like, what? He live streams twice a day. Like, what else are you gonna talk about, man? Except for this,
you know what I noticed is that he's unmodded me. I mean, yeah. So I have no mod like the ranch on his channel. So I wonder what's going on.
You gotta put a good word for me on that, because my name was slandered. They have a video with their most number of views, probably like 150, coming after TMoG. Man, I'm friendly. You know,
and that Thom said you are called you a mind of Satan.
Right, exactly. And the funny thing is, I actually admitted that I would be if what I teach is wrong. So I agree with that. However, you know, Good Servant will never say that. You know what I mean? And no one even knows really what the guy teaches. He doesn't teach a single thing.
Have I told you that he's actually closer than I thought he was? He's like 25 minutes away from me.
We need you to literally do a live stream. And
wait,
yeah, man. Yes.
In Sacramento?
Yeah, do it somewhere in California, man.
Oh, okay.
No, a town over.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, he's creepy as hell, man. Guaranteed, if you get in talking to him, he's gonna start asking for a loan, and it's gonna start getting real weird after that. So just go tread.
Yeah, maybe, but yeah, I might do that. I mean, it give me something to do. Like, that's how I think. But no, I was talking about Richie from Boston a second ago. Google him, like Richie Camito, his last name, and I'm not putting his info out like that because it's already out there, and he's told people look him up. His info's been out for ages. It's not new at any rate. His own words. So if you Google Richie Camito, you'll find his family like having Jewish like bar mitzvahs and stuff. I found that very.
Just you're Jewish doesn't mean that you're a bad person. There's Jewish.
Well, no, it's just why does he try to hide it? Like, I asked the guy plenty of times, "Hey, are you Jewish?" Like, no. So like I did a video on it in the whole part of when I asked him.
To be fair, if he does admit that may not. It's like somebody admitting they have Freemasons in their family. It's like, even that's true, you may not want to go and share that kind of thing. So
yeah, that's what I mean. And
yeah.
Like I dropped a video on my second channel. I uploaded about a year ago. It's private on my main one, but it's up.
I'm not defending him.
I just saw the notification.
I don't know the guy at all, and I don't care for any of these people at all ultimately. But you know, I think at this point, what I like
dick.
are the few people that are at least like warning people about this narrative. But again, at this point, I don't even know if you need to warn people. People are either
Well,
gonna
he's
do
not
it or
really
they won't.
warning people at all. Like he just talks about like chemtrails and Bigfoot and like popular conspiracy type of stuff.
If that's what he's talking about, then that's even worse than Good Serpent, because at least he's not going to that nonsense. So I'm assuming Richie's probably not a hardcore flat earther either. He probably glosses over that.
No, he just became one.
Right. So that's kind of shit.
He just became one. Like he wasn't one. Like I know he mentioned that he wasn't believing in the whole ball Earth theory and that NASA faked the moon, but he wasn't a flat Earth until he came on Russian Vids channel like the first time the other day.
That's stupid. That's the same as call for an uprising, man. I don't know, man. It's like I don't know how much more obvious is this. Pretty much this narrative is it or it's not. So it's amazing times we live in, gentlemen. It's crazy, man. It's just the rubber meets the road. That's what it is.
Yeah,
This is it.
it is.
Yeah, this is it, as End Times teacher would say, dude. Oh my god. So I don't know.
I'm gonna say shalom.
Yeah, shalom.
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 Guarantee
First and
you.
foremost, I'm gonna give all praises to Yahuwah.
He's gonna fake an
I mean,
injury,
Yahweh
and
Shai,
he doesn't want to
Bahava.
do round number 3 because round 3. You know, if anybody wants to see round 2, I can send you the link. It's private. It's a long video, but you know, I really genuinely believe TMoG is up 2-0 in that. You know, it wasn't even close. So the third one is going to be. I might even open up the panel and let other people beat him first, and then I'll come on after. So if End Times teacher, I'll say this is the fulfillment of Revelation 11. My Bible, my Apocrypha, and my ESV, they're going in the toilet before I go to bed. So, and I might even go out and just get drunk to celebrate, you know, just as a forgiveness of myself for reading the Bible. That's absolute nonsense. And I just think that that's incredible. The times that we live in now, the Samuel Owen thing is a little bit funny, but at least Sam is sort of passionate. He actually believes that. Like End Times teacher has no position. If you read Revelation 11, nothing in there correlates. At least Sam knows something about the shape. He has a sword or a hill or whatever the hell he lives on, something. There's nothing in there about Revelation 11. And so,
Yeah, he believes his apartment complex he lives on is New Jerusalem or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. I would take that over ETT being one of Elijah.
He once showed me his real address. Actually, it's named something like what is it called? Holy Hill or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
That's all ETT has is the sackcloth in Revelation.
But like I even like looked it up on Google Maps. And
yeah.
Stuff.
So I'm telling people
exact location.
Sam Owen has a better chance of being the Son of Man than ETT has of being one of the 2 witnesses.
Does he really believe that, or is he just trolling? Because I can't tell.
I don't think he fully understands. I don't think he fully understands what Revelation 11 means.
Oh, ETT. Okay, no, I don't know.
I don't know. I do believe Sam Owen believes what he teaches.
I think Sam Owen, yeah, but he's kind of like, he says
them,
like, I might be the Son of Man, but if they assassinate me, then whatever. Like somebody else will be the Son of Man.
But LoP,
yeah, that don't make sense. If he's the second coming, why would he be assassinated? Like,
yeah, right. I mean, he's confused, dude.
He backed off from it a little bit. The Sam Owen, like he's like, oh no, I'm more of a representation. He kind of
but no, he's back to saying he's Christ again.
Right.
Oh, and next week he will not be, and then the other week again, blah blah blah. You know?
Well, I mean, he only says it, but he only denies it when people actually confront him with it.
Right. He's actually somewhat normal. He's actually somewhat normal in the sense that he realizes that at some point there's too many verses that he can't understand and does not understand. Yeah. So he backs off. But we'll see. We'll see what happens in round 3. Okay. This is what TMoG has to deal with, man. I don't like that, but I think that's going to be my last official debate. There's really nothing to debate. Either this thing is the mark or the Bible's not true. That's just what
so if you actually leave the faith, leave Christianity, what would you become next? A Muslim?
I think for me, it's atheism. It's either this or it's nothing. So, I know
become your own God.
We talked about that. Like, obviously, there's still very much an energy inside of us. But I'll be honest, like, if the Bible's not true, I don't know what God would create this kind of a setup for us. It would be really
Judaism
Or
without
became a
Christ.
Satanist, dude.
I don't
Like,
know what I. No,
if-
I would be an atheist. I think I'm not gonna be anything. I would be very confused. I think at that point, like my head would be spinning. So I think
You
like
know, a lot of
us-
atheists are humble people. Like they have a lot of similarities between the way I view the world,
Dude, we were
moral
talking about
wise.
that earlier. I don't know if you heard that. Me and LOP were saying that
No,
you
I
would
haven't.
rather be around a bunch of atheists to question things than be around a bunch of 501c3 Christians. You're toast. Man. So
Yeah, totally. I agree with that.
100%. You do not want to
oh
be around
yeah,
these
they
Christians,
are
man.
worse than atheists. For
And I'll
sure.
be honest, the Hebrews are basically Christianity 2.0 because you go and ask them questions. If you, dude, this is mad funny, dude. ETT is underneath the guy's channel and he's asking him a question that has nothing to do with the flat earth. And the guy's like, oh, are you still teaching the flat earth? It has nothing to do with the flat earth. And he's like, oh no, come on a live stream and I'll answer that. And he's like, just by the answer, I know you're a flat earther, you're a bug out. So like these people hate the flat earth, dude. And so they're essentially Christianity 2.0 that when you bring them truth, they get angry. So what's going on? You know, this is the world that we live in, dude. The religious people, the Bible people are the most bugged out. They're tripping. So
yeah.
it's crazy, man. So yeah, I'd rather be around atheists. I've come across many atheists. I would say in most of my life I've been an atheist. So I'm not saying I've been perfect, but I was walking around like trying to make money and just be a freaking like everybody else. So like,
Oh yeah, I
What
seen
is
your
if
thing.
you
It
are-
says you're an engineer. Like, what are you engineering?
electrical. I don't do that anymore,
okay.
but I studied electrical. Yeah. So
You still got a license for that?
you don't have to get licensed here in US actually, but I have a master's in electrical engineering. So I'm actually not a CPA anymore. It's not active. So I actually technically I need to change that banner because they may get mad at me if I keep saying I'm a CPA. But my
what does
CPA
that mean?
license, you're a certified accountant.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Dang, you had it going on, didn't you?
Oh, dude, I may seem stupid, but you know, I you know, with numbers and stuff like that, like I'm fine. You know, I can do it. So, but yeah, but we, you know, a lot of us that come by here,
I tried going to college for graphic design.
Yeah, that didn't play out.
Didn't
Did
go
you
too well.
graduate?
Oh, okay.
Oh.
No,
Well,
but
you're in the
I
truth
did
now,
like
man.
5 semesters.
Sacramento, you got all these subs, you got so much clout, man. You can really push it forward, man. So this is better than all that stuff, man. These degrees don't mean anything.
Yeah,
dude.
no, that's next plan, man.
Okay, good.
Next plan. But
all right, boys.
I actually want to talk. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
Yo.
this has been the marathon stream of all streams, man.
You have some bad
Hello?
connection.
Yeah,
Jay,
go ahead.
say it again.
Yeah.
Yo, can you hear me?
Now
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I heard you about to end it, but can I mention something before you end it?
Yeah, go for it. Whatever.
Okay, all right. So you can hear it all right?
No, it's like clicking.
What did he say?
Hello?
Hey,
Yeah.
Gosh, man.
What-
Yo, can you guys hear me all
yes.
right?
Now
Yeah.
we can. Yep.
Okay, so I'm
Fuck.
good.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we can
can.
Crap.
What the hell, dude?
Fucking
All
man,
that
Jay is a
build up,
fucking
dude.
troll,
What the
man.
hell he was
Fuck.
gonna say, dude. All right, I'm gonna shut it down. This is like literally 6 hours, but it's crazy, man.
No. You
Yeah,
you have like
5.
ETT has OCD, so you gotta keep it to 5 more or 4
Yeah,
more
that's
minutes.
cool. Anybody can end off with whatever they want, man. I appreciate it. It was just
It's fucking 5 a.m. here, dude.
it's funny, like yeah, this is definitely the longest stream, but sort of keep you
Hey,
up.
one thing I would like to ask you guys,
Yeah.
every one of you, if you want to answer, about the thing. How is it with your families? I mean, mine, most of the people have already taken it. So, how is it with your families? Like, have you, everyone around you took it, or most people didn't take? Just to have a sample, because in
Yeah.
my case, most people in my family took it. So.
I only know one person who's like a friend of mine who I golf with who hasn't. I have indirectly a couple other people that I'm affiliated with, but I haven't spoke to my parents in like 3 or 4 years. So, but I'm assuming they have. So, but yeah, I know that people around here have, and so once they do, I can't interact with them because of my views, and that's just the way it is. So I'll pass it to anybody
Yeah, I
else.
mean, I still talk with some of my family members, like my mother or, or others. But
Yeah.
it creates something very awkward, I would
Yes.
say, because
Yeah.
it's like, you believe that person is basically going to suffer a lot
Yes.
because of what, that person did, but you still talk to them. But, I just talk to them and try to see if they're okay, just in the spirit of, taking care of the sick or something like that.
Yeah,
That's
for
the
sure.
spirit I approach, right? But it's very awkward, man. I mean,
No, and I think
at the end of the day.
JQ, I think that's good too, because let's say the 1 in maybe a billion at this point that it's not true, we can still be human because we don't know the future 100%. So I think it's okay. I just think for me, it's not just that; it's just other things. It just becomes awkward, like because we don't really have much to talk about, just in general. But yeah, I think that's reasonable. We
Yeah.
can't just be a monster kind of thing. So
Yeah. I mean, in my case, my family has, is having money trouble. So, sometimes I, buy some medicine or something like that. So,
Mhm.
just trying to, help around when I can or something like that.
Mhm.
I don't have much money, of course, as you know, but the little bit that I can help, I try to,
That's cool.
to do
Yeah, I
that.
think for
And
me, I'm honestly not as bitter about this narrative because, it's just it's a personal choice. If somebody wants to do it, I'm more bitter about the flat Earth because I'm just pissed that all these years of schooling and just wasting time and like I just annoyed that
I
it is
just
so
think that
obvious.
I just think that this thing with the thing, right?
Yeah,
The problem with that and the imputability, the responsibility of people is that if they had not, went along with it, it wouldn't have happened. So they created it
yeah,
in the
100%.
sense that they accepted it. So that's what I would have against them in that sense, that they're complaining about the economy or this and that, but they created it because they accept
Exactly,
over and over, they accept the conditions of the game.
100%.
They accept it. So
And
okay.
JQ, they obviously know. Like this is where it's the deeper part of God's left hand side. They there's a weird righteousness with them because they know that they're acting. Because, like you said, when you talk to them about the economy, they're like, no, I don't want to talk about it. So, well, I'm like, okay, if you don't want the economy to improve, if you don't want your health to improve, then you're not even real to me. So, you're right. Like, it's like if it was just this one thing, you could be a bit sympathetic, but they don't want to talk about anything to make this better. The
Well,
economy.
what I saw with them, over the years is that they want to just exist, right? They don't want to make anything better. They
Agreed.
just don't want to make a fuss about stuff, and they just want to keep grinding, so to
Hmm.
speak. And there's no, nothing to be fixed. They don't even want to fix it. Let's say they were atheists
Yeah.
and they didn't believe in anything deeper than that. Even an atheist would want, to, improve
100%.
his livelihood, but most
100%.
of the people, they don't want that. So that's a red flag, I would say,
And dude, JQ, the
because
lies are so dumb. Like it's one thing if our
yeah,
politicians were like half good and half bad or something, and it's like a mix. They're all stupid. So like they have no excuse because the lies that are coming from the
yeah,
top
but
are
the
so
issue
dumb.
with that is that they would go and they would say, "Wow, I mean, that guy is really bad. I better vote for that other one." And they just keep in this voting thing
Right,
that
right,
doesn't work.
right. No, but
Voting for
the
a better guy in the same system will never work. So
yeah, but that's the nice thing about the times we live in now, and I'm glad you mentioned the economy because the end times is basically purely about the economy. It's a money thing. If the money thing was never fractional, God couldn't do it. So he has to be doing this for a particular reason and accelerating it because he's printing money like crazy, and they're
that's
spending
it.
it on this stuff. So
Yeah.
that it's just like a numbers game, and so if they don't get that, that's basic like conservation of money, and it's not deep. That's the thing. So it's purely a financial end game as well. So like one way or another, this system is unstable. So
Yeah, those people should, they should be aware of that. They are not, and they blame. Oh, it's that politician. It's not all politicians. Just that guy that's in
right,
there right now,
right.
and we have to vote for another guy. They never, start to think,
Classic
especially in this
NPC
narrative.
JQ.
Yeah. But they honestly
Yeah,
believe they literally believe they can print money and to support anything, and they have reason to believe that because the central banks have been doing it for many years. But just in general though, like I said, you can't print money like you can make food forever. God could, but because money's physical, and if the more you print it, you
yeah.
debase it. So it's
Inflation and
Well,
things
food
like
is
that.
also
So,
physical. What do you
Oh,
mean?
sorry. I meant when you make more food, it doesn't debase or doesn't devalue the prior food. It doesn't, God can literally just make food appear. That's not a problem. But if God makes money appear everywhere, then there's inflation because there's money everywhere. You know what I mean? Like there's no notion of that with food like there is with currency. So
so LOP, what about your family? Are they doing that thing or
Oh,
you know?
yeah. My parents are but both my parents are, had the thing, and my sister have not actually. My wife also haven't got it yet. She keeps saying like, "I want to go to Philippines, so I need to take it," and uh,
Mm.
and like,
But can't you
but
make her not take it? Like,
nah,
can't
whatever.
you?
Well, I mean, I keep
Uh,
telling her every day, she shouldn't take it. I
mm,
even scream it to her, but like, and she isn't gonna take it probably. I don't know, because she said like
mm.
she's planning to go to the Philippines like in
Well,
uh,
don't you have
uh
a
2023.
child?
So it's like, what?
Don't you have a child?
Yeah.
Is she,
Yeah.
so, but you're not gonna let her, take the child, right?
What do you mean?
like, will the
Take
child
the.
get the jab?
I'm hearing a lot of stories like in Alabama and those
No,
places
they
where.
don't take here. They don't give it to kids. I'm pretty
That's
sure.
good. That's
Yeah,
good.
yeah. For
Plus, she's
now,
only
they're not doing
5,
that.
and yeah, she's only
Yeah,
5.
I'm just saying that for now it's gonna be like that. But I'm hearing stories about here in America where the wife, hidden from the husband, is taking the child to
Yeah, that's gonna
like.
happen. I guarantee you, it's
No,
gonna.
but
Wait, what?
that's
What?
happening. That's happening already in America. That's why I'm saying you
Yeah.
That
can
they
Google
are
search that.
so what is happening? That the wife is
No,
taking the
the
child.
husband says, like you're saying you don't want your child to be, to take the mark, right? So
Yeah.
the woman wants the child to take the mark. So what does the woman do when the husband is at work or distracted?
No, but
The
what
woman
wife doesn't
goes.
want my daughter to take it, man. So
Mhm.
Yeah, I
so
know you don't want to, but
no,
I'm
even
just
my
saying
wife
that.
doesn't want that. So
Okay,
Ah,
good.
okay,
That's
okay,
good.
okay.
yeah,
That's
No,
good.
yeah.
I misunderstood. I thought that maybe she wanted and you didn't want. So,
No, but
Well,
well,
at
JQ,
first she
JQ.
wanted. I think I persuaded her, kind of like talking about
oh,
it all the
okay.
time with the connection to the MOB.
But
So
dude, you bring out a good point because a lot of these women out here, they're a bunch of sellouts, man. Because check this out.
Yeah.
If the truth community was mainly women and less men, this whole thing would get flipped in like a month because that's the way the world is. Men are a bunch of like sissies.
oh,
So if
yeah.
women made truth cool, then this system would get overturned and there would be no end times. But that's not the case. A lot of these women are sellouts. Not the few that come by
Oh
here and
yeah.
know what's going on, but women are a
The
big
few
part of
that
this.
come by here.
Like
That
there's a few women that know what's going on, like with what's going in the
Yeah,
market.
that's
They're
pretty
not
rare,
sellouts.
but
They're not
I
sellouts.
understand that there are some for sure that
Big time, dude.
that
Oh, look
do
at all the
that do
nurses.
get it.
All the
yeah, like
nurses, a lot of them are
Susie.
women.
Also
So they're
my
all
friend
toast, man.
Susie.
Look at the
Yeah,
flat Earth community. There's a few women, but they're all just like they're not like serious about it.
like
And
Patricia Steer.
yeah, and she was a slightly normal. She's gone. Karen B. She got kicked out of Russian vids yesterday, so no one left, dude. But yeah, man, it's crazy, dude. Like women are a big part of any kind of evil narrative. It's just a fact.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't have
Right.
this
Yeah.
mask thing. We couldn't have this, mark thing if it weren't for women.
Agreed.
They're
100%.
enforcing it more than anyone else. They're enforcing it.
That's
Wait,
more
really?
reason to not go along with it. Like, just no. That's
Wait, but how did you know that women are enforcing the masks, or what?
Most of the places in which it is enforced by women. For example, in the
Really?
workplace
100%.
or on a supermarket, it is always going to be a woman that is going to try and make you to, force you to do it.
Right.
And I tested it in real life, and I seen people test it, and it
LoP.
is what it is, man.
Because
I mean,
people are more like less likely to like get
no,
into
because
a heated
women, I mean, if you
conversation
want to
with.
get into the biology of it, I mean, women have estrogen. Estrogen makes them obey authority, right? And they are not loyal to their husbands anymore. They are loyal to the state, to
Right.
to
Agreed.
that higher power, because the
Right.
state
So
now
it's
has the power to dissolve marriage at the snap of a finger. So the husband doesn't have the power over the woman that he had before, like the ownership of the woman. So
Right.
that's the
You are all
problem.
chauvinists
So,
here, right?
No, but
um,
that's the hierarchy in the Bible. Is the man is supposed to be the
yeah,
intermediary
that's the hierarchy in
between
the
the
Bible.
woman
I mean,
and God.
it's
And,
just plain.
but there's a reason for it, because man is
Yeah,
like in its natural state. We're more logical. We're more rational. We're more spiritual. So we want the truth.
exactly.
Women are
And more
not all of them,
spiritual too.
not all of them, but they're ultimately a vessel for Satan to get his foot into the door, and we see that because
Yeah, in the demonology, and I don't know if you ever read anything
I
about
want
it,
to
but
say that.
in
Sorry.
the demonology of the left hand side, right? So these people who make hierarchy of demons and things like that, Satan is said to be the one. His main power is to be able to control the minds of women.
right,
So
Yeah, and I just want
that's
to
what
say
he does,
this. I
and
just
that's
want to.
how the world became the way it is right now. So hellish. What happened after the vote was given to women? You
right.
just see a cascade of bad events.
Yeah,
Horrible
but
things being
Yeah, and
voted
I would
in.
say the deception in the church as well. Like, if a man, generally speaking, in the Bible has many verses about this. Our natural desire is to seek things out, to go dig deep, and hey, how does that work? And no, that's a cool device and all that kind of stuff. I'm not saying women don't do that. They very, very smart women engineers, no doubt, worldwide. But man, that's natural for us. So with the Bible, it's the same thing. We want to understand the whole thing now, for sure, without a
Yeah,
doubt. So
yeah, yeah,
that's the
yeah.
deal. All these, if you notice, even in like Joel Osteen's churches, Lakewood, and Hillsong, it's all women, and they'll bring
Oh
their
yeah,
group.
yeah, yeah. It is the
Yeah,
Hillsong. It's
they want the
mostly
music,
women,
they want the
and the
feeling, the
and the
emotion.
men are like, you know,
They just
yeah. I
love
feminine.
them.
mean, Paul
Things.
talks about that. You shouldn't even talk to a woman in a congregation. For example, we have this panel here. It would be, in a way, if we follow what Paul says, it would be inappropriate or even wrong for us to talk to a woman while we are congregating. She
Yeah,
should go home, and the husband who is in the panel, for example, let's say, LOP is in the panel, we don't allow his
Dude,
wife to come in the
dude,
panel,
my
and
wife
then
wouldn't even.
LOP goes home, and
yeah,
then he explains to his wife
right.
what happened,
But
if
hold
she
on,
wants
hold
to
on. I
do it.
wanted to say something, dude. Hold on. So
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
my wife doesn't even like whenever I bring up anything from the Bible, she's like, whatever, shut up. And when like she's only interested, she was like, let's fuck, like that's all she wants
Hmm.
from me,
Yeah,
sex.
yeah, it's very
She's not
materialistic.
spiritual at all. Like she
No, but
she.
wait, you're actually helping his point, and we're not speaking anything negative about your family or anything, but
Yeah, yeah, it's
not to make it personal, but in general, okay, there's obviously exceptions. There are righteous women in the Bible, no doubt, without a doubt, more than one for sure. But generally speaking, if this world was run by real men who lived according to the Bible, there will no be there not be anything close to an end times. They'll be like, no, what the hell are you talking about? We're not putting that
yeah,
crap in our body. We're not putting a mask on. Get the hell away from me. Okay, that's what they would
yeah.
say.
If
Or
everyone
or
in
Yeah.
or
levels of
somebody
power,
dies. That's the way it is. That's the way the
like,
Israelites are, and that's shocking to a lot of people. And we look at all these like soy boys out here. Oh no, my wife took it and all this kind of stuff. We don't care. I don't care. There's a lot of us. We're ready. We're excited to die for this. No worries. Okay. But I want people to know
yeah,
that's very, very offensive. But that's the way it's supposed to be. That's the way it is. That's the way we were wired. And women actually ultimately want that, even the most feminist of a woman, because it's a form of protection, you know? because
Yeah.
then the man is actually the provider, and then having multiple women is actually also not a sin, really. Like, obviously it's never going to happen in these days, but that's a true ecosystem, right, where women are raising kids, okay, their kids and other kids, all that kind of stuff. So that's the way it is. So
Yeah.
we're not here to put women down. Women are going to be saved. Jeremiah 31:8, many verses.
Yeah. It's
That's what it
just
is.
because we have to reiterate the proper hierarchy, because that's one of the things that God's going to fix, right? That we
Agreed.
are not
100%.
doing it right here. We are not doing it right. So,
Exactly.
and that was actually, when you think about it, that was the sin of Adam, right?
Big
To
time.
be a simp for women.
Yeah,
So that was the
exactly.
first sin.
Yeah, here's
That was the
a
first sin.
two-level simp. First, believing in some kind of serpent. Second, believing in a woman and not asking God. And even if he did listen to what she said, he should have double checked. And that's what we want everybody to do. Whatever.
Yeah, but
anybody
the
else-
but
thing
like
is,
he
here's the
he
thing.
was the
One
first
second.
woman.
Here's the point. Just as a final statement. Whatever anybody
Okay.
decides to do, if you're a man, if you want to wear a mask, you better make sure that you want to do that. That's my only point. I'm not here to tell anybody what to do or even about this narrative, but make sure you want to do it. Not your wife or your kid or your boss or someone. That's a simp move. I agree.
Yeah,
with
but
that.
like, put yourself in
Yeah.
Adam's position. He had the first woman. She gotta be the most beautiful woman ever made. So you would be a simp too, dude. Like, come on, man.
No, it's all.
I
planned.
mean-
It's all planned. It's all. We're not saying we're above Adam because we sin. We're not saying
We-
that. But
I mean,
with what we know now,
everyone,
Yeah.
everyone here probably sinned maybe even worse than Adam. What I'm
100%.
saying is that the first sin was that she was deceived by the servant, right?
Right.
And
right.
then she deceived
Servant?
him, and he was deceived because he was a simp for her. So
Right.
that's the thing
Right.
that happened there, and that's what happens every day. I mean, that's what you see: men wearing masks because the woman wants him to wear, and doing the thing, getting marked because, oh, I'm gonna mark my whole family because my
Right,
woman
right.
wants it.
I don't like.
So,
I
oh
travel
no, I'm
with
gonna
my
get
wife.
divorced. So, yeah.
No, but I think that's the deal. Like let's just say this: we learn from what Adam did, because like everybody's saying, we're not saying we're on some high horse. We're not better than all the people in the Bible for sure. We can just be as susceptible to that as them. But now looking in the rearview mirror, we're not. The excuse is not, oh, that person made me do it. No, God's not going to accept that anymore. My boss made me do it. Oh, is your boss your God? That's what he's going to ask people. Then you're toast.
I mean,
Okay,
I think
They're making them their
Let me
God.
finish my
though.
point. Let me finish my point. If anybody is making a God except the God of the Bible, you cite anybody for anything that you do except the God of the Bible, you're toast, and we're going to look forward to you getting toasted. Look, I can't
Yeah.
wait. That's the
No.
way it is. And so if you don't like that, well, we don't want to do this again in the kingdom. I'm sorry. Even if there is no kingdom and we're just planning some virtual thing in the future, you're not invited. Okay. Like, we do not want you there because this garbage is going to happen again. We enjoy these hangouts because they're comforting, but we don't want to do this again. Argue what the shape is, have people put needles in us, wear a mask. We're not doing that, man. Hell no.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what it is. So I
Yeah,
got
like everybody who's
Look.
like obeying
Yeah.
someone, telling them what to do, they're making them their God.
exactly
You know what I'm saying?
That's
Yeah,
exactly what it is. And
they
so
are
that
stupid.
was planned. No doubt that was all coordinated. We're not blaming Eve. Like, obviously she was just as deceived as Adam, and just as deceived as us, but we're not deceived anymore. Why? Because unless anybody's reading from the Bible and telling us, when has anybody legitimately read from the Bible on CNN or Fox News? Are you kidding me? So like right away, we know we're not allowed to do whatever they do. We have truthers who are not even reading out of the Bible. So that's what God's going to say. Why the hell did you listen to those dummies on YouTube or CNN or Fox News or whatever the hell, Joe Biden? So that's our responsibility, and then people, he has the right to be able to say to us, how could you not know? I made it ridiculous. Okay. Like, that's what he's going to say. So,
Yeah.
we got to choose carefully. No one here is going to be deceived, but it comes around here. But it's amazing, man. It's crazy. But let's wrap it up, man. Sorry to keep everybody.
Yeah.
I'll do these once
Yeah.
in a while. We'll do informal chats or whatever. But Anybody have
666 now.
Oh,
There
just
was
gonna say, it's like damn man, let's wait for 40 seconds.
no, it was 16. So there was 3 6s there.
I'm not gonna lie
There
though.
you
Man,
go.
I love all the numbers, man. I really actually don't care. If I see any Bible numbers anywhere, I'm actually kind of geeked up about it. But yeah, we don't want 616.
Yeah, you don't want to end it at 16.
Yeah, exactly. That's too late now. But I'll let you guys wrap up.
We
with
actually
whatever
tried
final
to end
thoughts,
it
and then
right
we'll
on.
shut it. But yeah, thanks again for everybody joining, man. This really, I don't know. To me, it's basically like a victory lap at this point. You know, like if you're a Bible person of really any amount of sincerity, you are extremely useful to God, and I guarantee you that He cares about you and put those truths in your mind. So these are ultimately to rejoice. It's amazing. So we got to be close to the end.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
for sure.
All right.
All right.
Thanks a lot, boys. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Absolutely.
Peace out.
Talk
Take
to you
care.
later, man.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Well,
Bye
Take
bye.
care.
Cheers.